Soon, the rest of the team arrived. Steve and the others flew in aboard a Quinjet, piloted by a now-conscious Clint Barton. Natasha Romanoff manned the weapons systems, launching several rounds in an attempt to slow the monstrous creature below. Unfortunately, even S.H.I.E.L.D.'s advanced aircraft couldn't make a dent in the beast's thick armor. Worse, their attack drew the creature's attention. With a sweep of its massive tail, the monster sent the Quinjet spiraling through the air. Yuan, still guarding the interdimensional portal to block the incoming Chitauri flight units, reacted instantly. He sped through the sky, catching the damaged plane just in time and gently lowering it to the ground. "Xena, we've got your flashlight," Barton quipped dryly, referring to Yuan. He knew exactly who Yuan had shown up for. Natasha shot Barton an annoyed glance before quickly jumping out of the aircraft. She looked up and spotted Tony, leading the monster away through the sky, and sighed. There was never a dull moment. More Chitauri ground troops began crawling out from under the monster's armored plates, adding to the chaos. Steve, now suited up with his shield strapped to his arm, assessed the situation as he stepped off the Quinjet. "Natasha, help evacuate the civilians nearby. Barton, get to higher ground. Give me eyes on the battlefield. And Thor, where is he? Didn't he say he'd be here soon?" Whoosh! A crack of thunder answered his question. Thor descended from the clouds, Mjolnir spinning in his grip. As he landed with impact, lightning arced out, blasting clusters of Chitauri soldiers in an instant. "Where's Loki?" Thor asked immediately. "God knows." Tony's voice came through the comms. "Thor, did you happen to see our big green friend?" Thor paused, then nodded. "I passed him on my way in. He's not far." Of course, logic faltered here. Hulk and Thor shouldn't have had comms. Hulk was mid-transformation with no time for gear, and Thor, with all that lightning coursing through him, electronics wouldn't last a second. Still, somehow, everyone communicated perfectly, as if it was just comic book magic. Sure enough, Banner arrived moments later, riding in on a broken-down scooter, calm and composed. Tony immediately picked up on it. Perfect timing. "Get him ready. I've got a gift for him." He looped around mid-air, leading the massive creature straight toward the team's location. The sight stunned everyone. Natasha frowned. This isn't a surprise. This is a heart attack waiting to happen. Even Steve couldn't hide his concern. "Dr. Banner, now's a good time to let your anger out." Banner stepped forward and smirked. "Captain, the secret is, I'm always angry." In an instant, he transformed into the Hulk. The green giant roared and charged, meeting the monster head-on. Boom! The impact was thunderous like a small bomb. The shockwave cracked nearby pavement and blew debris into the air. Hulk's punch not only stopped the monster in its tracks, but also shattered its armor layer by layer. With a final, ground-shaking slam, the creature crumpled, its bones visibly shattered. The raw power of the Hulk strike was staggering, a display of brute force that left even the Chitauri stunned. Around them, more Chitauri began to swarm, roaring in rage. But the Avengers were ready. Hulk growled. Thor raised Mjolnir. Natasha aimed her pistols. Hawkeye readied his bow. Steve lifted his shield. Tony hovered above, scanning the battlefield. Only Yuan remained apart, still holding the line at the portal. His heat vision stretched wide, forming a blazing red barrier across the dimensional gate, keeping the Chitauri from entering Earth's side. It wasn't just a wall. It penetrated into the other side of the universe, halting any reinforcements before they could arrive. Even so, Yuan had to weaken the beam's intensity slightly to avoid overheating the immediate area. Otherwise, he could have torched the monsters as well. Looking back, he called out, "Can you all stop posing and do something already?" The team exchanged glances. Maybe he had a point. Steve quickly resumed command, reassigning roles. Natasha, Barton, Thor, Hulk, and Tony all received their orders. But Yuan interrupted. "Heads up. 2 more big ones incoming." Natasha turned. "Can't you deal with them? I thought you were stronger than Hulk." Yuan narrowed his eyes. "You think I can't?" Without another word, he deactivated his heat vision, blinked rapidly to soothe his eyes, and shot forward in a blur of speed. Just as two massive monsters barreled through the portal, Lu Yuan met them head-on, grabbing each one by the head mid-air. He made sure to grip firmly to avoid any slip-ups. Then, with a roar of power, he flew high above the city and slammed them into the ground in front of the rest of the team, burying their heads deep into the pavement. Lu Yuan turned to Natasha with a grin. Satisfied? If anyone else had questioned him, Lu Yuan might have brushed it off. But coming from Natasha Romanoff? Now, that was a challenge he couldn't ignore. Still, Lu Yuan had already made his point, driving two massive alien monsters straight into the ground with such force that even the hidden Chitauri riders likely died on impact. Yet despite his dramatic show of strength, the moment he released his heat vision blockade on the portal, the skies darkened again with incoming enemies. The Chitauri were back. Smarter this time. They didn't just rush in blindly. Instead, they poured through the space gate in overwhelming numbers, only to scatter in mid-air like fireworks, splitting into flanking swarms to avoid being wiped out again. What do we do now? Someone muttered, staring skyward. Above them, the heavens had turned into a battlefield. Chitauri air units swirled like locusts, while on the ground, more troops emerged from their monstrous carriers, pouring into the streets and buildings. The full-scale invasion had begun. Natasha's voice trembled slightly as she turned to Lu Yuan. "Can you block it again?" she asked, regret in her tone. She'd only been teasing before, but now she realized just how crucial his blockade had been. Lu Yuan understood. The monsters were dangerous, but manageable. What the Avengers couldn't handle was an endless flood of enemies that would overwhelm civilians and level the city block by block. He sighed. Then something caught his attention. In the distance, across the street, a squad of Chitauri soldiers was breaking into a restaurant. Elsewhere, glass rained down as invaders landed on nearby buildings, threatening terrified office workers. "Sorry, Natasha. It's out of control now," Lu Yuan said. With a thunderous boom, he shot into the sky, leaving only the sound of air splitting in his wake. The others stood in stunned silence. Then Steve stepped forward, rallying them. "We move now. If we lose this city, we lose Earth. Avengers, assemble." The shout cut through the chaos, reigniting their fighting spirit. Natasha swallowed her guilt, cursing herself for antagonizing Lu Yuan earlier. She mentally vowed never to let personal ego interfere again. Next time, stay focused. Though in truth, she blamed Barton a little. He had been the one to spark the teasing. Speaking of which, she now saw him already airborne. Tony had sent him to the rooftops to provide long-range recon. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan had activated both super hearing and supervision, scanning the entire district. He darted into the restaurant first. Inside, panicked civilians were huddled under tables, paralyzed with fear. The Chitauri had just entered, raising their weapons. Lu Yuan didn't speak. He simply dashed through the invaders at blinding speed, striking each one with surgical precision. They dropped like ragdolls. "You're safe. Stay hidden and don't come out until it's over," he told them gently, then blurred out of the building before the people could even process what had happened. "Oh, was that?" someone whispered. Elsewhere, Lu Yuan crashed into a glass office tower, stopping just before a Chitauri squad gunned down another group of innocent workers. With a deep breath, he released an Arctic super breath. In seconds, the attackers were frozen solid, encased in jagged, crystal-like ice. To the stunned survivors, he gave a small nod, backflipped out the shattered window, and vanished again into the sky. Now, Lu Yuan had become the city's silent guardian. His senses stretched across blocks. Wherever someone screamed, he was already halfway there. When multiple crises emerged at once, he turned to his vast array of abilities: telekinesis, magnetism, elemental forces like wind, fire, and thunder. Even without the power to split himself, he was a one-man army. Above him, the skies filled with Chitauri again. If any tried to escape the battle or flank from above, Lu Yuan would be there, scorching them from the sky with precise, sweeping blasts of heat vision. This was the moment Lu Yuan was revealed to the world. People across the city, even those watching on scattered news feeds and surveillance cameras, began asking, Who is that? Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Superman. Indeed, emblazoned on his chest was a red S, and the wind caught his flowing crimson cape as he streaked across the sky. Somewhere amidst the chaos, Yuan took a detour to the rooftop of an ancient building that pulsed with mystic energy. This was the Sanctum Sanctorum, Kamartaj's outpost in the city. Standing at the peak, calm and radiant, was a bald woman in simple robes, elegance radiating from her stillness. She held a folding fan in one hand, sending out pulses of magical energy with every movement. It was the Ancient One, Yuan's teacher. She raised an eyebrow. "Why are you here? I figured you could use some backup," Yuan said casually, hovering beside her with a smile. "You're too visible," she chided. "You'll bring the arcane into the spotlight." He just grinned. "But did you see how handsome I looked doing it?" The Ancient One rolled her eyes, half exasperated, half amused. "If you kept the portal sealed, that would have been handsome. Hey, I can't hog all the glory. Gotta let the team shine a bit too. This isn't a talent show." Yet even as they exchanged barbs, their hands never stopped moving. Yuan summoned a folding fan of his own, snapping it open with theatrical flair as he floated behind her. Together, back to back, master and apprentice cleansed the skies with coordinated strikes, magic and might in perfect harmony. The Ancient One knew exactly what Yuan was doing, trying to create a couple's combo moment. But she remained focused. Yuan sighed, mildly disappointed. No reaction? Not even a blush? Oh well. He turned and soared away again. "This guy," she muttered, shaking her head, but the faintest smile touched her lips.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
With the massive invasion of Chidori, at the moment, it can be said that the eyes of the whole world are here. Although this battle came suddenly, it has been so long, and New York is a big city, and all countries have responded. And so the global live broadcast began. Especially a certain country, after all, this is a certain country. The first is that the military began to quickly come to support and blockade the surrounding area. Everyone knows that aliens must not be allowed to escape. At the same time, a large number of surprised people came to the rescue, helping Steve and the others to evacuate ordinary people. Things are still going in a good direction here. But there are so many Chidori, it seems like there is no end. And their equipment is also more advanced, and there are monsters flying all over the sky, like a group of demons dancing wildly. Maybe it's a mistrust of Avengers, or something else. Someone gave a stupid order to destroy those aliens with a nuclear strike. The person who gave the order also knew that even the people in the city would be wiped out. But the order was passed on. So soon, everyone received a warning from Fury. "Tony, Yuan, can you hear the big 06? There's a missile heading for you right now. If it explodes in the city, everyone will die," Fury shouted anxiously. The plane carrying the nuclear bomb actually took off from the aircraft carrier he was in. Fury had tried his best to stop it, but not only was his commander removed, but two planes took off at the same time. Fury blew up at most one and watched as the second plane took off and fired missiles at the city center. Yuan heard it, raised his head and looked into the distance, and found the location of the missile. "Damn, these damned guys can kill tens of millions without mercy." Yuan cursed, and knew that a politician of a certain country could not be trusted. "I know where to send the missiles." Tony's eyes lit up suddenly, raised his head, and looked at the space door. His plans are already obvious, isn't that the right place to be? But Yuan didn't think so. "I also know a good place to go." Yuan sneered, stopped Tony, and said to everyone, "Just hold on a little bit, and I'll go back when I go." With that said, Yuan turned around and quickly rushed towards the direction the missile was flying. When he collided with the missile head-on, Yuan stretched out his hand to hold down the missile, then turned the missile in the same direction as himself, finally clamped the missile under his arm, and went straight to Washington at a faster speed. Go. In an instant, he came to a huge white castle, or could it be called a palace? There is no need to say more about where it is, because of the war with aliens that happened today. The president is also paying close attention to the situation on the battlefield. As a result, Yuan suddenly broke in, and the guards outside had already broken into the president's office before they even had time to find him. The bodyguards were all startled, and immediately took out their pistols and aimed them at Yuan. Yuan defiantly took the missile and provoked them. "Come on, shoot and see if you die or I die." Everyone was startled, only to recognize him and what he was holding in his hand, and they all broke out in a cold sweat. The president was so frightened that he was speechless. He looked at Yuan stupidly, and after a while he asked, "Superman? Why are you here?" Shouldn't you be fighting aliens on the battlefield? Lu Yuan sneered and put the missile taller than him on the ground beside him, put his hand on the missile, and looked at the president with icy eyes. Why am I here? Nonsense, what have you done yourself? Do you know what happened to this missile? We have clearly grasped the situation and can win at any time. What kind of trouble do you have to do this? Do you really think I dare not kill you? Who is in front of Lu Yuan? That is the head of a country, the president of this country. His power is arguably the greatest. In the end, Lu Yuan was so daring? The bodyguards in the room almost didn't know how to react. The main reason was that Lu Yuan came too suddenly. Except for the bodyguards in a specific room, no one knew what happened in the room. Then he threatened the president with a tone that seemed to tell his friends what to eat today, and no one could understand the situation. The president also broke into a cold sweat behind his back, and said quickly, "Wait a minute, it's not my order. Damn it, I don't know what's going on. Who are you kidding? This is your country, you say you don't know? Who can bypass you and issue a nuclear strike to your country? Do you really think I'm a fool? Who can start without your password? Nuclear weapons." Lu Yuan almost didn't spray him. Do you really think you are 205? Even if he doesn't understand the politics of the earth, he will not fail to understand this. Even if it is the United Nations, it is impossible to bypass the president of a certain country and directly issue such an order to a certain country. Just kidding? The president was embarrassed and said with a smirk, "I mean, although I agreed, it was the United Nations who gave the order, including the order to dismiss Director Nick Fury. You think Fury is SHIELD, and S.H.I.E.L.D is out of my control, is it?" Lu Yuan patted the missile with his hand. This act terrified everyone present. "Brother, that thing can't be detonated. It is no longer a question of whether you are afraid of death. Where is this place? This is equivalent to the palace of a certain country. Once the bomb is detonated here, countless officials will die. A certain Congress suffers catastrophic 403 in this regard." Lu Yuan was actually very moved, because this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The missiles were sent by these hateful politicians. Since they don't care about the lives of millions of people in New York, it's not too much to let them eat the consequences themselves, right? Lu Yuan can also make excuses to say that he was only there to question, but because the bodyguard shot and detonated the bomb. Do you want to do this? This place, which is even more evil than hell, maybe it really needs to be purified? Roar. With a long roar tone, Lu Yuan still suppressed that terrifying thought. Forget it, after all, he wants to stay out of the world as an alien, and doesn't want to get involved with any forces on Earth. Although a certain country is hateful, it is not his turn to point fingers, otherwise others will not be happy. To put it horribly, if a group of aliens come to the real world and say that they want to destroy a certain country, the whole world will form a coalition force to protect a certain country at the first time. It's our business to make troubles about our Earth behind closed doors. What's the matter with your aliens pointing fingers? Lu Yuan can still see this clearly. If he really wants to kill this place, he won't be able to stay on Earth tomorrow. Unless he can ruthlessly kill all those who oppose him, in that case, he may have to destroy the Earth. But this matter can't just be left off. Lu Yuan is not that stupid. He will not easily believe the face of a politician of a certain country, even the president. He doesn't believe a word. Even if the other party talks to him about the weather forecast, he has to hesitation. Is this grandson trying to lie again? This is the ugly face of the Western media and politicians, and the blue sky can be painted to you as dark clouds and thunderstorms. But Lu Yuan also knew that he couldn't, at least he couldn't detonate the missile. Otherwise he would no longer be a superhero and would even be boycotted by the whole world. So he had no choice but to threaten, and then went to the headquarters of the United Nations with the missile. He wanted to see who those MPs were. As a result, Lu Yuan came to recall one thing, that is, the headquarters of the United Nations, which is actually in New York. That's right, the headquarters of the United Nations is here. And when he broke into the offices of the counselors who had been in charge of the matter, he found that they had not fled, but had been at the forefront of the battlefield. When they saw Lu Yuan come in, a total of 4 members were also taken aback. Especially when they saw the missiles brought by Lu Yuan, they looked at each other. People who can sit in this position are not stupid, or even extremely smart. You, a congresswoman wanted to say. Lu Yuan interrupted, "Give me an explanation." He was very neat and didn't say any more threats. He needed an explanation. Can't you make superhero bleed and cry? We fought bloody battles in the front and tried our best to protect the Earth, but you did this behind the scenes. Lu Yuan explained his purpose in a few words. I need an explanation, and we all need an explanation. The MPs were silent. In the end, it was the congresswoman who said, "We didn't betray you, but behind all of us is the safety of all people on Earth." Another person also took advantage of the situation and said, "We are also here, and we will die with you, so we have not betrayed. Please believe us in this. It is the most helpless choice, but it is also an unavoidable sacrifice. If you are really a superhero, I think you should understand our choices and decisions. How many people will die once this war involves the whole planet? We don't want to see life on the planet devastated." Once the 4 people figured out their thoughts, not to mention, they were so organized that even Lu Yuan was about to be persuaded by them. But immediately Lu Yuan let out a sneer and scolded, "Shit, crazy, fool. The expressions of the 4 members changed. They all explained it like this, and it was unreasonable to be scolded so mercilessly. However, Lu Yuan had enough reasons. He pointed his hand in the direction of the sky. Crazy? Why don't you throw missiles in that direction? You will only throw them at your own feet. Even if you send a few death squads from space, I also admire the gate rushing through. It will only end up sacrificing the lives of innocent people, right? How many lives does it take to send a team of action teams? How many lives do you have to sacrifice the entire New York City? Even if this is an addition and subtraction account, it shouldn't be counted like this, right? Lu Yuan was almost pissed off. To put it a bit harsher, because of Lu Yuan's previous blockade, there were not many Chidori who really came to Earth. The army on the other side of the universe is the real threat. Your bombardment will save Chidori from wasting time fighting here. As for the device that opens the door of space, it is opened by the power of infinite gems, and it is not destroyed by the force of the Earth. Do they not understand such a simple truth? The faces of the congressmen became more and more ugly. This time, they were no longer angry, nor did they feel that Lu Yuan's attitude was excessive, even a little embarrassing. Because Lu Yuan is right, you only want to sacrifice your own people, but you don't want to attack the enemy. What do you mean? In the nest? The congressmen were completely silent. They were ridiculed by Lu Yuan and didn't know what to say, and they were completely crushed. Because they also reacted. Yes, since you can throw missiles on the ground, why can't you throw them into the sky? Even if it exploded outside the gate of space, it would be much better than blasting one's own people on the ground. They were just so stupid. I remember playing a game before, and in the end there was a war with aliens, but the villains in it all know how to send death squads to bomb other people's motherships. You guys are good, bomb your own people, really, Lu Yuan said. With a thumbs up, he said in his heart that he didn't know if there were any alloy warheads in this world. Well, the game he's talking about is the story of Metal Slug. Well, we already know that we were wrong. Can you help us send the missile to the opposite side of the portal? The congressmen were able to bend and stretch, and immediately admitted their mistake to Lu Yuan, and lowered their stance to make a request. No way, this old man brought the missile directly in front of them, and he really couldn't afford it. Lu Yuan looked at them, angry. But there is still a bit of admiration in their hearts, at least they are also in New York. This bomb is a nuclear weapon and has a nuclear warhead. Once the bomb exploded in the urban area, they could not escape death. At least they still have some confidence to say that they sacrificed for the sake of all mankind and the earth, but their sacrifices and practices are so stupid that they are beyond stupid. Lu Yuan snorted coldly, otherwise, what do you think I'm here for? Are you really here to scold you? He had already stopped the bomb in his hand at the moment before it exploded by time law, otherwise it would have been bombed long ago with such a play that he didn't care about. Even if it explodes, it can be suppressed and digested in the palm of your hand. The members looked at each other and felt dumbfounded. Brother, aren't you just cursing? Well, he scolded one back and forth. No, it was 2 back and forth, and he said he was not here to scold people? Who believes? He doesn't believe it himself. At this time, news suddenly came from Natasha Romanoff's side, and he shouted excitedly, "Everyone, I have found a way to close the door of space." Really? Turn it off, Tiff shouted happily. Because of Lu Yuan's temporary departure, more and more Chidori have broken in now. And those monsters, at the moment, the sky above New York is like hell, and the demons are dancing wildly. Even the Hulk and Thor, at the moment are tired. Tony's battlesuit was running out of power. Not to mention Barton, who had run out of arrows and had to use the last arrow as a rope to escape Joe from the roof. Everyone is running out of fuel. Lu Yuan also understood that it was time to end this battle. Don't close it yet, there are so many Chidori behind, it will be a disaster sooner or later. Since it's here, don't leave any of them. Lu Yuan's body exuded terrifying killing intent, not to mention the fact that the counselors around him began to tremble, and even the whole building began to vibrate. Then he slammed straight into the sky, took the nuclear missile, and rushed towards the gate of space at the fastest speed. When Lu Yuan flew to the gate of space with the missile, many people on the ground noticed it. Especially the Avengers. Lu Yuan, what is that in your hand? What are you going to do? Tony asked hurriedly. Lu Yuan communicated with his teammates on the ground with his ability, and said angrily, "Isn't this an obvious problem? Do you want it to explode under your feet? I'll give our guests a gift. And like I said, Chidori is actually the weakest in the universe, and this time I'm going to let them come and never go back." In fact, Lu Yuan never planned to let Chidori go from the very beginning, and the reason why he never hit the killer before was just because he was not in a hurry. He could destroy the Chidori army at any time if he wanted to. It is precisely because it can be done at any time that it is more free to do whatever one wants. Lu Yuan. Natasha Romanoff also raised his head in shock. At the moment, she is on the rooftop of the Stark building, where the gate of space installation is located. Originally, she could already close the door of space, and she even held the mental scepter specially prepared for her by Lu Yuan before, only to touch the switch. But now she moved the scepter away and raised her head, with unconcealed worry in her eyes. "You won't come back, you don't have to do that, as long as I turn the device off," Natasha Romanoff tried to persuade. A smug smile appeared at the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth. It seemed that some of his efforts were not in vain. No matter how stubborn Natasha Romanoff was, he still cared about him at the critical moment. That alone is enough. Besides, Natasha Romanoff's worries were nothing to him. So Lu Yuan deliberately said, for the sake of the Earth, this sacrifice is nothing. At email protected plus. Then he finally passed through the gate of space and came to the cosmic space on the other side. But in fact, Lu Yuan has long been able to survive in outer space, and isn't it obvious whether his so-called sacrifice is referring to himself or Chidori? He just took the opportunity to say that on purpose. When he came to outer space, Lu Yuan saw the Chidori space fleet in the distance at a glance. And in the front, countless Chidori armies are still innumerable, and they are going to rush towards the Earth one after another. Lu Yuan snorted coldly, now he can finally operate to the fullest. The bomb in his hand was useless at all. As soon as Lu Yuan raised his hand, even if the nuclear weapon was in his hand, he had to do as he wanted, no matter how he needed it. For example, at the moment, the terrifying nuclear warhead was changed by Lu Yuan from the inside out to its original material and elements, and together with the entire bomb outside, it instantly turned into countless metals in his hands. Then Lu Yuan changed the metal into a shape-shifting state and turned it into a long sword with a file size of one person. After all, the quality of a missile is limited. According to the quantity, it is the appearance of thousands of identical swords. But Lu Yuan thought again and copied more sharp swords out of thin air. In an instant, there were countless sword rains in front of Lu Yuan. As Lu Yuan waved his hand forward, it was like 1,000 swords returning to their ancestors, and countless terrifying swords formed a barrage of rain, like a raging torrent, rushing in the direction of the Chidori army ahead. And as the first sword rain flew out, and Lu Yuan copied more sword rains indefinitely, it was really endless, forming a real steel torrent. When the Jianyu led by Lu Yuan finally collided with the first batch of Chitorai's army, there was no obstacle at all, whether it was Chitorai's individual units, those monsters, or Chitorai's spaceships, everything were all washed away. As Jianyu washed away, nothing was left, and everything was wiped out. In the end, all the long swords were combined again and turned into a super giant sword with a diameter that may have exceeded the earth, and the hilt was held in Lu Yuan's hand. He wielded this great sword with ease, and just swept over it with one blow, and everything collapsed. Not to mention Chidori, even a planet will be blown up. In an instant, this cosmic space was completely quiet, and all life had disappeared. And because of the nature of Chidori, with the demise of the mothership, all other units also lose their mobility. Especially the Chidori on Earth and those monsters, all died at the same time. The people on the ground looked at each other after seeing this scene, and then let out roar. The Avengers were also greatly relieved. He made it. Thor flew over, and Tony and Hulk and Barton, all but Natasha Romanoff, came up to Steve. They also showed happy, relaxed smiles, and it was finally over, and they won. But why didn't he come back? Natasha Romanoff asked worriedly over the radio. It turned out that Lu Yuan hadn't appeared yet, and he didn't come back through the gate of space right away. So what is he doing at the moment? Lu Yuan is still in outer space. He is looking for any remaining Chidori around. If he finds it, he will kill it directly with psychokinesis, and he can be pinched to death in the air. As well as those fragments left by Chidori, Lu Yuan is also trying his best to remove them, including his Wanjian Gazong. Otherwise, so much cosmic garbage is likely to cause trouble to other civilizations. In the end, Lu Yuan was still standing in the universe, looking around, shouting, "From today, the Earth is covered by me, who will not accept it." He just announced to the universe that the Earth will be guarded by him, and once there is another alien force who dares to spy on it, he will slam the door mercilessly. And with Lu Yuan's character, he wouldn't give him a chance if he was an enemy. The universe is quiet, because no one can spread his voice to every corner of the universe like him, and even if he hears it, he can't respond. Even many backward civilizations can't even receive his signal, or they don't understand the meaning of it. Then Lu Yuan turned his head and was about to return to Earth, when he saw the door of space slam shut. Lu Yuan floated there dumbfounded. What's the situation? On Earth, Natasha Romanoff still didn't see Lu Yuan's figure at the last moment, so he couldn't help lowering his head, and a hot tear rolled from the corner of his eyes. Actually, it's not Natasha Romanoff's fault. She really wants to wait until Lu Yuan returns to Earth. But Steve and Tony were worried, because the door to space was opened inside the atmosphere, which was equivalent to connecting the inner space of the Earth with the outer space. Originally, the Earth could rely on the protection of the atmosphere to avoid many elements in the deadly universe, and there are many elements in outer space that are deadly to humans. Then there is the stability of the atmosphere. In short, it is very dangerous to keep this window open all the time, and it must be closed as soon as possible. The most important thing is that maybe no one thinks that Lu Yuan can come back alive with a nuclear bomb. However, in the next second, Lu Yuan opened the door of space with the power of his space gem, and he came back safe and sound. Damn it, you really don't care about my life or death. The first time Lu Yuan came back, he spit out angrily at his teammates. He was working hard outside, and he shouted domineeringly, and the Earth will be guarded by him in the future. Unexpectedly, when he turned around, he was slapped in the face by these unscrupulous guys. If he can't even come back to the Earth, how can he protect it? Too embarrassing, right? Steve and the others smiled embarrassedly yet happily watching Lu Yuan slowly fall from the sky, thinking that he was coming to celebrate the victory with everyone. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan went straight to Natasha Romanoff. Before Natasha Romanoff could react, Lu Yuan hugged her. Before she could resist, Lu Yuan asked softly, "Is that tear shed for me?" Natasha Romanoff froze all over, and she didn't even notice that she was crying, and then softened, sighed softly, and muttered, "It's windy, it's getting in the sand." "Oh, let me see." Lu Yuan took the opportunity to lift Natasha Romanoff's chin. Natasha Romanoff looked at Lu Yuan in front of him and didn't have any intention of avoiding it. Just when the atmosphere was thick, an untimely voice sounded, "You have succeeded." Natasha Romanoff was startled and hurried to the side. Lu Yuan turned his head in anger, and it turned out that it was the doctor whose mind was controlled by Loki and who completed the installation of the gate of space with his own hands. I didn't say the name. Lu Yuan didn't remember it anyway. He was even more annoyed that he disturbed him. He snorted coldly, "Is there another fish that slipped through the net? Leave it." Dr. Eric was taken aback. He was just a mortal body of an ordinary person. If he was thrown down, even if he didn't fall to his death, it would definitely fall to his death. He would be frightened to death in midair. Fortunately, Natasha Romanoff rescued him and said amusingly, "If the doctor told me how to close the door of space, the big hole in the sky will only leave hidden dangers." Lu Yuan snorted softly, stepped forward to the device, and reached out to probe forward. I have to say Loki was smart enough to have Eric build a shield out of the device with the power of the space gem, the Tesseract. With the power of infinite gems, it is almost impossible to break. Even if the device is turned off now, that energy shield is still there. After all, infinite gems were originally huge amounts of energy. But Lu Yuan ignored it, stretched out his hand and penetrated the energy shield, and then took out the space gem in Tesseract state. Seeing this scene, Natasha Romanoff opened her mouth wide and looked at Lu Yuan in disbelief. "Then why don't you choose to close the door of space in the first place? Since Lu Yuan can touch the Tesseract, can't he turn off the device right away?" Lu Yuan froze, and quickly explained, "Oh, I forgot. Natasha Romanoff has a black line, can this kind of thing be forgotten?" She didn't believe it. In fact, it was Lu Yuan's intention. It can make a name for itself without causing huge losses, and it can also take the opportunity to destroy Chidori, and even Tesseract in its hands. Lu Yuan was deliberately taking advantage of this battle to achieve many goals in one fell swoop. "Okay, let's go meet everyone." Lu Yuan casually fooled the past, and boldly stretched out his arms and wrapped his arms around Natasha Romanoff's shoulders. Natasha Romanoff tried to break free, but he didn't break free, and he ended up going. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, there was drama. It seems that because of the misunderstanding that Lu Yuan may never come back, Natasha Romanoff has brought some changes. At the same time, it also made her recognize some of her inner thoughts. Even Barton said it twice before, as if she had already seen through Natasha Romanoff's mind, and only she was running away. Looking sideways at Lu Yuan beside him, Natasha Romanoff thought to himself, "This guy is not bad looking." What's more, the knot in her heart was relieved by Lu Yuan, and she naturally had extraordinary thoughts about him. Then again, Natasha Romanoff in the cinematic universe is not set in the same way as the comics universe. In the setting of the comics, Natasha Romanoff is only 8 years younger than Steve, because he has undergone genetic modification, similar to the serum injected with Captain America's super soldier program, so he ages slowly and has a physique far beyond ordinary people. But that's only the comics universe, and this is the movie universe, and the movie universe, although it can be said to be adapted from the comics, is indeed another completely independent universe. Therefore, both the movie universe and the comic universe belong to the Marvel universe, but they do not belong to the same setting and values. The simplest example, there is no mutant, no X-Men, not even the Fantastic Four in the cinematic universe, let alone Spider-Man in the early days. So Natasha Romanoff in the movie universe is actually a post-80s generation, seemingly born in 1984. By 2012 this year, she will only be about 28 years old. It is a good year, and it is also the most beautiful moment. When the two appeared side by side in this way in front of everyone tacitly complied and cast a blessing. At the moment they had come to the highest floor of Stark, the floor below the rooftop, and Tony's home. This was originally an office, a place to work, but now it has completely become Tony's home. There is only one reason why everyone is gathered here, and that is that Loki was here at some point, and he was still in a miserable state. The ground under him was about to collapse, and a deep pit was smashed into it. Loki lay there, unable to move for a long time. As for what happened before, Lu Yuan seemed to know that Hulk must have beat him like a sandbag. 0. Before Lu Yuan almost turned it into action, he wanted to see how it felt. In the end, he still couldn't get his hands on it, for fear that Loki would fall to his death accidentally. "Have a drink." Tony, heartless, didn't care that his house was almost demolished, and went to the bar to pour a few drinks for everyone. After a big battle, everyone was really tired. In addition to Lu Yuan's infinite physical strength, even Hulk was about to vent his anger and became much more honest. Unlike at the beginning, when working with Thor, this guy sneaked Thor through once. It made Thor very tangled. "You said that you still haven't fought back, right? If they fight back, they will have to fight hard. Don't fight back." Bai was punched in the fist by this guy. None of their brothers ran away, they were all bullied by Hulk. "I've already contacted Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D, and the aftercare people will be here soon." Natasha Romanoff also revealed that she has contacted the people at S.H.I.E.L.D, and someone will do the aftermath work for them. For example, the traces left by the battle, and even the possible compensation. There will inevitably be some casualties, especially those corpses and other things left by Chidori, etc. Someone has to deal with and even recycle them, right? At the time, they were just focused on fighting. At this moment, Lu Yuan looked at a corner over there with a thoughtful expression on his face. Lu Yuan could see clearly, there was another Tony at some point. Lu Yuan just thought about it for a while, as if he already knew what was going on. But he didn't make a sound, just quietly waved over there when no one was there. Then, he just sat aside like nobody else, watching the others surround Loki. Loki lost, and lost badly. Not only did he pull in the Chidori army and destroy it, he didn't even get the Tesseract, but he also lost his spiritual scepter. Lu Yuan laughed secretly in his heart. It could also be said that Thanos lost his wife and lost his army. Thanos wanted Loki to take the Tesseract from him, but even the mind gem fell to earth. No one knows about infinite gems, and the importance of psychic scepters. But he couldn't escape Lu Yuan's eyes. He definitely knew that it was mind gem. The only thing that is strange to Lu Yuan now is why Ancient One 403 didn't notice mind gem. Or did the Ancient One notice, but she just wanted to protect the time gem enough? After all, when Avengers Alliance 3 first introduced infinite gems comprehensively, it was Kamartaj's magician who told the origin of infinite gems. It is impossible for Ancient One not to know about infinite gems. Then Doctor Strange also said that their Sorcerer Supreme will desperately protect time gem. No other gems were mentioned. After Loki was under control, the SHIELD finally came. They came on time. It's really timely. Obviously S.H.I.E.L.D. has so many advanced weapons, even nuclear weapons, but the result is just watching the fun from a distance. Lu Yuan sneered at the people who came in, regardless of whether they were happy or not. The person who came was Heatwell, a high-level agent on the same level as Phil Coulson, that is, a bald head, who was also on the aircraft carrier of S.H.I.E.L.D. before. No wonder Lu Yuan mocked them. This quick response special force came directly from the aircraft carrier. But when the war happened before, why didn't they see their shadows? And Fury didn't come either, because Fury was temporarily stripped of his duties, and now it's the Order of Peers, Supreme Commander of the SHIELD. Facing Lu Yuan's cynicism, the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. looked at each other. But they said nothing. The bald Heatwell agent just came over to take the scepter from Natasha Romanoff and said, "We'll take over the scepter." "Whatever you say, sir." Natasha Romanoff was helpless. She wasn't a high rank, I mean in the S.H.I.E.L.D. system. Including Hawkeye, when acting with Phil Coulson, he also obeys Phil Coulson's orders. S.H.I.E.L.D. has a strict hierarchy, and even before reaching a certain level, they don't even know many secrets, and they can't access information at will. There are people who want to take Tesseract. Lu Yuan remembers that he seems to be called Crossbones. "We're recycling Tesseract too," Crossbones said as he took it. "Someone quit now." No. If you continue to leave Tesseract to you, it will only cause more trouble, such as the fight that happened because of you this time." Tony was the first to object. "Just kidding, they have already investigated it. It turns out that S.H.I.E.L.D. has been secretly researching weapons. That's not good." Thor even said, "The Rainbow Bridge has broken. If we don't use the power of Tesseract, neither Loki nor I can go back to Asgard. It will only cause you more trouble." Crossbones wanted to say more. Hulk roared directly at him. "Roar, Thor is Hulk's friend." I don't know if it was because the anger was exhausted in the battle, or because of some other reason, Hulk was able to say some simple words. And he already knew the Avengers were his friends, which was a good thing. Crossbones looked at Lu Yuan subconsciously. It seemed that S.H.I.E.L.D. knew that only Lu Yuan could easily subdue Hulk. Hulk was also a little guilty. He still remembered that Lu Yuan slapped him off the aircraft carrier not long ago. As a result, Lu Yuan glanced at Crossbones and said with a sneer, "You better not let me shoot, or you will definitely fall. Don't forget that I never liked you SHIELD. Not long ago, I took missiles to do it." "What? I think you guys know that too. All I care about is Natasha Romanoff." Natasha Romanoff blushed and saw that everyone was looking at him, and said quickly, "Aren't Barton, Phil Coulson, and Fury your friends too?" "Except Fury," Lu Yuan unceremoniously excluded the braised egg. "But I believe that the bastard shouldn't say anything. After all, he himself is the person who doesn't like to be emotional." Okay. Lu Yuan didn't bother to watch them arguing there, and arranged it casually. "Tesseract belongs to Thor. That thing left on Earth or handed over to S.H.I.E.L.D. will only become a huge hidden danger, so it should be a ticket to him. Besides, people came to help. Then the scepter brought it to me." The people from S.H.I.E.L.D. were almost out of breath and vomiting blood. "Co-authored with you to arrange. Two good things should be handed over to the aliens?" Lu Yuan and Thor are not just two aliens. The Earth was attacked, and great efforts were made, but nothing was obtained. This is not in compliance. At least we have to recycle the scepter. If there is anything wrong, please go and tell our superiors. Heatwell's agent winked and hurriedly took the box containing the scepter and left. He didn't want to entangle any more, worried that if it continued like this, he wouldn't even be able to take away the scepter. But he didn't think about it. Since Lu Yuan had already set his sights on the spiritual scepter, even if he took it temporarily, he couldn't really take it out. Liu Yuan sneered as he looked at their departing figures, then turned and walked to the corner. When he passed by, he could vaguely see a figure quickly wrapped in metal, turned over, jumped out and flew away. Liu Yuan laughed. Tony, do you think I didn't find you? Or do you think I can't catch up with you? 2.0 But he still didn't chase after him, but after a circle around a pillar here, it suddenly turned into 2. Duplication. Liu Yuan copied a duplication of his own with a certain ability. Maybe it's the ability of infinite gems, maybe it's the heart of the universe, or maybe which mutant has been observed, such as multiple man, or simply pull the self from the next second or the previous second from the timeline. Anyway, he is the only existence. Even if he pulls the self from other timelines, it will not have any effect. In short, Liu Yuan was divided into 2 and became 2 people. One of them returned in front of the crowd with a nonchalant look on his face. The other one disappeared at a speed exceeding the speed of light, chasing after the former Heatwell agent and his party. A Liu Yuan appeared in front of the Avengers, although everyone was wondering what he was doing and why he had to run around there. Liu Yuan glanced at a little ant that had already crawled on Tony, but didn't say anything, just smiled and fooled it. Then, another Liu Yuan came directly to the stairs downstairs. When the bald-headed Heatwell agent and his party got on the elevator, he stopped the elevator. The elevator door opened, and Liu Yuan walked in. It was almost full of people, and the Heatwell agent came with a whole team. Superman? Why are you here? Didn't the captain say to organize search and rescue work? The Heatwell agent asked. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. said it would be responsible for the aftermath, how could Steve ignore this matter, and the Avengers would continue to search and rescue survivors? Liu Yuan smiled. It's definitely here to get the scepter. He definitely won't let them take the scepter away. The Heatwell agent was taken aback. Crossbones frowned deeply behind him, and clenched his fists with his hands hanging by the sides of his legs, then released them again. The expressions of the others were also solemn. They knew that once a conflict broke out with Liu Yuan, the strength of these people present would not be enough to give Liu Yuan a slap in the face. He can shoot almost everyone to death. So until the elevator door closed, no one spoke again. But it couldn't go on like this, because Liu Yuan had already reached out to get the box. I'm going to call the minister, the Heatwell agent said, pulling out the phone. The minister he was referring to should be Alexander Pierce. It stands to reason that S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Fury is the highest level, but there is a role like Alexander placed on it, which seems to be one level higher than the director. Liu Yuan smiled. He definitely knows Alexander's true identity, that is Hydra's supreme commander in S.H.I.E.L.D. So the identities of these people are already obvious. They are S.H.I.E.L.D. on the surface, but they are all Hydra behind the scenes. It's just that these people have learned to be smart, and they no longer have Hydra tattoos on their bodies. They were once caught out by Liu Yuan as an unlucky ghost. If they dare to be like this, they are courting death. But in this case, how could Liu Yuan make a move? Wouldn't he turn into a villain if he shot someone at S.H.I.E.L.D.? After thinking for a while, he suddenly whispered, what if I say, Hydra hail? Everyone present was stunned and looked at Liu Yuan stupidly. Even the Heatwell agent swallowed saliva, right? This alien, Superman, turned out to be their Hydra person? This is so exciting. The more I understand Liu Yuan's strength, the more I can feel the mood of Heatwell's agent at the moment. Definitely, Liu Yuan is definitely not from Hydra. He just fooled the Heatwell agent and they handed the scepter to him. But now that he is happy, what should he do next? If you tell a lie, you must use another lie to make up the lie. He can fool the people present now, but when it comes to Alexander Pierce, how can he fool the past? Liu Yuan also knew that he couldn't just talk about it, so he simply activated his unparalleled and powerful mental power and instantly controlled everyone. Remember, it was Baron Strucker who took the scepter. Liu Yuan suddenly said a person's name. Baron Strucker. Liu Yuan didn't know who he was before. He knew it from the memories of the people in front of him. It turned out that the original purpose of the Heatwell agents was to hand it over to Baron halfway after getting the scepter. Strucker people. And this Baron Strucker is not only a Hydra person, but also will conduct research on Scepter in the future, and even use it to create superhumans, and continue to develop new weapons. After all, Mind Gem of Mind Scepter and Space Gem of Tesseract are a level and a series, and it is still feasible to replace Space Gem with Mind Gem. So Liu Yuan simply threw the Black Cauldron to Baron Strucker, and planted alternate memories in these people's consciousness, making them think that they had completed the task. Then Liu Yuan carried the box and left. As for what to do next when the two groups meet and discover that there is a discrepancy in their memory, what does it have to do with him? No one could find out that Liu Yuan took the scepter. After all, he was going to search and rescue the survivors with the Avengers. It's just that when Liu Yuan stepped out of the elevator, he bumped into a person. It was none other than Captain America Steve. When he saw Liu Yuan, Steve was still surprised for a moment, looked at Liu Yuan inexplicably, then pointed to the box in Liu Yuan's hand, and said, "Give me the box. I'll deliver it." "Oh." Liu Yuan smiled, "Where are you sending it?" Steve stopped for a moment. He didn't know where to send it. He was just making an excuse to take the box. "Leave it to me anyway." Steve had to bite the bullet and ask for it. Liu Yuan continued to laugh, looking at Steve with a relaxed look. "Do you really know Steve I know? Or, do you know me?" Steve finally couldn't answer. The answer is that he doesn't know who the person in front of him is. And this Steve is really Captain America Steve. He's real, not pretending. So what is going on here? In fact, this Steve is not the Steve of this era, but from the era of 202-4033 years in the future. It is still 2012, that is to say, this Steve has crossed the time of 11 years, from the future back to the present. Liu Yuan could even see the flow of time law in Steve, and even see the future through him, and know what happened in the future. It seems that you are miserable, Liu Yuan said with emotion. Steve shuddered and asked, who the hell are you? Liu Yuan suddenly had an idea and said, I can lend you mind gem, but you have to say something to me. Steve looked at Liu Yuan in confusion. What? Come on, say you can try to fight with me for a day. Liu Yuan looked at Steve eagerly. The latter stared at Liu Yuan with a black line. This is one of Steve's most famous memes. In the beginning, when he was one-on-one with a gangster with a thin body, even if he was knocked down frequently, he would stand up immediately, and when he said that, he said he could fight one all day. Then there's the Civil War movie with Tony. It's just that Bucky, his best friend to protect him, stood up again and again and stopped Tony even though he was already exhausted. But now, Liu Yuan inexplicably asked him to say it again, which was inexplicable. Well, Liu Yuan also thought of this inexplicably. In fact, Liu Yuan had noticed it for a long time. As early as when several people from the future time and space came to this era, he had already noticed the fluctuation of time law. Not even just time, but time and space. When those few people came to this universe, Liu Yuan immediately noticed that there were several parallel universes nearby. With his vision, he can naturally observe the situation outside the universe. It is those people who have traveled through time and changed history, leading to the emergence of some parallel universes. That's why Liu Yuan saw what happened in the universe he existed through Steve. Otherwise, what Liu Yuan sees should be the future of his own universe, but what he sees is not the future of the universe where he is now, but the future of the universe where Steve is in front of him. It sounds like a twist, but because of their arrival, a parallel universe was born. The reason is also very simple, their actions will change the past history, and when the past history forks, multiple different future parallel worlds will be born. If you don't come, there won't be so many things. Liu Yuan couldn't help sighing. Now that there is more Liu Yuan in this universe, everything will be different. But because of the relationship between existence and truth, Steve and the others in front of them still did it. Steve didn't understand what Liu Yuan meant. When Liu Yuan gave him the box, he only paid attention to the mind gem in front of him. Thanks, I'll return it as soon as I'm done using it, Steve said, before picking up the suitcase and leaving. But Liu Yuan smiled. Hehe, what you took away was a scepter, but it may not be a scepter when you returned it. That's why Liu Yuan said they would change history. Remember the plot of Steve returning the gems in the movie? When they borrowed it, they were all tesseract, mind scepter, tie particles, etc. But when they returned, they all turned into gems. Doesn't this change the plot? Not to mention Loki. Liu Yuan had even heard that there was a problem downstairs. In addition to Steve, Tony from the future is also here, as well as Ant-Man Scott and the Hulk Banner. The personalities of Banner and Hulk in the future world accepted each other, allowing him to remain in the state of the Hulk all the time, with Banner's personality as the main character. It's a pity that he is not only unable to exert Hulk's true power, but also has some of Hulk's silly attributes in his personality as a doctor. It can be said that no matter which state he was in before, he is stronger than he is now. And this 4-person team from the future, this time there are 3 goals to complete. One is Time Gem, which was borrowed by Banner from Ancient One. Liu Yuan took the initiative to leave before to give Banner a chance. Now Steve got Mind Gem from Liu Yuan. In addition to this, there is a Space Gem, which is the responsibility of the future Tony and Ant-Man Scott. That's why Liu Yuan found out where Tony was before. And when they made a plan to almost get the Space Gem, the accident happened. Hulk's rampage knocked the future Tony to the ground, who had already got the box, and the gem fell out, just happened to be picked up by Loki. So Loki just ran away. This plot is the huge amounts of change. Originally Loki would be brought back to Asgard to be locked up due to the war caused by the Avengers Alliance 1, until Thor's second story. But now that he has run away, what should I do when it comes to Thor 2? Even Liu Yuan felt a headache for the screenwriter. He doesn't think about the author. Leaving aside the situation on the other side, Steve got the box and was about to leave. But he immediately discovered that Liu Yuan was following him step by step. Steve couldn't help asking, "Why are you following me?" Liu Yuan pointed to the box in his hand. "Nonsense, you have to pay me back after you use it up. I plan to give it as a gift." Gifts. Steve was dumbfounded, using infinite gems as gifts, which was too rich. At the same time, he was also curious, who are you giving it to? Natasha Romanoff, she's about to accept my pursuit and become my girlfriend, Liu Yuan said with a smug smile. Steve looked at Liu Yuan in disbelief. If he remembered correctly, between Natasha Romanoff and Banner, forget it, he didn't even have an impression of this person's existence. In Steve's memory, there was absolutely no memory related to Liu Yuan. This is the evidence of a parallel universe. Liu Yuan is the only one, indicating that only the world in which he exists has his history, and even if other universes are parallel universes, there is no Liu Yuan in the same position. Since this group of people from the future came through, causing them or the universe here to become a parallel universe, the future Steve and the others are destined to be impossible to know Liu Yuan. Unless this doesn't happen, And I'm curious about your future world, such as Tony's nanotechnology battlesuit, and what the future world will look like, as well as technology, etc. There may be great business opportunities. Lu Yuan smiled like businessman. But he didn't say anything sincere, that is, he still has to save one person, and that is Natasha Romanoff. Even Natasha Romanoff in the parallel universe, he can't be indifferent. Who told Natasha Romanoff in this world that his attitude has loosened up and he has to agree to him? How can my own woman die casually? Steve saw that Lu Yuan's attitude was firm, and he got the mind gem so smoothly, so he had no choice but to go. In this way, the two came to the back street of the She-Stark building while talking all the way. Because it had just experienced a great war, the streets were in a mess, and the damaged scene could be seen everywhere, such as deep pits, falling rocks and other building materials from surrounding buildings, and many abandoned vehicles. There are no pedestrians on the street now. This is the center of the battlefield. Many people have been evacuated. At this time, Lu Yuan and Steve also saw that Tony, who was also from the future, was arguing with Ant-Man Scott. Scott, I was knocked out by the Hulk. I didn't know that was going to happen, and I didn't want to, Tony explained, rubbing his head. It looks like he was hit hard. After all, it was Hulk, not Hulk Banner Joe. Scott shouted, no, you rejected this plan from the beginning, and you definitely don't want to succeed. It seems Scott has some prejudice against Tony in it. G. The reason is that they are not familiar with each other first, and secondly, in the Civil War movie, Scott is on Steve's side, and Tony is opposite. The most important thing is that when Scott first proposed the time-space hijacking plan, he was severely beaten by Tony and was criticized for being incorruptible. Maybe he took revenge. When Lu Yuan and Steve came out together, the two talents finally ended their quarrel and looked at Lu Yuan together. It's him. The two looked at each other and obviously remembered. Didn't Lu Yuan clearly wave at their location before? Obviously he found their previous hiding place, but he didn't say it. Captain, who is he? Scott, still young, asked impatiently at first. Steve sighed, actually I don't know either. This is the truth. Then you brought him here? Did you forget? We'd better not get entangled with people and things in the past. Tony mentioned the rule that traveled through time and space. Otherwise that would disturb past history. But Lu Yuan looked at Tony and asked, how dare you say that? Loki has run away with the space gem. Lu Yuan actually knew what happened over there, and he didn't stop it himself. He deliberately watched Loki escape. Otherwise, even if Loki runs to the ends of the earth, Lu Yuan can catch him back. Lu Yuan's words left Tony speechless. It is said that history cannot be changed, but the result is precisely what he has changed the most. You still haven't said who you are. Tony was so shrewd, he immediately found an excuse to fool the past, and at the same time shifted the focus to Lu Yuan. For the three of them, Lu Yuan's existence is a mystery, and he is like a fan. Because there has never been a person like Lu Yuan in their memory. Okay, my name is Lu Yuan, and my title is Superman. If you have anything else to ask, you can ask Jarvis. Lu Yuan reported his name and the current title. But Tony didn't contact J.A.R.V.I.'s system because he knew that once he was discovered by J.A.R.V.I.'s, it would be discovered by his past self. He is now using more advanced technology to shield a part of the function of J.A.R.V.I.'s, so that it has not been discovered, and it is even more impossible to actively expose it. What were you arguing about? Didn't you get the space gem? Steve suddenly noticed that both of them were empty-handed. As agreed, Steve is responsible for the mind gem, while Tony and Ant-Man are responsible for the space gem. Now Steve brought the mind gem, but what about the space gem? Tony didn't have the heart to investigate who Lu Yuan was, and said with a guilty conscience, something went wrong. You're the problem, it's just your problem, Scott said excitedly again. Tony really didn't bother to quarrel with him because his head still hurts to this day. Not to mention Steve, he only cares about one thing. Tony, is there any other way? At the moment, Lu Yuan seemed to have become a transparent person. He also deliberately did not speak, but just watched. Tony fell into deep thought, and suddenly he thought of something. I see, there is a place to try. Wait a minute, Scott had to remind the two of them. Don't forget that we only have enough PIM particles to make one round trip for everyone. No matter what you want to do now, once you're stuck in the past, there's no going back. Scott's expression was serious at this time. Tony obviously thought about it too, so he said, so I know there was a time when the space gem and the PIM particle were in one place at the same time. I think you know what I mean. Tony looked at Steve. The latter moved in his heart, and sure enough he already knew what Tony meant. The PIM particle was researched by Dr. Pym, so it was named the PIM particle. At the same time, Dr. Pym was also the first-generation Ant-Man, and was still married to Wasp. There was a time when Dr. Pym joined S.H.I.E.L.D. and he was also S.H.I.E.L.D's secret agent. At that time, there was no concept of superhero, and there was no Avengers plan, which was the plan that Fury knocked out because of Captain Marvel. There's also the space gem, which Tony's father Howard salvaged in the ocean while searching for Steve. It was only later that the space gem fell into the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. Otherwise it would have been found by Hydra in the first place. In other words, as long as the timing is just right, they can find two things at the same time. The space gem is their purpose, and the PIM particle is the key to getting them back into the future. That's the only way to do it. Steve knew in his heart that their move had to succeed, not fail. The reason is that a plot like Avengers 3 Infinity War happened in the future world. Thanos forcibly collected infinite gems and snapped his fingers with the Infinity Gauntlet, causing the universe to lose half of its life. Only one more snap of fingers with the power of infinite gems now has the chance to bring the dead back. But the crux of the problem is that Thanos actually destroyed all infinite gems with the power of infinite gems in the end, and his last snap of fingers was to destroy all infinite gems, even at the cost of leaving a permanent scar on himself. Rather than nostalgic for the power of infinite gems, Thanos believes that infinite gems will continue to cause chaos and even ruin his plans. So he would rather destroy that power. I have to say that Thanos is an ideal home. Therefore, the Avengers of the future world will massively invade the past world, and their only chance now is to bring those infinite gems to the future world one by one from the timeline where the infinite gems still exist in the past. And after snapping your fingers, as long as you return the infinite gems as soon as possible, the past history will not be rewritten. In theory, the most perfect plan is this. But actually, past history has been rewritten long ago, and more than one. If you describe it in one sentence, when you play with time, time will play with you. Tony doesn't know what that means yet. Lu Yuan had been standing there watching them, and the three seemed to have completely ignored Lu Yuan, until they seemed to decide something. Steve handed Scott the psychic scepter in the box, and explained, "Take this back, and don't forget to give it back to this Superman later." Then, Steve and Tony started adjusting some kind of equipment on their hands, the one that locked the coordinates so they wouldn't go through the wrong time, or let time flow on itself, changing the time in their bodies. Then, Steve and Tony looked at each other, and they crossed, taking a few more steps forward in the timeline, into the earlier past. Scott sighed helplessly and was about to return to the future world. But suddenly he noticed something, raised his head and looked at where Lu Yuan was standing before. As a result, there was only an open space left. Lu Yuan was gone. Scott shrugged and thought that Lu Yuan just left, turned on the device and went back first. But what Scott didn't know was that Lu Yuan did leave, but the way he left was very different. He followed the time tunnel opened by Tony and Steve, crossed the quantum field, and went to the past era together. In 1970, Steve and Tony had moved forward 42 years. Seems like something is revealed? Turns out Tony is in his 40s? The reason why I say this is because this year is also the year Tony was born, and he is actually a post-70s generation. It also made Tony in a trance. In this world, his parents are definitely still alive. Steve's eyes were also confused. He had been frozen for 70 years and had missed too much. And this era is the beautiful past he once missed. "Hey, are you going to stand like this all the time?" Suddenly, Lu Yuan's voice came from behind, which startled the two of them. The two turned back together, and sure enough, they saw Lu Yuan. "How did he get here? How did you come here?" Even Tony was surprised. Roar. Lu Yuan spread his hands. "Isn't this very simple? Although I don't have coordinates, I can follow you through the quantum realm and come here together." This time, Lu Yuan was not only as simple as crossing time, but also experienced a quantum field tunnel. If it's just him, it's too easy to travel through time. However, the way Tony and the others traveled through time was to go through the quantum realm first. Because of the particularity of the quantum realm, it was possible to travel through time. In fact, it is more like the quantum realm is connected to the multiverse, which is equivalent to crossing from this universe to another universe. Perhaps from the beginning, the two worlds were not on the same timeline. Definitely the above is just a guess. When Lu Yuan experienced the quantum field, he also made some observations. The quantum realm is actually the microscopic universe, which contains a complete universe, and what is surprising is that the scale of the microscopic universe is not small, but rather large. As long as it is within the scope of the universe, there will be coverage of the quantum field, and the quantum field is connected to one piece, which enables time travel and space travel. There are even many things, and Lu Yuan may still get a lot of benefits. "Why are you following us?" Steve also had doubts about what Lu Yuan was doing. Why did Lu Yuan have to follow them? Does he have any purpose? Lu Yuan smiled. "I should have told you that Natasha Romanoff is going to be my girlfriend." Steve nodded. Lu Yuan had indeed said that he would also give the mind gem as a gift to Natasha Romanoff, which was extravagant. But what does this have to do with what he's doing now? Perhaps you don't know yet. It's not easy to get soul gem. You need to reach a permanent deal. One soul for one soul, Lu Yuan said, his expression more serious. Tony and Steve looked horrified when they looked at each other. Because in the team of the Avengers in the future world, the people responsible for obtaining the soul gem are Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye Barton. "Natasha Romanoff will die," Lu Yuan finally said, with a serious look on his face, "and once Natasha Romanoff gets soul gem in a trade, it will be difficult for even Infinity Gauntlet to revive her, because after all soul gem also one of the infinite gems. To bring her back to life, I must use my power." "Why do you say that?" "Because Lu Yuan also has a full set of infinite gems, or infinite gems from the main world of the comic universe. No matter the power or the original style, they are far from comparable to the movie universe. Besides, Lu Yuan has integrated the heart of the universe. With his power, Natasha Romanoff can still be rescued. So Lu Yuan has already made plans. He will go to the future world, and then save Natasha Romanoff. But then, shouldn't you be with Scott? Why are you with us?" Tony asked another question. Lu Yuan turned his gaze to Steve. The latter was puzzled. Lu Yuan suddenly said, "Actually, I want to witness one thing. Maybe you don't know, in my world, I have restored Peggy's physical state to a young age, so that she and Steve in my world can reconnect. Keep going. What did you say?" Steve in front of him was startled, looking at Lu Yuan with an incredible look. Lu Yuan nodded. "So you haven't seen it. I can use my own power to travel through time. This is still very simple. And the reason why I follow you too is actually to witness this past world, and where I am. What is the connection between the now world you came from, and the future world you came from? What do you mean?" This time, even Tony was dazed by Lu Yuan. He really couldn't understand. Lu Yuan sighed and had to explain more bluntly. Simply put, if he, referring to Steve, suddenly wanted to stay in this era to accompany his Peggy, would he put a hat on Steve in my world? What if Peggy suddenly had 2 husbands? Well, he thinks too much. The main reason is that this problem has been bothering Lu Yuan for a long time. What he cares more about is that if Captain America of the 4th Avengers Alliance really travels to this era and stays, will the frozen Captain America still exist in this world? Or is it that the husband that Peggy once said was Captain America who returned to the past from the future? Then again, Peggy didn't see Captain America when she died. 0. In short, Lu Yuan came with a little curiosity. Steve has nothing to say now. Tony glanced at Lu Yuan again and reminded, "But you are a little too conspicuous." Lu Yuan was still wearing that Superman battlesuit, which was more conspicuous than Tony and Steve. But this is not a problem. When Lu Yuan thought about it, the battlesuit on his body began to change immediately, and it turned into a decent white suit in a blink of an eye. There was also a cane made of platinum in his hand. I heard this is very popular in this era. Even Tony and Steve were changed by him. Tony was put on a suit, and Steve asked to change into a retro-style dress similar to military uniforms. "And your appearance," Tony noted again that Lu Yuan was the face of an Oriental, and explained, "We are going to a secret facility next, and your appearance will be a big problem." All right. Lu Yuan had to make another change. Just as a car was speeding by the road, a middle-aged Caucasian man whistled in a serious manner and shouted something hooligan. Lu Yuan had an idea and immediately turned into his appearance. Tony and Steve didn't feel anything, but if Deadpool was here, Deadpool, who could break the 4th dimensional wall, would definitely be shocked. Roar, shit, isn't that Stan Lee? Well, Lu Yuan has directly changed into what Stan Lee looked like when he was young, so now there is no problem. Who dares to ask questions? P.S. Merry Christmas. Although there is no update. I really want to take a day off. These abilities of Lu Yuan surprised Steve and Tony in their hearts. But soon they calmed down, because they had seen too much, and some were not surprised. Besides, now is not the time to think about it. Let's go. Steve took the lead, walking forward. He knew the location, he knew where to go, and where to find both space gems and Pym particles in this era. Tony and Lu Yuan looked at each other and quickly followed. The 3 finally came to a military district. This used to be where Steve trained, and it's also one of the Hydra secret infiltrations he busted, where he had a story. So Steve knew that this was where they were supposed to be. Then, if I were S.H.I.E.L.D., where would I build the headquarters so that it would not attract attention? Tony said to himself, looking around 403 left and right. Since Steve had been here, he definitely knew where it was, and motioned Tony to a place in front of him that looked like an arsenal, just put it in the brightest spot. Nice idea. Tony put on a pair of glasses, which are also high-tech products, and later Edith, with some powerful functions, even penetration scanning can be done. Wait a minute, Tony, he's gone. Suddenly, Steve realized that Lu Yuan, who was supposed to be with them, was gone. Tony turned around quickly. Shouldn't he be behind us? But the fact is that Lu Yuan did disappear without a sound. On the other hand, Lu Yuan has actually come to the underground S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. It's just that no one can see Lu Yuan, because he entered the mirror world and hid in the inner world to observe things outside. In the end, Lu Yuan came to a person, but not in front of Peggy as he said before, but in front of Howard Stark. Howard is Tony's father. Why did Lu Yuan come to him? Just find him. Lu Yuan had lied before. He wasn't so bored to care about Peggy and Steve's shit. He had already helped before. As for what happened after that, it was the family's business. No matter which captain Peggy ends up with, isn't it all Steve? In fact, he really came to this era for only one purpose, and that is Howard. Lu Yuan will not forget that Howard in the movie universe died at the hands of Winter Soldier Bucky, which will also cause the Avengers to break up. Lu Yuan has a good relationship with almost every Avenger, not only his friends, but also Natasha Romanoff will become his girlfriend. Who says licking a dog ends up with nothing? As long as you can lick the goddess, you are the final winner. In fact, it can't be said to be licking a dog, can it? Lu Yuan is not a spare tire, he is just pursuing others normally, and there are more than one in the process of pursuit. So how can it be said to be licking a dog? Pulled away, back to the front. Lu Yuan had been in contact with every teammate long before the Avengers assembled, and they had a good relationship, including Barton who also drank together. Lu Yuan has not less asked Barton what Natasha Romanoff likes, and Barton has also said a lot of good things to Lu Yuan. And Thor is also good. They also took the time to contact Mjolnir's combo skills, definitely didn't have the chance to use them later. Especially Tony, who was the first friend Lu Yuan met, and the relationship has been good since then. Tony also specially created a Superman steel battlesuit for Liu Yuan. Unfortunately, it has been destroyed by Liu Yuan himself. He was in the way. Tony was almost out of breath and vomited blood. That battlesuit cost more than tens of millions to build. Liu Yuan was also the first person to create a battlesuit for Tony, earlier than Rhodes. Rhodes just picked up a retired battlesuit that Tony didn't want. So as a friend, how could Liu Yuan forget such an important plot? Howard would die, and he was assassinated, the kind that died horribly. At the same time, Tony will also break up with Steve for a while because Bucky is Steve's friend and Bucky is brainwashed to do things. In fact, Bucky is not a criminal, the real criminal is Hydra. But emotionally, it's not like that. So Steve broke up with Tony in order to protect Bucky. This incident can be said to be messy if it is not cleaned up. Even Liu Yuan has a headache. The only solution he can think of is to bring Howard back to life, so that Tony can be relieved, right? But it will take 20 years for Howard to be assassinated. Liu Yuan was looking at Howard at the moment, but he saw the future timeline through Howard in the current era. He saw that in 20 years, exactly one night in 1991, the Howards would be assassinated by Winter Soldier. In fact, Howard has always been the assassination target of Hydra, because he is not only one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D, but also a rare genius. Since such people cannot be used by Hydra, it is naturally best to remove them as soon as possible. Liu Yuan turned to look at Tony and Steve again. After they searched around and still couldn't find Liu Yuan, they decided not to waste time and had already started the infiltration operation. They're about to start. Don't forget that their original purpose is to take the space gem and PIM particles in this era. Liu Yuan smiled, raised his hand in front of Roar and called out the long river of time, and then intercepted a period of time, which was exactly that day in 1991. Liu Yuan disappeared again. This time he left no trace, completely left this era and went to 20 years later. One night in 1991, there was a car accident on a road outside the city. A car crashed into a tree on the side of the road. In fact, this is not a car accident, but a man-made accident. A motorcycle came to the side of the car, opened the door and pulled out a person inside. It was Howard, who had begun to age. And that person was none other than Winter Soldier Bucky. Bucky is about to commit violence when he pulls Howard out. His mission is to assassinate Howard and Howard's wife in the car. But at this moment, the nearby street lights suddenly pop exploded 2.0, and an old camera was also blown up. The sudden change made Bucky wary. However, no matter how vigilant he was, he couldn't prevent Liu Yuan's approach. In an instant, Liu Yuan appeared and stood in front of Bucky out of nowhere, pinching the wrist of Bucky's metal arm with one hand to prevent him from hurting the elderly Howard, and pressing the other hand on Bucky's head. If Liu Yuan wanted to, he could kill Bucky now, but he didn't do that. Seeing Steve's face, Liu Yuan sighed and injected a memory into Bucky's memory, making him think that he had completed the task and killed the Howards. Even Liu Yuan glanced at the camera that he destroyed, and even followed the camera's line to forcibly add a non-existent storage to the machine, as if Bucky really killed the Howards. In this way, Liu Yuan easily rescued the Howards and arranged the follow-up plot perfectly. The next step is to arrange you first. Liu Yuan looked at Howard, who was in shock, thinking about how to arrange them. Who are you? Howard looked at Liu Yuan, who suddenly appeared, and could sense that he was not malicious, so he said, "Why didn't you stop him?" Although I don't know what happened to him, he grabbed the serum. Howard actually knew Bucky, because Howard had a good relationship with Steve, even Steve's fans. And Howard had seen Bucky before. He didn't know what had happened to Bucky, where he had been all these years. But one thing that worries Howard is that Bucky stole the serum. Howard's job today is to escort the serums that created Steve's super soldier program elsewhere. With the assassination of Dr. Abraham Erskine, this batch of serum is the last batch. That Dr. Erskine was the one who made the serum. Although Howard was also a genius, the two were in different fields. That Dr. Erskine was an expert in biology and genetics. So even Howard can't reproduce the serum. The importance of that batch of serum can be seen. In fact, just like Tony and Banner, both of them are geniuses, but in different fields, including Tony also admits that Banner is the authority of biology. But now, that batch of serum has been snatched by Bucky. So what? Liu Yuan didn't care at all. If I wanted to, hundreds of Captain America would have to die. It's all right. Howard was startled and looked at Liu Yuan stupidly. He's going to kill hundreds of captains? Liu Yuan was definitely joking. But Howard believed it and couldn't help asking, "Who the hell are you?" Liu Yuan sighed lightly. It seems that Howard, like Tony, is a stubborn person. Liu Yuan knew that if he didn't give Howard an answer, he would still have a lot of questions. Liu Yuan didn't want to be so troublesome, so he simply stuffed the memory of his acquaintance with Tony to Howard. Howard is just an ordinary person. No matter how talented he is just an ordinary person. He suddenly fell into a sluggish state and was forced to play a videotape. Taking this opportunity, Liu Yuan didn't forget that there was another person in the car. He walked over and opened the whole car. Tony's mother, Mrs. Stark, hadn't reacted to what was going on. She just felt light, and she was lifted up by Liu Yuan's collar by the collar. Liu Yuan apologized to Tony in his heart. "Sorry, old friend. Your mother was mentioned by me like a chicken." Definitely, he's trying to save Tony's parents. When Liu Yuan put Mrs. Stark next to Howard, Howard finally came back to his senses. Looking at Lu Yuan with a complicated face, Howard was speechless for a long time. Howard? How are you? Are you all right? And who is he? What happened? Mrs. Stark asked several questions in one breath. Howard looked at his wife, checked and found that she was only slightly scratched, so he was relieved. Then Howard looked at Lu Yuan and asked in disbelief, "Are you really from the future?" That's right, Howard had seen the memory Lu Yuan gave him, and found that Lu Yuan came from 2012. Including the time when Lu Yuan knew Tony, it was already 2008, but now, it is 1991 now. Lu Yuan has traveled for at least 10 years, or even 20 years. Lu Yuan unconcernedly spread his hands. After all, Tony is my friend, including the 40% of your company's shares were given to me in vain. I will do something within my power to repay his feelings. It's nothing. A good one is nothing. Howard, who already knew some truth, had absolutely no idea what to say. This person in front of me has traveled through time? Only Mrs. She Stark looked at her husband and the middle-aged man in front of her with a puzzled face. By the way, Lu Yuan still maintains the appearance of Stan Lee. Lu Yuan thought for a while. He no longer needed to go back to 1970 to meet Steve and the others, so he thought and immediately changed back to his original face. In addition to this, he continued to wear a clean white suit, holding a cane made of platinum in his hand, which was also inlaid with diamonds. With another white top hat in his hand, Lu Yuan bowed his body and asked pretendingly, "Can you invite the two of you to my house?" "Definitely, I don't have a house in this era, so it's 20 years old. My home for a year or two." Mrs. Stark opened her mouth. What was this man talking about? What 2012? Only Howard understood what Lu Yuan meant, but he shook his head and planned to refuse. "We are people of this era, we shouldn't go with you, let alone go to the future world. It's a pity that you are already dead in this era. If you don't die, I will be very troubled." Lu Yuan showed a troubled look. "What? Are you going to kill us?" Mrs. Stark exclaimed. Roar. Lu Yuan looked at Mrs. She Stark in disbelief, thought about it, and resolutely filled her with a memory. "Well, Mrs. Stark finally knows what's going on. 403 and she's not as calm as Howard." Roar. "Howard, is he from the future? Is he from the future? Or our son's friend? Long Tony? Big, he has a girlfriend, and Obadiah is a jerk, you shouldn't be working with him." Howard smiled helplessly and reassured, "Okay, Maria, I already know. Maria Stark, it was Tony's mother's name. Definitely she changed to Stark's last name after marrying Howard." Lu Yuan waited for the old couple to calm down again before speaking again, explaining to them, "If it wasn't for my influence, you would actually be dead, so in the rest of history, you should not continue to exist. I definitely won't. It doesn't matter if you mind changing history. But if you continue to stay in this world, your safety cannot be guaranteed. First, Hydra may send someone to assassinate you, and I can't come to protect you every time." Lu Yuan didn't care whether it would change history, otherwise he wouldn't be here. He wanted to take them away for other reasons. In addition to that, if you continue to live in this era, it will also have an impact on Tony's experience. The main thing is, don't you guys want to be reunited with the future Tony? Lu Yuan realized that there are infinite possibilities hidden in the quantum field, and there is infinite potential here, which is only to be developed. Even with his current strength, he couldn't help but stop, not in a hurry to continue to another universe world, but began to observe here. Lu Yuan is different from Dr. Manhattan in that the latter once caused his body to collapse due to experiments, but his spirit entered the quantum realm, and he has since become a quantum realm observer, and even the quantum realm originally. But Lu Yuan has experienced more observations of the original mysteries of the universe than Dr. Manhattan. The quantum realm is more like a microcosm, which also contains all things, and is even connected to the infinite universe. The entire quantum field is infinite, there is separate space and time, and the law of all things. And because Lu Yuan has observed multiple universes, he has almost completely mastered the laws of all things. So soon, he first began to master the quantum response, which is the so-called Planck time response. This gives him more time to observe what he wants to observe. At the moment, the meaning of 1 second for others, in Lu Yuan's senses, is enough for him to observe a universe from birth to death according to the normal time flow. How can this period of time be hundreds of millions of years? In addition, Lu Yuan has long been able to dominate the particle motion of matter and energy. To put it bluntly, it is the elements that can easily change all matter, reaching the level of 403 matter reorganization, mass energy conversion, and void creation, and can do things as small as life, as big as the universe. It can be decomposed, transformed, reorganized, and created at will. When the Phoenix Force was first observed, it was already there. There are also various abilities, such as quantum analysis, ontology replication, memory reading, particle destruction, time observation, microscopic sight, and so on. It's just that many of them overlap with the power laws that Lu Yuan has already mastered and observed. But this still allowed Lu Yuan to gain benefits, including his control and integration of the heart of the universe, which further reached 95%. Only the last point can completely become a true omniscient and omnipotent, which is equivalent to the almighty universe level of OAA level. Lu Yuan slowly closed his eyes. He could feel that the whole quantum field was cheering roar, and the whole quantum field was exuding kindness close to him. It is as if he has become the master of the quantum realm, as if he has become the god of the quantum realm. Quantum god. Lu Yuan chuckled, as if feeling good. Okay, it's time to move on. Reopening his eyes, Lu Yuan finally acted again. This time he was more at ease. The entire quantum field seemed to be under his control. So Lu Yuan immediately discovered that, right in front of him, many figures appeared from several other forks, and finally gathered together and traveled to another universe. There was also Lu Yuan's destination. He quickly kept up with their speed and came to another universe at the same time as them. This is the world of 2023, and it is also the world that Tony, Steve, and Scott will come to in the future. Although Lu Yuan left privately in the middle, he still came with them in the end. This is the deviation that exists in the quantum realm, the micro-universe that is connected to all infinite multi-universes, but also exists independently of all universes. To put it simply, the time in the quantum realm is special, so it is possible to travel through time through the quantum realm. The future Avengers traveled to the past world that theoretically existed at the same time through the special time domain of the quantum domain, and then came back here. And because of its particularity, 1 second in the future is enough to make people stay in the past world for a week or even longer. It can even be reversed. Otherwise, how can you return the gems immediately after they are used up, as if the gems never left? If 1 second in the future can only be equal to the past week, even if only 10 minutes of infinite gems are used here, that is a long time, and history will definitely be broken. In fact, the effect is on both sides, and 1 second in the past can be equal to 1 week in the future. Anyway, time is a complex thing, and it is simple. Any explanation will do. This is the base of the Avengers. Lu Yuan, because in his own timeline, the Avengers had just assembled for the first time, looked around with some freshness. Others were wondering who Lu Yuan was. Suddenly, Barton knelt down with his knees soft, and said with a sad face, Natasha Romanoff will not come back. Everyone was about to be happy about the success of the plan to get the infinite gems, and now they all looked at Barton in shock. Even Tony and Steve had already heard Lu Yuan mention it in advance, and couldn't help frowning. It was supposed to be mine, it was supposed to be my death, Barton cried, shedding 2 hot tears. He has done a lot in the past 5 years because of the pain of losing his family, because he attacked all bad people, and it can't be said to be a bad thing, but after all, he killed a lot of people. So Barton felt that he was the one who should be sacrificed. But in the end, Natasha Romanoff died. This crushes Barton. The joy of the success of the plan was shattered, and everyone fell into silence. At this moment, Tony couldn't help but said to Lu Yuan, "Hey, didn't you come here specifically to save Natasha Romanoff? Now it's your turn to go out." Everyone looked at Lu Yuan together. Who is he? Someone asked. Scott said he had seen him, but couldn't tell who the man was. Steve also said, "You mentioned this situation before, you knew that Natasha Romanoff would sacrifice himself, and you said that even if we built the Infinity Gauntlet, Natasha Romanoff couldn't be resurrected. That means you have a way, doesn't it?" Lu Yuan retracted his gaze and glanced at the people in front of him, especially a certain blue sister. He smiled at Nebula, but didn't say anything, but nodded to Barton who was kneeling there and said, "Can you please come with me again? I need to use the timeline on your body to set the coordinates, and then to save Natasha Romanoff." Barton looked at Lu Yuan, "Can you really?" Lu Yuan nodded again, "I'm here for this." "Well, give them the soul gem and let them study how to build the Infinity Gauntlet. If it's not faster, it'll be too late." "Late? What's late?" Lu Yuan didn't say anything, and everyone could only feel puzzled. Also, Lu Yuan suddenly remembered something, reached out and suddenly snatched some of the gems from everyone's hands. The others were about to startle roar. Lu Yuan had already made a move, and he saw that he squeezed the space gem in the tesseract state, and the outer square shell was crushed, revealing the appearance of the complete and real space gem. There are also TIE particles, which were originally liquid, but were forcibly condensed into bright red gems by Lu Yuan. As for the remaining power gems, mind gems, soul gems, and time gems, since they are all in their original state, he doesn't need to help. "You guys keep going, we'll be back when we go." If Lu Yuan wants to, he can take all the infinite gems away, but he didn't do that. Instead, he put his hand on Barton's shoulder. After the two looked at everyone, they disappeared in an instant. Lu Yuan had already taken him to travel through time again. The others looked at each other. "Who is he?" Someone asked again. But even Tony and Steve and Scott couldn't tell. "We met him in the past, but we don't have him in our memory, isn't he?" "But he's a friend of ours," Tony said, confused. "I always feel that this time I went back to the past and encountered some unexplainable problems. For example, in the original plot, Thor did use the space gem to bring Loki back to Asgard in the end. But this time they encountered Alexander Pierce interception. It stands to reason that the war has just ended. Why did Pierce come so quickly? And at that time Pierce was very determined to recycle Tesseract. Especially Lu Yuan, who is he is still a mystery. Fortunately, this enchanted man seemed to be on their side, as could be seen from the fact that he didn't steal the infinite gems just now. Whoever he is, since he can bring Natasha Romanoff back, let's trust him. And our priority now is to figure out how to make our Infinity Gauntlet. Don't forget that our ultimate goal is to bring back everyone who disappeared. Steve is worthy of the captaincy, and a few words will bring everyone's attention back to the matter in front of them. So they got into action, taking infinite gems to the lab. In the end, it was up to 3 scientists, Tony and Banner, and Rocket Raccoon. On the other side, Lu Yuan and Barton traveled through time again. In fact, Tony and the others reacted afterward. It stands to reason that Barton's PIM particles have been used up. How did they pass through? But after thinking about it again, Lu Yuan didn't have PIM particles in the first place. How did he pass through? Just think that Lu Yuan has a special ability. The fact is definitely the same. Lu Yuan took Barton into the quantum realm with his own power, and then the time in the quantum realm will not affect the time in their bodies. In this way, follow the road that Barton walked before. And finally came to 2014. Barton and Natasha Romanoff came to this timeline before, as well as Nebula and Rhodes, and the four of them acted together. It's just that the four people were divided into two groups in the end. Rhodes and Nebula were in charge of the power gem, while Natasha Romanoff and Barton were in charge of the soul gem. The soul gem is located on a planet called Wamir, which is known as the center of the universe, even the kingdom of death. It was a desolate and dim planet, and even the light of countless fixed stars seemed unable to reach it. The Wamir star looks mysterious, but Lu Yuan has seen too many mysterious phenomena, so he won't be surprised. What's your relationship with Natasha Romanoff? Why are you here to save her? Barton walked in front, leading Lu Yuan the way, while asking questions. Since Lu Yuan specially came to save Natasha Romanoff, it shows that his relationship with Natasha Romanoff is extraordinary. But Barton didn't remember knowing him. Lu Yuan was too lazy to make too many explanations, but simply explained, I can only say that in my world, Natasha Romanoff has promised to be my girlfriend. And I only exist in my world, where I am. The timeline is still in the war in 2012, so it's normal that you don't know me, but I know you guys in my world. Lu Yuan was telling the truth, whether it was the second half of the sentence or the first half. Natasha Romanoff's attitude has indeed recognized Lu Yuan's pursuit, but he has not promised him verbally. It seems that Natasha Romanoff is much braver after going through the experience of almost losing Lu Yuan, and she is willing to try it out with Lu Yuan first. As for the second half of Lu Yuan's sentence, Barton can only say that he has only half knowledge, he doesn't understand what the only existence means. This means that even if there are infinitely many universes, Lu Yuan is still the only one, he will only exist in the universe where he appears, and other universes will not have his same position. This is very important, because even DC Superman, no matter how high his status is, has the same position in other universes, such as the Silver Age Superman of Earth 1, the Golden Age Superman of Earth 2, and the Villain Superman of Earth 3, etc. By the way, since there are so many Supermans mentioned, few people may know that there is actually a Superman created by Stan Lee on Earth 6 in the DC universe. That's right, the old man went to the opposite company to get a Superman when he had nothing to do. Well, it doesn't matter. Since Barton had been to Vormir before, he skillfully took Lu Yuan straight to where they found the soul gem. It's just to Barton's surprise that a red monster that had led them the way before was gone. That's Red Skull, once the enemy of Captain America and the boss of Hydra during World War II. He was later teleported to the planet by the space gem, and became the guide for those who came here to get the soul gem. In the words of Red Skull, he once wanted to get this infinite gems, but now he can only see it and can't get it, and the biggest pain in life is nothing more than that. 0. And Red Skull can't leave, and has the ability to see through the identity of the person who comes, and can tell who the child is. The problem is that this ability is useless. And after Barton and Natasha Romanoff got the soul gem, Red Skull was not free, at least not for such a short period of time. Unbeknownst to Barton, a blue bolt of lightning had struck the intended Red Skull, and he had been freed forever, torn apart existentially by that blue force. You don't have to guess to know that Lu Yuan did it. He didn't want to be called Roar's child. That seems disrespectful. Following Barton to the top of the highest peak on Wamir, Lu Yuan saw a magnificent canyon cliff. Looking down, you can even see Natasha Romanoff's body lying on the bottom of the valley. Barton made a mournful roar, Natasha Romanoff. Lu Yuan glanced at Natasha Romanoff carefully, raised his head again, and suddenly reached out and forced his way into a special world. That is the soul world, similar to the spiritual realm, but different from the ordinary spiritual realm, more like a special soul world connected to the soul gem. To get soul gem, you need a soul for a soul. Natasha Romanoff's soul was traded out by her. Only by taking back her soul can Natasha Romanoff be resurrected from the dead. Even Lu Yuan also has soul gem. Since Lu Yuan owns the soul gem, he can naturally open that soul world. And Lu Yuan also discovered that in that world not only Natasha Romanoff's soul, but also Gamera's soul. But what's going on? Doesn't Gamera have to wait until 2018 to die? The current timeline is 2014. After thinking for a while, Lu Yuan realized that he could observe the future, so he saw the future Gamera sacrificed in advance, exchanged his soul for soul gem, and then was trapped here. Now that you have encountered it, let's save it together. So Lu Yuan brought out the souls of Natasha Romanoff and Gamera, and reshaped their bodies and made 2 clothes for them. Well, the body of Natasha Romanoff at the bottom of the valley was directly abandoned. What happened? The 2 women who have just been resurrected obviously haven't figured out the situation yet. 403, especially Gamera, she obviously didn't know the 3 people in front of her. Gamera's knowledge of the Avengers is limited to Thor, and some people and things he's heard from Thor. Then Gamera was captured by Thanos, and then she was tragic. Natasha Romanoff also asked Barton blankly, am I dead? Have you got the soul gem? Natasha Romanoff. Barton was excited to hug Natasha Romanoff. Lu Yuan quickly reached out to stop him and glanced at Barton sideways. Although Lu Yuan knew that the Natasha Romanoff in front of him and the Natasha Romanoff he knew were not the same, in theory they were the same person, but in fact they were not the Natasha Romanoff that Lu Yuan knew. But do you still care? Barton also understood, smiled awkwardly, and hurriedly explained to Natasha Romanoff, we succeeded, I have sent Soul Gem back. By the way, this is Lu Yuan, from the past world, and he said it was your boyfriend who came to rescue you specially. He rescued you? Boyfriend? Natasha Romanoff looked at Lu Yuan inexplicably. In the cinematic universe, the only person Natasha Romanoff could develop a relationship with would be Banner. So she doesn't know Lu Yuan. And then because Hulk went to the aliens, they were gone. Natasha Romanoff has no boyfriend to speak of. You said resuscitation. Gamera on the side also looked at Lu Yuan in surprise. In her opinion, there is no possibility of resurrecting others in the world. Unless you have infinite gems? And all infinite gems. Gamera suddenly moved in his heart, pointing to Lu Yuan and shocked roar. No, infinite gems are in Tony's hands, Barton was about to explain for Lu Yuan. As a result, Lu Yuan spread out his right hand, and 6 crystal clear gems slowly appeared in the palm of his hand. Isn't it infinite gems or what? Barton was equally shocked. Lu Yuan sighed. In fact, he didn't want to waste his saliva explaining. If they insisted on asking him how he resurrected the two, they would use infinite gems as an explanation. Definitely, he didn't actually use the power of infinite gems, or infinite gems had become his own power. What's going on? Barton looked at Lu Yuan in shock and questioned, did you really stole infinite gems? How come? Lu Yuan smiled and put away the infinite gems again, and said, in fact, these infinite gems do not belong to this movie universe, but the infinite gems of other universes. And they already belong to me, nothing like the infinite gems you know. Then I can resurrect you with the power of infinite gems, that's how it is, Lu Yuan said in a few words, trying to explain the matter like this. But the 3 people in front of them obviously still have many questions. Natasha Romanoff looked at Lu Yuan carefully, and finally she shook her head, I still don't believe I will like you. What? Are you still racist? Lu Yuan was amused. No, you look too perfect, Natasha Romanoff explained. I don't think I'm good enough for you. Lu Yuan is powerful, handsome, and tall and strong. Natasha Romanoff thought he would not choose such a man. And from Natasha Romanoff's eyes, it can be seen that this guy has red flags all over his body, and he is definitely a playboy who will never refuse. She would definitely stay away from such a person. As a result, Lu Yuan pointed at Natasha Romanoff's abdomen. Have you not noticed? Why did I specially reshape your body? You have become perfect. Natasha Romanoff was startled and subconsciously covered her lower abdomen. She said earlier that when she graduated from the Red House, she had an operation to remove something important as a symbol of a woman. She said that Lu Yuan was perfect, but she felt unworthy of such an object. The reason is that she feels that she is not complete zero. But now, she was silently feeling the changes in her body with surprise and joy, and she had become complete. Lu Yuan smiled and opened his hands. Why don't you give me a thankful hug? Natasha Romanoff looked at Lu Yuan angrily and hilariously, her gratitude beyond words, but she wouldn't be fooled. She rolled her eyes and spat. Is this how you are chasing after me? In another universe? Well, she was right. As expected of Natasha Romanoff, Lu Yuan withdrew his hand in embarrassment. In fact, he couldn't help it. That Natasha Romanoff was too much. I think we'd better go back first. Barton had to interrupt them, and he glanced at Lu Yuan a little secretly, always worried that he would take infinite gems away. In that case, everyone's efforts and only chance would be a complete failure. Even because of the lack of PIM particles, they have no chance to do it again, unless they don't care whether it will cause a terrible rewrite of the past history and go crazy. By then, the entire universe will be changed beyond recognition by them. Gamera also urged, I also think that we should first confirm whether the Infinity Gauntlet has been built. Only by getting the Infinity Gauntlet first can we fight Thanos, otherwise he will just snap his fingers and the universe will perish. And from what I know about him, once he knows that you will resist like this, he will no longer just destroy half of life this time, but will definitely destroy life in the entire universe. Gamera is worthy of being Thanos' favorite adopted daughter, and she guessed how crazy Thanos' character would be. 2.0. But Gamera obviously didn't know Lu Yuan's strength. Lu Yuan didn't say much, and snapped his fingers. Several people crossed the time dimension again in an instant, and returned to the timeline of 2023 in the future. When Natasha Romanoff did come back, there was an inevitable celebration. Natasha Romanoff and Barton were relieved to see that infinite gems were indeed still in the hands of everyone, and Tony and Banner and Rocket Raccoon had begun building the Infinity Gauntlet. Especially the reunion of Gamera and the Raccoon is even more emotional. There are only 2 of them left in the entire Guardians of Galaxy, and I hope to bring everyone back soon. Only one person seemed unnatural, and that was Nebula. Lu Yuan looked at her with a sneer on the corner of his mouth, hoping that Thanos would come soon. Thanos in 2014. In fact, Lu Yuan had long known that there was something wrong with the nebula in front of him. The reason is also very simple. This nebula has the aura of 2014. It does not mean that she has been to the time of 2014, but that she was originally a person from that time. She did not travel from this era to the past, and then come back from the past. In fact, this nebula traveled from 2014 to the future. Just like Lu Yuan traveled to this world from the past, he was not originally from this world. That is to say, she was sent by Thanos, and in fact the past Thanos has noticed what happened in the future, and the actions of these people in the future. So, Thanos in 2014 is already eyeing. Lu Yuan noticed this, but he just smiled at Nebula and said nothing. He is looking forward to the arrival of Thanos, because he also wants to try Huntai Quan. Anyway, after celebrating the resurrection of Natasha Romanoff and Gamera, the crowd turned around and quickly threw 06 back to work. Tony and the others have already started intense experiments. Each infinite gems contains terrifying power. How can they be perfectly embedded in a glove, so that they will not conflict with each other, but also perfectly augment each other? The power of integrating together, this is an experiment that cannot be sloppy. Fortunately, the power of the cinematic universe's infinite gems is deeply connected to gamma rays, which allows Banner to offer many constructive suggestions. In addition, Tony is an expert in this field, and it is still very reliable for him to design the gloves himself. Most importantly, Lu Yuan also made some suggestions during the period. Everyone already vaguely knows that Lu Yuan seems to have another set of infinite gems in his hands. Everyone was dumbfounded by then. Infinite gems is not a rabbit in a certain state. Why are there so many? Lu Yuan did not explain further, and everyone did not continue to ask. Finally, amid the intense anticipation of everyone, the mechanical version of the Iron Man-style Infinity Gauntlet was finally completed. I have to say that Tony and Banner are truly geniuses. It was also mentioned in the process that in fact, you can find the Dwarf King to build another Infinity Gauntlet. This Dwarf King is the one who helped Thor build Stormbreaker. He is said to be a dwarf, but he is actually much taller than ordinary people. =Ike=#. But it's no longer possible. King Dwarf's hands were taken away after he built the Infinity Gauntlet for Thanos, including the Storm Axe, which was also molded with a mold at the time, not made at all. It's all up to the Avengers themselves, but luckily they succeeded. It's just that after the Infinity Gauntlet is completed, who should put on this potentially fatal glove at the end, and who will complete the fatal snap of fingers, has become a problem again. Everyone definitely doesn't care about sacrifice, but they want to find a candidate who can do it without paying too much. I'm coming. Lu Yuan raised his hand. I can easily snap my fingers. That's true, the Infinity Gauntlet isn't even needed. He already has all the infinite gems already. But everyone did not accept Lu Yuan's kindness. No, you're not from our side. Maybe your snap of your fingers will be different. Tony rejected Lu Yuan's good intentions. And what he said is not without reason. After all, Lu Yuan is not a person from this universe. What if the person he brought back does not match the person who disappeared? Lu Yuan didn't insist either, so he simply sat down and turned on the play mode. He knew that a big drama was about to start, and he was about to carry a bucket of popcorn. The others were still discussing, while Nebula quietly left. At the moment, everyone's eyes were caught by the Infinity Gauntlet, and she took this opportunity to walk to the Quantum Tunnel's equipment machine, ready to do bad things. Let me, the argument continued, when Thor stepped forward. It's really come forward in the literal sense. I see that the future Thor is very different. First of all, his body is seriously out of shape. Because he has been hit, he has been drunk for the past 5 years, and he has long become a big fat man. It has been 5 years since the Third Avengers Alliance. At the end of the battle 5 years ago, Thor had a chance to rewrite the future, when he slashed at Thanos with an axe, and even broke through the energy wave that Thanos released with the Infinity Gauntlet. It turned out that Thor's axe hit Thanos in the heart, but not his head. Thanos didn't die, but snapped his fingers to complete his ambition, and finally, before leaving, kills and tells Thor that he should aim for his own head. This casts a big psychological shadow on Thor. Because Thor had met Thanos in advance, half of the Asgard people in a boat were killed, and then they were murdered, which made Thor extremely remorseful and felt that it was all his own fault. Thor, you can't do it in your state. You can't bear it. Everyone discouraged Thor, apparently unable to withstand the power of the Infinity Gauntlet in his current state. It's very likely that he didn't even have a chance to snap his fingers after putting it on. Please let me do a good thing. Thor was very excited, and he hoped that he could complete this snap of his fingers, even if he sacrificed. Because he wanted too much to make up for it. But the crowd still stopped him. But it's not a solution to continue like this. You can't just watch it, right? Isn't that too funny? They 403 worked so hard to finally gather infinite gems from the past timeline, not for watching, right? Let me do it. Finally Banner in the state of the Hulk stood up, and he said with reason, I used to feel confused. Why did the gamma rays not kill me in the first place? Now I seem to understand now. I have a mission. The power of infinite gems is also gamma rays, and I think I am the only one who is best suited and most likely to withstand it. Everyone was moved by Banner's reasons, and finally stopped blocking them and let them go around. Knowing that the infinite gems would release earth-shattering energy, Tony dropped a layer of protective armor to seal the room firmly. This is not out of defense, but to prevent the power in the room from spreading out and causing disaster. It's just that no one in the house went out. The unsuccessful Thor protected Rocket Raccoon, Tony opened an energy shield to block Barton, and everyone else had their own protection methods. Lu Yuan simply pulled Natasha Romanoff behind him and used himself as a shield for her. Natasha Romanoff accepted his offer amusingly, but it also caught Banner's attention. What are you looking at? Lu Yuan stared back confidently. Banner didn't say much, looked down at his hand, picked up the steel infinity gauntlet they made with his left hand, and slowly put it on his right hand. As Banner's hand approaches the infinity gauntlet, the mechanical version of the infinity gauntlet begins to automatically enlarge. Now that Tony even uses nanotechnology in his battlesuit, it's nothing. Or maybe Tony and Banner had already thought of this moment from the very beginning. In the end, the file size of the glove was completely suitable for Banner's big hand, and he even put it on. In an instant, the previously quiet infinite gems emitted a colorful light, spreading from the infinity gauntlet all the way to Banner's shoulders. What? Banner let out a pain roar, because those terrible forces were corroding his right arm, and even continued to spread to his entire body. Everyone else looked worried. Only Liu Yuan seemed to know what was going on. Thanos is different from Banner. Thanos is inlaid with gems one by one. Even in the comics, there seems to be such a setting. Even the order of inlaid gems cannot be wrong. Thanos got the power gem first. The power gem can not only increase the power of other gems, but also allow Thanos' physique to withstand the burden of more gems. Then you get one gem after another. But Banner was now wearing the entire infinity gauntlet in one breath, and the terrifying power instantly made him fall to his knees weakly. Banner, take it off if it doesn't work, Thor yells, genuinely worried about his buddy. No, I can insist, Banner insisted through gritted teeth, and since he didn't have to worry about Natasha Romanoff anymore, he forced himself to immediately raise his right hand, and snapped his fingers with a pop. The purpose of snapping their fingers has already been decided. They want to bring back all those who were wiped out by Thanos 5 years ago, and bring them back to the present world 5 years later. But other than that they don't do anything superfluous, they only have that one purpose. Sometimes Liu Yuan thinks they are stupid, but he still snapped his fingers and turned Thanos' army into ashes. If there was an initial concern that no one would be able to withstand the power of the Infinity Gauntlet, then what about Captain Marvel? They seem to just want to return the infinite gems as soon as possible. However, so much time has been wasted, is there only one finger snap? The only explanation, maybe only the plot needs it. After all, the Captain America and Tony cast have all sorts of reasons to retire. Not to mention the real-world impact. Then look at Banner's entire body collapsed after the fatal snap of his fingers. It seems that his consumption is really great. This is still him, and other people may not be able to insist on snapping his fingers. Natasha Romanoff rushed from behind Liu Yuan with concern and asked about Banner's status. Others are more concerned about whether the snap of their fingers is successful. At this time, no one noticed that Liu Yuan disappeared. When everyone was concerned about Banner, he quietly came to the outside of the base, floating in the sky, as if waiting for something. The next second, an alien spaceship suddenly burst out of the base. It was just opened by Nebula through the quantum tunnel, and rushed out of the time tunnel connected to the 2014 timeline, Thanos space battleship. At the beginning, the spacecraft had less than one house file size. But the spaceship is getting bigger and bigger, and when it shows its true appearance in the sky, it has become a cloud-covered sun, even more majestic than a city. Huge amounts of Big Mac. The next moment, a piece of artillery appeared on the spacecraft, and it aimed at the Avengers base below, and fired 1,000 cannons. Boom boom dot. The sky was suddenly flooded with artillery fire, and countless energy-formed artillery shells fell from the sky, as if it was pouring rain, bombarding the top of the Avengers base. Email protected at. However, Liu Yuan is here. The reason why he came out ahead of time is to guard against Thanos' move. Such a good base, if you say it is destroyed, it will be ruined? It's too wasteful, isn't it? Besides, the She-Stark group still has Lao Tzu's shares. This is Lao Tzu's money. Liu Yuan cursed with resentment and raised his hand. Turned around the top of the head. A golden circular magic circle opened instantly, and spread to several hundred meters away. Countless artillery fire began to come down, but in front of Liu Yuan's defensive magic circle, the 10,000 cannons that were enough to easily destroy any base on the ground didn't even cause a ripple. Liu Yuan's magic circle was silent. No matter how much Thanos' spaceship bombed, it wouldn't move. Liu Yuan didn't even need to maintain it all the time, and he took the initiative to fly out from under the protection of the magic circle and floated outside the magic circle. There was also an energy cannonball larger than Liu Yuan's entire body that fell on Liu Yuan's body. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been smashed into slag, and there would not be even a corpse left. However, Liu Yuan was good at padding his clothes, and even the white suit was not damaged in the slightest, and under his thoughts, it instantly turned into a Superman battlesuit. Liu Yuan raised his head and saw that the artillery fire was still in the sky. Finally, he became impatient and raised his hand. The countless artillery fires in the sky were suddenly stopped, and the picture of at the moment was very strange, as if time had stopped. But Liu Yuan really didn't have time to pause, he just stopped those energy shells. Then the next moment, Liu Yuan flipped his wrist and lifted his finger. Go back. Those energy cannonballs returned quickly according to the original path. In an instant, countless fireworks were blasted off the spaceship in the sky, and along with the continuous roar, those forts were misfired, and they were destroyed by their own shells. At this moment, the Avengers in the base finally heard the noise outside and rushed out one by one. Looking up, everyone looked at Liu Yuan's magic circle in shock, and then looked at Thanos' spaceship, blank, in the sky, feeling incredible. What's going on? How could he be here? When you play with time, time will play with you. Liu Yuan suddenly said this wise saying, but it should have been Tony's line. Lu Yuan looked down at the crowd again, with a bright smile on his face, but don't worry, I just know you're bound to get into trouble, so I'm here to help you. Having said that, you said that if I beat Thanos to death here, it means that the Thanos of 2014 is gone. Since Thanos will not survive the third of the Avengers Alliance, will the fourth of the Avengers Alliance appear? Speaking of which, this is not a time paradox, is it? Actually, you guys have unknowingly led to countless parallel universes, especially strange, that Stinky Brother chose one from more than 14 million probabilities. Doesn't it mean that there are already out of more than 14 million parallel universes, Thanos wins? Lu Yuan has long noticed that parallel universes have begun to spread, and because of the plot of the Avengers Alliance 4, there are many time problems that are constantly being sorted out and messed up. The simplest question, if Thanos of 2014 dies here, then he can no longer participate in the next plot. And since there is no Avengers in the third Avengers Alliance, how can the Avengers travel through time in the fourth Avengers Alliance? #LL#equals. Isn't this a time paradox like an infinite loop? But is it necessary to let Thanos go? Oh, how is that possible? Lu Yuan's purpose was him, and Lu Yuan wanted to witness for himself what would happen if he killed this Thanos here. So Lu Yuan did not take any action against the alien spaceship in the sky, and even took the initiative to put away the protective magic circle. The battle is about to start, can you keep up? Lu Yuan asked the Avengers below. The answer from others was that they were ready for battle. At this moment, the spaceship suddenly cast a dazzling blue light, which is the space transmission device mastered by Thanos with technology. Teleport into the spaceship. And at the moment, it was Thanos and the 5 Obsidian generals standing behind him. Obsidian will be the strongest subordinate under Thanos. There should be 5 people, but there are only 420 appearances in the movie universe, namely Ebony Maw, Black Dwarf, Proxima Midnight, and Corvus Glaive. Among them, Corvus Glaive, as the head of the Obsidian 5, has a strength that is very close to Thanos. It is even claimed in the comics that as long as his blade is not broken, he can be resurrected infinitely, and his knife can also cut through atoms. Even the spear thrown by Proxima Midnight can exceed the speed of light, and almost no one can catch it. It's definitely the cinematic universe, so Captain America seems to have picked it up during the third Avengers Alliance. The settings of other people in the comics are almost all ruined, but this is the movie universe after all, so the settings will be different. Even the so-called Obsidian 5 generals are missing a person, and even in the movie universe they are known as the Sons of Thanos. At the moment they accompanied Thanos and came to the ground first. Thanos was wearing heavy armor and a helmet on his head. He looked fully armed, and even held a terrifying large knife in his hand. At the moment Thanos is from 2014 and he doesn't have infinite gems yet. Originally he had a mind gem, but in the 2012 war, he was dropped on Earth by Loki. He later sent Gamora and Nebula to help Ronan in order to get the Power Stone. The result was also betrayed by Ronan after he got the Power Stone. I have to say that Thanos is really sad. So Thanos of at the moment is what he should be. Taking a few steps forward slowly, Thanos stood there, raised his head, and looked at Lu Yuan. He already knew that it was Lu Yuan who resisted the first wave of artillery shells, and that it was Lu Yuan who counterattacked and destroyed the artillery battery of his spaceship. Lu Yuan also slowly fell down, and finally stood at the front of the Avengers, looking at each other tit for tat with Thanos. The Avengers looked at each other. Lu Yuan grabbed the C position directly, as if he had become the leader of the Avengers. In fact, everyone only recognizes the status of Captain America. Instead, Steve didn't mind at all, and asked, "He's very good, can you beat him?" Lu Yuan said without looking back, "Definitely, I'm here for him." The Avengers breathed a sigh of relief. Almost every one of them had seen the power of Thanos, and to be honest, they were still a little guilty. Fortunately, Lu Yuan had withstood the greatest pressure. If he could defeat Thanos, this battle might not be impossible to win. Thinking of this, everyone's morale was immediately high. Especially Thor, as one of the 3 giants of the Avengers. He opened his hands, and 2 lightning bolts suddenly fell from the sky. A thunderbolt turned into a storm axe, and a thunderbolt turned into a Mjolnir, held in Thor's hands, while his flowing hair and beard were automatically trimmed, and he wore a suit of armor. I have to say, he is more and more like his dead ghost father. At the moment Thor, without his big belly, does have the spirit of Asgard's new king of gods. Also, Mjolnir is actually ruined, which he borrowed from his past self. As for the storm axe, it was adapted from the horse-faced god of war in the comics, but it was more like an axe in appearance, so it was called the storm axe. Lu Yuan glanced sideways at Thor, and then at Thanos. His right hand suddenly flashed with a thought. The next moment, a storm axe also appeared in Lu Yuan's hand. Thor was taken aback. Wastelu, Quill Cat, the latest novel resources sharing on the whole network. 1500 plus updates every month. Search the following group number to enter the transfer group. 50 fellow Quill Cats are updated daily, and farewell to the book shortage. Kingsun Novel Transit Group 12068566053. This work comes from the internet and published books. If it violates the legitimate rights and interests of the author, you can contact the author privately. The copyright of the content belongs to the author. The work is only for readers to preview. Please delete it within 24 hours of downloading and not for commercial purposes. Yes, please buy genuine books. Thank you for your support to the author. Key points. I hope that you can keep this paragraph when reprinting. It is a little hard to organize. Retention is a virtue. Equals 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 equals. Immediately afterwards, the storm axe in Lu Yuan's hand began to change again. For example, the handle of the axe was made from groat's twig into a vibranium 1 meter long, and the front axe became a huge amount of crescent axe. Thor's storm axe may still be too thin for Lu Yuan, and his axe is decent. The two sides first met face to face, but neither of them was in a hurry to act. Thanos also glanced at the Avengers behind Lu Yuan, and sneered, "You're not going to face me in the end." He's laughing at the Avengers for wasting their time, because whatever remedies they make will end up in vain before him. This is Thanos, with the arrogance and strength to defy the entire universe. Lu Yuan smiled. "Purple potato essence, don't you take me seriously? I forgave you once, referring to the cable incident, but I won't this time." Thanos wondered, who is the purple sweet potato essence? Also, spare him once? He didn't remember that he knew Lu Yuan. "You seem to have some strength." Thanos had seen Lu Yuan's previous methods, but he did not fear Lu Yuan because of this, but said, "It seems that you are planning to challenge me? But all those who dared to challenge me are already dead. You are no exception." "Then give it a try." Lu Yuan's smile radiated coldness from the corner of his mouth. The Avengers behind them finally understood the meaning of no more speculation. Before the two said a word, they were already choked to the point of war. But this is exactly what they want, and they are not here to catch up with Thanos. A war broke out in an instant. "Kill it." The two men rushed towards each other together. However, in terms of numbers, Thanos' side is a bit disadvantaged. But don't forget that Thanos came with a spaceship. As the spaceship opened the hatch, huge metals were dropped one after another, and suddenly there were countless limbs and monster-like things inside. That was Thanos' other legion besides Chitauri, the Vanguard Guard. They are even scarier than Chitauri. The Avengers, however, were completely fearless and continued to charge forward. Lu Yuan even rushed to Thanos, raised the axe in his hand and chopped it down. When Lu Yuan's giant axe hit the machete in Thanos' hand, there was a loud noise. The resulting shockwave is even more terrifying than conventional bombs. "What?" Thanos gritted his teeth and let out an angry roar, holding the handle of the knife with one hand and pressing the upper half of the knife with the other, trying his best to block Lu Yuan's attack. Thanos' big sword is very strange. It is a strange shape with a hilt in the middle and a huge blade up and down. And the reason why he gritted his teeth like this was because Lu Yuan's strength was too strong, and he had to grit his teeth and persevere to barely block the blow. Looking at Lu Yuan again, with a relaxed smile on his face, he jumped up in order to smash at Thanos, and looked down at the purple potato essence in front of him. This is the real Thanos, and it's no longer a meme for making fun of cables. Lu Yuan was already tall at 1.9 meters, but Thanos was more than 2 meters. However, the two were inversely proportional to their height, and Lu Yuan was suppressing Thanos. "Open it for me," Thanos roared, trying to shake off Lu Yuan with all his strength. However, he found that no matter how hard he fought, he could only barely hold on, and was powerless to resist. Grown-ups. Suddenly, a guy who looked like Brother Octopus noticed the situation on Lu Yuan and Thanos' side from a distance, and hurriedly raised his finger to point here. He is Ebony Maw, a strong general under Thanos, with powerful mind ability, as well as many super abilities. At the moment, he didn't know where the courage came from, and he used his mind to control Lu Yuan to help Thanos. But didn't he see that even his Lord Thanos was easily suppressed by Lu Yuan? Lu Yuan noticed a little strangeness, but it was only a little bit strange, and it was immediately offset. Not even a single strand of hair was touched. Lu Yuan turned his head and looked at Ebony Maw in the distance. The latter was taken aback, but still loyal. He casually lifted a stone brick from the ground under his feet. This is the Avengers base, which is great by Tony et al. In the end, the floor was torn down by Ebony Maw, and then polished into sharp spikes by him, and finally thrown to Lu Yuan. The other Avengers noticed it in their busy schedules, but no one could block it in time. Not only were the strongest Thor and others intercepted by Corvus Glaive, but others had to face more Vanguard and Chitauri troops. It's an all-out war, and on Earth there are only the Avengers in front of you. Definitely Lu Yuan doesn't need help from others. When Ebony Maw's attack approached in front of him, he snorted lightly, and also activated psychokinesis to stop Ebony Maw's attack there. Even the next second he expelled Ebony Maw's psychic power, forcibly taking control of the spikes. "What?" Ebony Maw made a startled roar there, looking at Lu Yuan in disbelief. Immediately following him, he also saw that those spikes were controlled by Lu Yuan and turned their direction, and in the next moment, they arrived in front of him at a speed exceeding the speed of light. He already wanted to block with psychokinesis. However, Lu Yuan's psychokinesis was unstoppable, breaking through his defense with a destructive force. Puff puff. Countless spikes pierced through Ebony Maw's body instantly, and he immediately turned into a sieve, and fell down stiffly. A generation of wise generals who accompanied Thanos to the north and south in the universe, unexpectedly broke down on this small Earth. Even Thanos felt unacceptable, roared again, and resolutely gave up the weapon in his hand. As Thanos let go of his hands, he circled to Liu Yuan's side and raised a pair of fists to attack Liu Yuan's side. However, Liu Yuan was faster than him. He also let go of the giant axe in his hand, and he easily caught Thanos' attack with a press of both hands. Tisk tisk tisk, shaking his head, Liu Yuan showed a bright smile. I also have a set of boxing techniques for you to taste. As he spoke, Liu Yuan pushed in his hand, causing Thanos to stagger involuntarily and take a step back. Then Liu Yuan followed closely, clasped his hands together, and smashed it down from top to bottom. Boom. Thanos felt as if his chest had exploded, and his knees fell to his knees involuntarily. Liu Yuan's strength was undoubtedly terrifying, but he didn't do his best, otherwise Thanos would have died with just one blow. Liu Yuan was deliberately restraining his strength. He didn't want to kill Thanos all at once, it would be too boring. He even caught Mjolnir that Thor accidentally threw over here, and he threw it back again, between fights. At that time, many Avengers were surprised. They knew what it meant to pick up Mjolnir, so they trusted Liu Yuan more. After knocking Thanos down with one blow, Liu Yuan still hadn't stopped, his hands were clenched into fists, and he punched Thanos again. In the third time of the Avengers Alliance, Thanos played Hulk with great fun, and now Liu Yuan beat him with great joy. Crack. In the end, even Thanos' armor couldn't support it anymore, and it made an overwhelmed sound, and it shattered into pieces and fell around. Looking at Thanos' face again, he is already scarred and may even lose consciousness at any time. #LL#equals. But he couldn't fall down yet. Liu Yuan was punching in a circle around him, almost treating him like a punching bag. Whenever he was about to fall, Liu Yuan would attack from the other side, always keeping him in this position. Thanos' mood is very complicated, from arrogance at the beginning, to surprise later, to anger and unwillingness, and finally to anger, and finally to despair. 0. With the real fight against Liu Yuan, he realized how powerful this person is. Even Thanos wasn't even a fight at all, but had been crushed since the first meeting, and was completely powerless to resist. Who is this person? He had never heard of it. Since he has such a strong power, why not go to the universe? With his strength, he must be able to lead an army to conquer the universe, right? However, where does Thanos know that Liu Yuan once stood at the highest point of Krypton, and even almost led the Krypton army to conquer the galaxy of the DC universe 100,000 years ago? It's a pity that just before conquering the wider universe, he encountered Apocalypse and Darkseid. In fact, for Liu Yuan, he has eaten and seen a lot of things. He is not a hairy boy who has just crossed over. If he has just crossed over, it is very likely that because he cannot adapt to the change of identity, he will be like a god as an ordinary person. Power and expansion, and even lose themselves, want to dominate the world. But don't forget, he crossed over 100,000 years ago, and after reaching such a high position, there will be no more memories. It's like the difference between Xianba, Jian 23, and Wu Ming in Fenjiun. Xianba has big ambitions, but it can't be said that Jian 23, who is devoted to cultivation, and Wu Ming, who is low-key and secluded, are wrong. Everyone has their own way of living, right? You can't have to let Jian 23 and Wu Ming conquer the world like Xianba. Liu Yuan didn't punch Thanos to death as soon as he came up. He could, but he didn't do that. But Thanos absolutely didn't want to fall into the current stage, because he had been completely reduced to a sandbag, and the one beaten by Liu Yuan was a tragic one. Liu Yuan surrounded Thanos, punching him with punch after punch. Every attack would have a terrifying momentum and effect, and Thanos was beaten horribly. Ebony Maw is dead, but Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight, and Black Dwarf are still alive. They were originally responsible for the three Avengers, namely Captain America Steve, Iron Man Tony, and Thor. But now seeing the tragic end of Thanos, Roar hurriedly summoned more Vanguard guards and Chidori from heaven and earth to replace their opponents. Then the three quickly rushed to support from three directions. The Avengers were not idle either, and the army of 420 Thanos had been on a full-scale attack from the very beginning. While those pioneer guards were on all fours, they had two pairs of arms on their upper body, and they were extremely powerful, and each had a physique that could not lose to Captain America. This caused a lot of trouble for the Avengers. There was also the Chidori army, with huge amounts of monsters cruising in the sky, and countless individual flight devices circling back and forth, causing huge amounts of damage to the ground. So even if they wanted to help Liu Yuan, they couldn't do anything, so they could only watch the remaining 5 Obsidian generals rush over. Far away, Proxima Midnight picked up her spear and threw it hard. Roar. In the comics, Proxima Midnight's weapon is a sharp gun forged by Thanos himself. As long as it is thrown, it will split into 3 black rays that can track the target, and any creature it touches will die on the spot. There are even legends that her throwing speed far exceeds the speed of light. Even if this is the movie universe, the spear came with a terrifying roar and went straight to Liu Yuan's key point. But even Captain America had easily grasped this long spear. Could it be that Liu Yuan would still be injured? Snapped. As expected, Liu Yuan reached out and easily caught Proxima Midnight's spear. Turning around, Liu Yuan looked at the 3 generals who came quickly, and threw them back. And the spears quickly turned into 3 in his hands, aimed at Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight, and the clumsy Black Dwarf. The most important thing is that the long spear thrown by Liu Yuan really surpassed the speed of light, and almost immediately after he shot it, it was already stuck on the body of the 3 generals. How is that possible? Proxima Midnight uttered an unbelievably low roar. Corvus Glaive held the spear pierced into his body tightly, raised his head, and glanced in the direction of Thanos for the last time with despair and unwillingness. Shout, Black Dwarf growled. Then, the three were carried away by huge amounts of power. It turned out that the spear also contained unstoppable power. At the moment burst out in one breath, not only easily pierced through their bodies, but also flew them directly out of the Earth's atmosphere at a faster speed, and went straight to the sun outside the sky. It took 8 minutes to travel beyond the speed of light, and 3 spears took 3 people into the surface of the sun, burning them all to ashes. Do you dare to provoke me? Lu Yuan snorted coldly, completely ignoring the Obsidian 5, and killed him at will. However, the pressure on the Avengers' side began to build. As Thanos' army gradually rushed to the battlefield, how could the Avengers with only a dozen people be wiped out? Lu Yuan even noticed that Natasha Romanoff had encountered a crisis. After all, she was just an ordinary person. Natasha Romanoff in the movie universe had not been injected with the serum of the super soldier program, but was just an ordinary person with good fighting skills. Lu Yuan had to rush over, and before a few Vanguard guards were about to knock down Natasha Romanoff and bite her like a beast, he reached out and grabbed the giant axe to clean up all the surrounding enemies neatly. Thank you, Natasha Romanoff thanked Lu Yuan while panting. Lu Yuan shook his head, holding the giant axe in his right hand and hooking his fingers to Thor in the distance. Thor understands it inexplicably, throws Mjolnir out, and smashes it with a storm axe. Mjolnir is already an artifact, and because its material uses the core of a dying fixed star, it looks as heavy as a planet to those who are not recognized. As a result, he was hit by Thor again, and immediately turned into a shooting star and came straight to Lu Yuan. All the enemies along the way were disintegrated in an instant, and a path was opened. But Natasha Romanoff was taken aback. She couldn't bear the hammer coming. As a result, when he came to Lu Yuan, Mjolnir stopped automatically. Then I saw that Lu Yuan also imitated Thor, wielding a giant axe and hammering on Mjolnir again. Mjolnir turned into a meteor again and flew in the other direction, and drew an arc back to Thor's side. Thor took the time to smash Mjolnir into the air again between the battles, and then returned to Lu Yuan. Dude, these two are like tennis, smashing Mjolnir into the air, and then wiping out the enemy as wide as they can with terrifying power. The most important thing is that there is an incredible understanding between them. In fact, Lu Yuan once had training with the Thor he knew, but unfortunately he never had the chance to use it. This time, he just happened to practice with the future Thor. And don't forget, Lu Yuan's giant axe is actually a storm axe. He copied one based on Thor's storm axe, and it was the exact same storm axe at first. It was only later that he changed the shape of his axe, and even changed the handle of the axe to vibranium. But in fact, the great axe is still the storm axe, just more powerful. And just when Lu Yuan and Thor were having fun. On the other hand, Thanos took the time to take a good rest, but he watched with dread as Lu Yuan was destroying his subordinates, and he didn't know what to think. At this moment, something unexpected happened to Thanos. I saw golden circles suddenly appear around the battlefield and in the air, followed by the return of the people who were once wiped out, and even more reinforcements rushed over. 2.0 is coming. People returning from Titan, returning and reinforcements from the battlefield of Wakanda, even Xandar, and even many alien spaceships. This scene is the final battle of the Avengers Alliance's 4 final battles. The Thanos army has all entered the battlefield, and the total number can easily exceed more than 100,000. And the reinforcements from Earth are also unambiguous. The troops invested by Wakanda, the army of Asgard people who have relocated to Earth, the Xandar Star Fleet, the superhero who have been completely uncountable, and the magicians who came from Kamartaj, etc., etc. Both sides have invested all their fighting power and vowed to fight to the death here. But almost no one noticed that there was a blue-skinned little sister who never showed up, Nebula, who found the Infinity Gauntlet from the Avengers base, and then found Thanos in the chaos. Thanos, are you going to wear the Infinity Gauntlet again? This is the final battle. Lu Yuan still remembers the first time he saw the coalition forces coming spontaneously from all over the universe, and when he saw countless pictures of superhero reappearing, with the exciting BGM sounding, he also felt excited. And now, he's even experiencing it himself. In the face of Thanos' army, the cosmic allied forces are not far behind. It is even hard to believe that so much combat power can be gathered in such a short period of time. But as long as you glance at the portals with golden apertures, you can guess that it is actually the magicians of Kamartaj, perhaps under the arrangement of Doctor Strange, who have been silently preparing for this moment. We'll win, win, win. The Cosmic Coalition Gao-roar, with the slogan of victory, finally combined into one place and rushed to the battlefield. They are fully armed and ready to go. It is likely that they have been silently preparing for this day since 5 years ago. They have been holding back for a long time, and this battle will be won. The Avengers, who have been working hard to bring this scene, are excited to see the return of their partners and the arrival of reinforcements 06. At the moment there is no need to say hard, because there is still a big battle to be resolved. All celebrations wait until the war is won. Just at the moment, someone suddenly noticed something. Taking advantage of the moment when Thanos' army was also frightened, Hulk Banner hurriedly asked, "Who owns the Infinity Gauntlet? We must return the Infinity Stone to the original world." When he said this, everyone thought about it. I remember staying in the previous room, Barton said. No, Nebula is giving the Infinity Gauntlet to Thanos. Damn, Nebula betrayed. Ant-Man Scott, who had transformed into a giant in the previous battle, watched Nebula hand the Infinity Gauntlet to Thanos. Everyone was shocked when they heard it. They had already seen the power of the Infinity Gauntlet. Thanos could make all life in the universe disappear again with a snap of his fingers. In that case, it's all over. At this time, Lu Yuan stepped forward and said, "Don't worry, he can't snap his fingers." With that said, Lu Yuan turned into a light and shadow and came to Thanos again at a speed exceeding the speed of light. But Thanos had put on his gloves, and with a smug smile on his face, he raised his right hand and said, "I am the destiny." Snapped. He snapped his fingers. However, nothing happened and the infinite gems didn't give out power, as if Thanos had snapped his fingers falsely. What's going on? Nebula was also surprised. Thanos showed a thoughtful expression, watching Lu Yuan approaching, and raised the giant axe in his hand. Lu Yuan smiled. On the back of his right hand, 6 crystal clear infinite gems appeared at some point, and they were exuding mysterious and colorful divine power. It was him, with the power of his infinite gems, who completely neutralized Thanos' snapping fingers. With his infinite gems around, Thanos would not even want to use the power of the infinite gems in his hand. The reason is particularly simple, because Lu Yuan's infinite gems are of higher power and level. That's the infinite gems of the main universe, and it's the infinite gems of the comics world. The power in the setting far exceeds the movie universe. What's more, their powers are essentially the same, so they can be completely cancelled. Walking in front of Thanos again, this time, Lu Yuan finally stopped showing mercy, raised the giant axe in his hand, and dropped the axe in his hand. Puff. Thanos' big head was split up. "I'm aiming for the head." Lu Yuan glanced in Thor's direction proudly, and deliberately said in a voice that everyone could hear. "Thor has a black line. Did this guy do it on purpose?" Well, Lu Yuan did it on purpose. Then Lu Yuan looked at Nebula in front of him again and asked, "Sister Lan, what do you mean? Would you like your brother to give you a ride?" "Don't." Suddenly, Gamera shouted anxiously, "Don't kill her, she just succumbed to Thanos' threat, not sincere evil." Just then, another Gamera and Nebula appeared from among Thanos' carriers. That's the Gamera of the past and the real Nebula of this world. Gamera in the past was also begging Lu Yuan, hoping that he would let Nebula go, but the returning Star-Lord and others were stunned. What happened? How come there are 2 Gameras and 2 Nebulae? Lu Yuan glanced at Nebula, who didn't dare to resist at all, snorted lightly, stepped forward, picked up the Infinity Gauntlet and put it on his hand. Looking at the scene that was shocking just now, but at the moment was somewhat silent, Lu Yuan muttered, "Am I a little bit of a spoiler? Should I snap my fingers to wipe out the Thanos army? Or should I let everyone enjoy themselves?" War. Everyone looked at Lu Yuan's direction stupidly. He slashed Thanos with an axe in front of everyone, with a set of infinite gems on the back of his right hand and an Infinity Gauntlet on his left. But why is this guy nothing at all? Even Thanos would have to bear huge amounts of burden when wearing the Infinity Gauntlet, and Banner's arm was corroded. Only Lu Yuan seemed to be fine. Allied troops are stupid. Even the superhero who came over muttered, "What the hell are we here for?" Lu Yuan spread his hands and said to his heart that he had a lot of doubts when he watched the movie. It only takes a second to snap his fingers. Why didn't Captain Marvel snap his fingers before thinking about sending the Infinity Gauntlet back? Originally Infinity Gauntlet was on the side of the Avengers Alliance. Can anyone just snap their fingers? As a result, it was not until the end that he had to snap his fingers at 420. What have you been doing before? Thanos' army is turned into a headless fly overwhelmed. Thanos died, the Obsidian 5 generals were also destroyed. At the moment the 2 Gamera and the 2 Nebula also defected, and they instantly became unwanted children. So poor. However, since they followed Thanos to invade other people's homes, they should be mentally prepared and bear the fate of failure. Lu Yuan took Thanos' great sword in his left hand, and felt unhappy again, so he simply moved the hilt under the great sword, and combined the 2 blades into one, instantly turning into a terrifying great sword over 3 meters. Lu Yuan's left hand is an artifact that can even cut through a vibranium shield, and his right hand is a giant axe that has been copied and modified from Stormbreaker. He raised his weapons and pointed at Thanos' army. What are you waiting for? Are you watching a movie? Can't do it? Kill it. The Thanos army has fought in the universe and has done huge damage to many civilizations that wiped out half of them. Everyone present has lost important people and things. What are you waiting for? It's a final battle, let's end it with our own hands. In the end, Lu Yuan still didn't end the battle by snapping his fingers. Or some people think that's easy, but that's pretty boring too. In fact, when Thanos and Obsidian died one after another, this final battle was already doomed. The leaderless Thanos army, plus the fort on the aircraft carrier, were all destroyed, and they had no chance to escape. It's just that Lu Yuan didn't want to make this battle anticlimactic because of himself. It was supposed to be a wonderful battle, and even the actors on both sides were already in place. In the end, he snapped his fingers and it was all over, which was too outrageous. Rather, if Lu Yuan is willing, all the following plots can be turned into running accounts. But what does that mean? From the birth of the universe to the destruction of the universe is a matter of one sentence, but what is really exciting is the process, isn't it? So although Lu Yuan showed infinite gems in both hands, he did not use the power of infinite gems, but a terrifying weapon in one hand, wearing a bright red cloak behind him, and rushed towards Thanos' army first. The other Avengers, superheroes, and the cosmic allied forces also came back to their senses and rushed to the enemy one after another after Lu Yuan. Some of the Thanos army was retreating because they didn't even have a commander. But the vanguard guard among them was extremely fierce, roaring furiously, and rushed out on all fours like a beast. Lu Yuan would not be merciful, his eyes began to light up, and 2 terrifying heat rays suddenly emitted. But he didn't dare to adjust the temperature too high, otherwise even the Earth would be destroyed. His heat ray can reach a maximum of 20 million degrees Celsius at the core of the Sun, which is equivalent to throwing the Earth into the core of the Sun, and the entire planet will disintegrate. But that's enough to easily obliterate the pioneering guards who have been in pieces. At this moment, a Chidori monster opened its bloody mouth and was about to eat Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan snorted coldly, temporarily put away the heat ray, and slashed forward with the storm axe in his right hand. The storm axe is arguably one of the few artifacts that can smash through the vibranium shield Thanos without damage, and it has a lot of power in it. B+2+B. For example, the storm axe can open Bifrost and achieve the teleportation function, but it only needs to be there before to teleport directly. Also, the storm axe allows Thor to exert more power. After all, he still can't use his power skillfully. To put it bluntly, although Thor is over 1500 years old, he is still a child. Lu Yuan's storm axe is indeed a replica of Thor's battle axe, and it is stronger. At the moment, the axe emits a burst of colorful light. Lu Yuan did not choose to release the power contained in it that can communicate with lightning, but opened the A piece of Bifrost. The monster's head was instantly engulfed by the colored light and teleported to the other side, which was equivalent to being beheaded. It's just that this way of killing the enemy seems a bit unpleasant. So Lu Yuan looked thoughtfully at the other monster not far away, and rushed over. This time, Lu Yuan no longer used any super ability, but directly swung the storm axe, and with its terrifyingly sharp axe blade, abruptly split a huge monster into 2 halves. This scene is terrifying. And it wasn't over yet. Lu Yuan opened his bow from left to right, and also fully used the Thanos sword in his left hand. No matter what kind of enemy or monster was oncoming, he would be cut in 2. The Avengers who had disappeared and the friends who stayed behind also got together and asked Lu Yuan's origin while greeting the longing for the past 5 years. Who is he? Too strong. Sam Falcon asked as he surrounded Steve, barely killing the enemy with a pair of submachine guns. Bucky is also nearby, but he's using a rifle, made by Wakanda, that uses ammo similar to an energy weapon, so there's no need to worry about constantly changing magazines. In fact, Steve couldn't tell, and could only say casually, anyway, he's our man. Dr. Strange also met Tony. They went to Titan together to fight, but they still failed to defeat Thanos, and Strange had to choose to surrender the time gem and save Tony's life. Maybe that's why, under that probability, Tony was able to survive. Although Thanos is the villain, he has a character that does not lie. He promises not to kill Tony, so he will not break his promise. Is this your only chance? Tony asked Strange, taking time. Dr. Strange had said they had a 1 in 14 million chance of defeating Thanos, and only 1 chance. As a result, Strange looked at Tony blankly, then looked up at Lu Yuan. Who is he? I don't know. Well, Lu Yuan's intrusion has far exceeded Strange's plan. Even if he can see the future, he doesn't know who Lu Yuan is at all, because in the future world he sees, Lu Yuan has never appeared. Lu Yuan also happened to look here and felt Strange's gaze. He smiled, suddenly made a movement, opened his hands and suddenly released a huge amount of golden magic circle, and then turned the sharpness of the edge into a physical blow, and instantly threw forward and harvested countless heads. Strange couldn't help but startled roar, is that camouflage magic? Ancient One has used this trick before, forming a magic circle with a fan, and then attacking the target with the sharp edge of the magic circle. But Lu Yuan's magic circle was more exaggerated than Ancient One's, with a diameter of more than 30 meters. Pushing forward directly swept a large area. Strange, it stands to reason that you have to call me senior brother, Lu Yuan called roar to Strange from a distance. Because in Lu Yuan's time, Strange was only a doctor, and it would take another 5 years for Strange to go to camouflage. And Lu Yuan has already left his apprenticeship now, so it's really okay to call him senior. Tony glanced at Strange, so you two know each other? Well, Tony turned around and flew away. First, he zoomed in and cleared, blank, enemies with Little Pepper who also came to support him, and then encountered Little Spider-Man Parker who came. In short, the battlefield is very lively. Not only the scale of this battle is huge, but the Avengers also have to welcome the return of their partners. Especially Star-Lord, when he was surrounded by 2 Gamera and 2 Nebulae, his face was overwhelmed. Wife becomes 2. And 2 sisters? Lu Yuan showed a thoughtful expression and turned to look at Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff hurried to hide in the distance. She was very smart and guessed what Lu Yuan wanted to do. Lu Yuan said that she was his girlfriend in the past world, but she really did not have this memory, and she had other favorite objects in this world, but it was not Lu Yuan. Well, Lu Yuan had no choice but to look elsewhere, such as Scarlet Witch, who was venting his strength with all his strength. Who said I had to follow the plot? Isn't it Vision? Let's see how I resurrect him. Why did Lu Yuan suddenly want to resurrect Vision? Because he wants to prove himself and prove that he doesn't have to follow the plot. He already knows that Vision's death will trigger many plots in the future, such as Wanda and Vision, and even a series of movies that follow. But so what? So when Lu Yuan noticed Wanda, when he watched her incarnate as the goddess of Nemesis and frantically vented his inner vengeance, he decisively opened the long river of time and pulled Vision's mechanical body out of the past timeline. It is worth mentioning that Lu Yuan did not pull out the immortal Vision, but pulled out the Vision that had just been dug out of the mind gem. Then Lu Yuan glanced at the gap in Vision's head. Without thinking about it, he reached out and patted it, and instantly made up for the missing part of Vision. This is not troublesome for Lu Yuan. When he touches Vision, he already fully understands the structure of Vision, and even everything related to him. And don't think that Lu Yuan is really a mechanical idiot. On the contrary, he knows more about the mysteries of the universe and all known physical elements than any known scientist and doctor. In fact, many things have something in common. As long as you understand a little, you can naturally integrate them. To put it bluntly, it is reverse reasoning, using completeness to reverse infer what Vision lacks. So Lu Yuan 420 perfected his system while creating the parts needed to create Vision out of nothing. The next moment, Vision woke up in Lu Yuan's hands, and he was resurrected by Lu Yuan. Vision, who regained consciousness and opened his eyes, first looked around in a daze, and then was taken aback. What happened? He definitely didn't know anything about it. Lu Yuan was even more straightforward, throwing a piece of memory into Vision while throwing it forward. Hey, that Scarlet Witch, get the courier, Lu Yuan shouted. Wanda sighed in her heart after her resurrection. She was going to seek revenge on Thanos. But Thanos had already been decapitated by Lu Yuan. Even Obsidian is a crippled wreck, even if she wants revenge on Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight. The third opening of the Avengers Alliance, Vision and Wanda were attacked by those two couples. So she was using the other soldier to vent her inner pain and hatred, as well as her anger that had nowhere to vent. But at this moment, something suddenly flew over and came straight in front of her with a swish. Wanda was about to subconsciously tear it in half with two balls of scarlet magic energy. Wanda. A familiar voice came, which surprised Wanda for a moment. Fortunately, she was stunned for a moment, and then saw that when Vision came to the front, she could finally control her body and floated and stopped in front of Wanda. Both looked at each other excitedly. In the distance, Lu Yuan raised his hand and made a gesture of no thanks, picked up two terrifying weapons again, and turned his head to run to other battlefields. Someone noticed what Lu Yuan had done, and Tony and Banner looked at each other. Even they couldn't take off Vision's mind gem and keep Vision alive, but Lu Yuan did it and resurrected him. Has his technology surpassed the two of them, who are known as the smartest scientists on Earth? The happiest person is Wanda. Not long ago, she was able to tear up Thanos with her hands. After seeing her boyfriend returning, she immediately transformed into a little woman who couldn't even unscrew the bottle cap. She cried with joy and hugged Vision on the battlefield. Hey, it's still fighting, someone shouted angrily as someone passed by them. That is Wakanda's female general, who always speaks directly, and whoever is unhappy will be scolded. She is that character. But she also knew who couldn't be offended, at least when she looked at Lu Yuan, a worried expression flashed in her eyes. She could see that Lu Yuan was not simple, and he possessed the technology that could destroy Wakanda's lifeline. The reason is simple: when Ultron created Vision, it used vibranium as a skeleton. And Lu Yuan used vibranium when he repaired Vision. But he was created out of nothing. This guy can create vibranium whatever he wants? Once vibranium becomes worthless, Wakanda's biggest source of income is not worth mentioning. It's definitely not the time to think about that. The Guardians of Galaxy finally reunited in a corner of the battlefield, but the status of the two Gamera made them a little overwhelmed. Hey, which one is my girlfriend? Star-Lord said, boldly trying to hold someone's hand. As a result, he was knocked down by the Gamera's knee. The past Gamera looked at the future self with a speechless expression. Why do you like this kind of person? This kind of playboy and trash stinky brother. Gamera used to be known as the most dangerous woman in the galaxy, and her eyes were vicious, and she could see through Star-Lord at once. The future Gamera shrugged helplessly, and while pulling Star-Lord up in the past, he looked at the other people with his eyes. You also see, other than him, I can't choose a sapling or a raccoon, right? Hey, Rocket shouted. If ordinary people called him that, they would definitely piss him off. But since Gamera is finally back, forget it. Others are reuniting with acquaintances while fighting. By the end of the fight, even Captain Marvel Danvers came. It's just that she came a little late. Lu Yuan alone cleaned up most of the battlefield. Later, seeing that everyone was getting more and more paddling, they were already absent-minded, so she simply raised her hands and snapped two fingers. A snap of his fingers wiped out all of Thanos' remaining combat power, and a snap of his fingers brought back to life those who were accidentally wounded or killed in the battle. Flying there, Lu Yuan looked down at the battlefield. There was no longer the atmosphere of the battlefield. Everyone gathered in groups of 3 or 5, chattering very lively. What? Is this having afternoon tea? In the end, even Fury came with Hill, but the two of them stared blankly at all this, always feeling that it was not the same as the war he imagined. In the end, I don't know who started first, and people began to roar, we must win, we must win, we must win. Liu Yuan smiled and looked at the happy ending below. This was his biggest regret when he watched Avengers Alliance 4, and what he wanted to see the most. Natasha Romanoff didn't sacrifice, Tony didn't even need to snap his fingers, Steve shouldn't even think about living the life Tony suggested to him, and Liu Yuan deliberately revealed that kind of news before. He shouldn't return to the dead green yourself? This is the most satisfying ending, isn't it? Liu Yuan muttered to himself, but he didn't know who he was talking to. Many people may not understand why Liu Yuan did this. Maybe he just wanted to fulfill something he once wanted? What if it is not understood? Does he care? Won't really care. Finally, the final battle of the follow-up war that should belong to the Avengers Alliance 3 Infinity War has ushered in a different ending after a lapse of 5 years. This time, it was the Cosmic Alliance that defeated the Thanos army. It's just that Liu Yuan still saw that there were more than 14 million universes that lost, and they lost miserably. It stands to reason that since Doctor Strange has made a choice, since he has found the only victorious ending by peeking into the future, those futures should not exist. But on the contrary, parallel universes emerge precisely because people make choices. On the contrary, because Doctor Strange once chose the only winning ending from more than 14 million probabilities, there have been more than 14 million failed parallel universes. Liu Yuan sighed, pulled out the timeline and cause and effect, and wiped out all the parallel universes in one go. I'm referring to the 14 million lost parallel universes. Now, he can even easily achieve such an incredible and incomprehensible feat. Hey, Superman, won't you come down and celebrate dash? At this time, everyone from Avengers gathered. The original Avengers, Captain America Steve, Iron Man Tony, Hulk Banner, Thor, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye Barton. Then came the second generation of War Machine Lord, Falcon Sam, Scarlet Witch Wanda, Vision. And then when the superhero team split and then joined the two teams separately, like Little Spider-Man and Ant-Man, Black Panther, and Wasp. There are others like Asgard Valkyrie, now Sorcerer Supreme Doctor Strange, Bucky, Guardians of Galaxy, Captain Marvel and others. In short, the current superhero of the Marvel movie universe can be said to be gathered together. Those who once disappeared, and those that existed later, who came from all over the universe, are all here. Under the attention of everyone, Liu Yuan slowly fell from the sky. At the moment, the spaceship in the sky has already fallen, including everyone who came to the ground spontaneously, and even the later Captain Marvel was very face-saving and fell to the ground first. Only Liu Yuan fell slowly from the sky in the end. He was wearing a Superman's classic battlesuit, with a beautiful and conspicuous bright red cape behind him. He looked handsome, and even had a divine radiance. When Liu Yuan fell to the ground and was surrounded by many heroes, Superman. Win. The sound of roar suddenly sounded around. Everyone saw Liu Yuan's record and understood that it was all his credit for winning so easily in the end. With the power of one person, Liu Yuan influenced the outcome of the entire battlefield. He deserves this compliment. Even the most arrogant Tony just stood aside with a grateful smile. Thor hilariously said, "My axe is still handsome." He also showed off. Liu Yuan thought it was funny. Your broken axe uses the branches of small saplings as the handle of the axe. This is vibranium. Vibranium can absorb kinetic energy and is not afraid of shocking the tiger's mouth. You won't be in a hurry to go back, will you? Since it's already like this, you have to have a celebration before you leave, right? This sentence was said by Steve. It should have been what Tony should have said, but at the moment it was his turn. To save Liu Yuan. Because they want to thank Liu Yuan. Everyone also said, this is a huge amount of victory, which is definitely worth celebrating. And how to return the infinite gems afterwards, we have to study it slowly. The 6 infinite gems are almost from several timelines, and even if they are returned, there must be an order, and there is no mistake. What is currently known is that the time gem and mind gem are from the same timeline as Liu Yuan, while the space gem is from the 1970s, and the soul gem and power gem are from 2014. As for the reality gem, it's in the timeline of the Thor 2 movie plot. That is, the timeline close to Liu Yuan. When Liu Yuan goes back, he can bring back 2 gems, but what about the remaining gems? And don't forget Mjolnir, which Thor borrowed along the way, and it would be bad if he didn't pay it back. Liu Yuan looked at the people around him, and finally he nodded and agreed. It just so happens that I am also very interested in Tony's nanotechnology. Why don't you give me a ready-made battle suit? Don't worry, I am not for myself, I am take it back and give it to you in the past. This can't be done, it will affect the timeline. Everyone was surprised. Liu Yuan looked at Tony and Steve angrily and funny, and Scott, who wanted to hide. Do you 3 have the guts to say? The space gem in Liu Yuan's timeline has been lost by them, and it was also run away by Loki. The timeline and past history have long been messed up. Okay, give me some time and I'll slowly build one for you. Tony just agreed. But he still wanted to remind Liu Yuan, it's best to wait for Dr. Zhao Heilun to publish his paper on nanotechnology before you give it to me. I don't want to be accused of plagiarism. Well, that is a female doctor who appeared in Avengers Alliance 2, and she has the ability to publish more advanced papers on nanotechnology. This does not mean that Dr. Zhao Heilun discovered nanotechnology, but that she has put forward ideas and policies for better utilization. Liu Yuan laughed inwardly. Tony is still Tony, as arrogant as he does not bother to steal other people's intellectual property. Well, he won't be so disappointing. He's just coming to the future era, and it's impossible to say anything if he doesn't bring back anything. 0. After that, people began to enter the carnival stage. It's not just limited to one area, it's not just one country, it's not even limited to one planet. This is an orgy involving the whole universe, and the whole universe is celebrating the victory. Because the life that disappeared before also involved the entire universe, and half of the life in the entire universe disappeared. Now nature and all life in the universe have returned. Isn't this something to celebrate? Only halfway through the celebration, something disappointing happened. That is, General Ross, who has become the Secretary of Defense, came with someone and said that Steve and others should be arrested. Because of Steve, they've been fugitives since the Civil War episode, including Steve, Natasha Romanoff, and Falcon Sam. Without waiting for others to speak, Liu Yuan directly dragged the moon down and threw it on a certain palace's head. There was only one sentence: he wanted to die and live. You don't even need Liu Yuan to snap his fingers to threaten, just ask if you are afraid. Just the moon coming to the surface of the earth is enough to have a huge impact on the earth. Even the sea has a tsunami. Under the influence of gravity and position, the earth will undergo huge qualitative changes. Liu Yuan sneered, since you are so idle, I will simply create a fun enemy for you. So Liu Yuan resurrected Thanos and his army. If the Avengers hadn't interceded, a certain country would have been destroyed. Definitely, now I can't write the plot that destroys a certain country. Liu Yuan didn't go back immediately after the war. The reason was very simple. Even if he stayed here for a week, it seemed like less than a few minutes had passed since he returned. =Ike=#. So Liu Yuan stayed. In the past few days, he has gotten to know everyone from all sides. The Xandars, the Skrulls, and the Guardians of Galaxy, and Captain Marvel and more. Especially the Asgard people. When they saw that Liu Yuan could pick up Mjolnir and fight with a storm axe, they all didn't know how to feel. If Liu Yuan suddenly wanted to become the king of the Asgard people, only Thor could fight against him, right? Luckily, Liu Yuan didn't want to be the king of the poor Asgard. Thor also chose to leave Earth later, along with the Guardians of Galaxy. It seems that he still hasn't broken the knot, and needs to go outside to relax. Anyway, Thor can use the 420 axe to open Bifrost back to Earth at any time, just leave and let him come back when needed. After that, Liu Yuan was invited away by Tony and went to Tony's secret studio, which was actually the Stark building. The Stark building has undergone several changes, the first being Tony dedicated the Stark building as an Avengers base for a while. But then he moved the base to another place, where the base is now, and the Avengers base hasn't changed. If there is no protection from Liu Yuan at the beginning this time, it is very likely that the base will explode again, right? Tony did what he promised Liu Yuan and gave Liu Yuan a small box with only a slap file size. It contains the latest arc reactor sequence, as well as the entire nanotechnology battle suit you want, he promised Liu Yuan. In fact, Tony also knew that when Liu Yuan got this, he would eventually give it to his past self. It seems that Liu Yuan's statement that he and his past self are friends is true. I hope Tony from our side can give some strength and develop more technologies to make money, Liu Yuan muttered. Tony has a black line. It seems that the past world is still the source of this guy's money? This is true. Although those business plans were proposed by Liu Yuan, the ones who actually implemented and completed the plans were Tony and Pepper. He seems to be able to get 40% of the income just by moving his mouth. And Tony worked so hard that the money he got was the same as Liu Yuan. Why did you say Liu Yuan specially asked Tony for the latest nano battlesuit? In fact, he was also a little embarrassed to take other people's hands short. It is said that after the big sale of the mobile phone, Liu Yuan alone has harvested tens of billions. That is US dollars, and it is still pure profit. If it weren't for the development of follow-up technologies, Liu Yuan would already be worth tens of billions. By the way, do you still have an Edith system? Liu Yuan pointed to the glasses that Tony put aside. He still remembered that these glasses were not simple. Tony laughed angrily. You are really welcome. It's not that I can't give it to you, it's not that I can't bear it, you are taking it back to me anyway. Edith is a separate system, and it needs a supporting system to operate, and a lot of drones are needed to maintain the system. Tony isn't lying either. Edith is a different system, as seen in Spider-Man's second film. Edith can act alone, outside of most of Tony's authority over Pepper. And there are separate outer space satellites and countless drones and so on. Unlike battlesuits, Edith's system needs to be prepared in advance to match this equipment. It doesn't seem to work. Liu Yuan shrugged. The reason why he and Tony had to invest a lot of money to develop it was because of the many technologies available today, such as more advanced wireless network technology, and even more smart devices. Believe they will come up with their own stuff, as long as they don't develop cars. Okay, this thread can't be over. By the way, can we study that big knife? We're curious what kind of material Thanos uses. Tony also made some non-trivial requests. However, Liu Yuan pointed out, haven't you recovered the weapons of Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight? The materials are the same. And Tony, haven't you figured it out yet? The Hero Registration Act is wrong. Tony was shocked, looked at Liu Yuan deeply, and couldn't help asking, did Steve tell you? He thought that Liu Yuan shouldn't know what happened in this world. After all, this is the future world, and Liu Yuan hasn't been here for a long time, so he thought it was Steve who said to Liu Yuan, asking him to intercede. But Liu Yuan shook his head and said, my power is beyond your imagination. Do you think I know nothing if I come from the past? By the way, do you really think I'm from the past? If I want to, if so, I can exist at the beginning of time and at the end of time at the same time. One is the birth of the universe at the beginning of all things, and the end of time is just the end of the beginning. At the other end is the other end of the destruction of all things at the end of time. If Lu Yuan wants to, he can exist in every minute and every second, but then he will feel that the future has no expectations and mystery, and there will be no life at all. So Tony will never understand what the world looks like in Lu Yuan's eyes. Is the timeline really a straight line? Is the world really what you see? If the world in Lu Yuan's eyes was depicted, many people would be in disbelief, because he can easily see all infinite multi-universes. All universes, and even all time, exist at the same time in his eyes, and there is no distinction between the past and the future, let alone a so-called straight line. So Tony underestimated Lu Yuan too much. As long as Lu Yuan is willing, he can get any information at will, and even easily read anyone's memory, only the level is not much different, or people above him, Lu Yuan can't see through. But there are not many such people in the entire Marvel universe. OAA counts as one. Lu Yuan sighed lightly. I'm leaving. I didn't want to say it at first, but you have also seen General Ross's attitude. The world has become like this, but he still intends to arrest Steve and the others in public? Fool. Steve and the others, including everyone at the time, were heroes of the entire universe. It was them who saved half of the life in the universe, and this 2.0 final battle was done intentionally by Lu Yuan, and the world saw their dedication and achievement. Idiot? To arrest someone right after the war? Lu Yuan didn't know what to say. Continue like this, miss this opportunity, and the Avengers of your world will never have a chance to get back together again. Don't think you and Steve have made peace, that's because there was a common enemy at the time, and a lot of the conflicting people were gone at that time. But now, the common enemy has been defeated, the messy people are back, and it's time for the conflict between you. Anyway, that's all I've said. As for how to choose, it's up to you. I still don't want the Civil War to evolve into a second stage. Otherwise, many things will get out of control. There is still a lot going on in the world in the future. What happened to those who suddenly returned? Can they return to life normally? Maybe even some people's wives may remarry. What should I do then? But these have nothing to do with Lu Yuan. He came to this world to witness this final battle. Now that it's over, it's time for him to go back. And since the people in the future world plan to travel, they have actually changed the past history. Since that moment, several parallel universes have appeared. These parallel universes, Lu Yuan, have not been cleaned up yet, and he will not wipe out countless lives for no reason. So Lu Yuan finally negotiated with the Avengers, and after determining the whereabouts of each infinite gems, he returned with the time gem and mind gem that only belonged to his era. The space gem is from 1970, and the space gem of 2012 has been lost because of Tony and the others who accompanied Loki's escape. What a piece of shit. Lu Yuan felt dumbfounded. This time back, he will face a completely unfamiliar future. Yes, that's still the movie universe, but the plot of the movie is completely wrong. Loki ran away. What about Thor II's plot? The space gem is gone. Will Thanos still go to Asgard? Even if you go, it doesn't make sense. The main thing is that Loki, who ran away, had been involved with many plots after that, and now he is completely disconnected. I don't know if Loki will make more troubles in the future. To be honest, even Lu Yuan felt a headache. But it's also very interesting, isn't it? Lu Yuan suddenly smiled. Didn't he just like to enjoy this kind of unknown expectation and mystery? If you know everything, it's boring. Many people think it's boring to just write about the movie universe. However, many plots have long been rewritten, the foreshadowing has been buried, and the pit has been dug, but it has not yet reached the time of the outbreak. Like Dormammu is dead, and Kamar-Taj's traitor is dead, so how do you get into Doctor Strange? There is also the most realistic problem. Now that the Earth has witnessed the debut of Superman, Lu Yuan will completely step into the foreground. How will this change? Also, Mind Gem is now in the hands of Lu Yuan. What will Hydra do next? The most important thing is that Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, two brothers and sisters in the movie universe, are not mutants' origin. Their powers come from Mind Gem. Will they still appear? Definitely. Lu Yuan glanced at the two gems in his hand, especially the Mind Gem. He will not forget that Wanda is beautiful. Since Wanda in this world is already with Vision, he will look forward to Wanda in his own world. What? Would you mind if Natasha Romanoff in this universe likes Banner, or if Wanda in this universe likes Vision? Think too much? An infinite multi-universe has an infinite number of identical positions. Like the Ancient One, in other universes, the Ancient One is a bad old man. Could it be that Lu Yuan doesn't like his beautiful master like a little fairy? Or is he going to collect all the Natasha Romanoffs in the universe? They're all grown-ups, don't think about such naive questions. To put it bluntly, Lu Yuan doesn't know other versions of Natasha Romanoff, and they have nothing to do with him. Can he manage so leniently? He only knows Natasha Romanoff in his own world. She is only 27 or 18 years old. She is the most beautiful age, and she has many objects in the comic version. She has no one in the movie to make her heart, because Natasha Romanoff has always been relatively inferior because of her physical defects. It's just a pity that she met Lu Yuan. Many people sometimes insist on preconceived ideas based on the settings of the comics and the plot, but don't forget that the world that Lu Yuan first entered is the movie universe. That universe is a separate universe, and while it belongs to Marvel, it has nothing to do with the other comic book universes. The story that happened in the movie universe is only in the movie universe, otherwise, there are so many heroes on Earth. Otherwise, Spider-Man is so old. Even the original members who created the Avengers are a different group: Iron Man, Thor, Hulk, Ant-Man, and the Wasp, also known as the Wasp. It's very strange that some people always like to incorporate comic settings and plots in the movie universe. Even the Skrulls are no longer the bad guys who triggered the secret invasion. What else do you want? Well, don't talk too much. Yuan doesn't care who the other versions of Natasha Romanoff and Wanda like, he only cares whether the Natasha Romanoff he likes him. This is enough. As for Wanda, as long as it is you who meets her first, Vision will directly make him stop appearing, right? While thinking about it, Yuan opened the time tunnel. He didn't even need to go through the quantum realm, but directly opened the gate across the universe and went home. Note that this is across the universe, and his 2012 timeline and 2023 world have become parallel universes. The two sides will head towards completely different futures. After returning, Yuan went directly to Holy Place, opened his palm, and handed the time gem to Ancient One. Ancient One reached out to take it, but Yuan took the opportunity to hold it firmly in his palm. Ancient One stared at Yuan angrily, feeling that he was going too far. But Yuan didn't feel it at all, and asked, "I heard that when Dr. Banner mentioned that Doctor Strange asked him to get the time gem, you gave it to him." Ancient One's eyes were a little dodgy, but his face still maintained a natural look, and he snorted softly. "What about 420? Strange will be the best among us, and I will use the name Sorcerer Supreme in the future. Give it to him. Do you have any opinion? Or will you inherit my mantle?" Cough, cough. Yuan coughed dryly. "I can help you let your child inherit the mantle." "Go away," Ancient One spat. "This kid is crazy, and it's becoming more and more obvious to tease her recently." Yuan sighed softly. "Dormammu has been eliminated by me. You know this. Why don't you worry about it? Why don't you start enjoying life? I have a house in the suburbs. Why don't you move to live there?" Sky. Ancient One is going to be laughed at by his shamelessness. What if she moved there? Shaking his head slowly, Ancient One looked at Yuan and suddenly said, "You are wrong, Yuan. Future crises will never be more than just Dormammu, or even Thanos. Don't think that you can eliminate Dormammu and Thanos. Be complacent." "How does she know?" Ancient One smiled. "I am your teacher. Although I am inferior to you in terms of spiritual power and other powers, you have never observed the future, and I have observed the future many times. When I meet you, I can no longer see it. I have noticed several crises before clearing the future. Yuan, the challenges in the future will become more and more terrifying, and maybe even you may not be an opponent. For some reason, the necromancer and magician of the Marvel Universe seem to have some special tricks. For example, Thor's mother, Asgard's diva Frigga, she can see that Thor is coming from the future. Or maybe it was because Thor was too fat at the time. And Ancient One seems to know some of Yuan's experience, and even mentioned that he killed Thanos. After all, you still have Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet on your hand." Ancient One glanced at Yuan's left hand. He was still holding the teacher's small hand with his right hand, while his left was wearing a metal glove, which was the Infinity Gauntlet that Thanos asked the Dwarf King to build for him. In fact, there are no infinite gems on it, and Yuan intends to take it back as a souvenir. "Then you see the future. How many children do we have?" Yuan suddenly asked Ancient One again. He didn't care what enemies he would encounter in the future, but more importantly, who the mothers of his children were. Ancient One violently broke away Yuan's hand, turned around and walked back to Camartage through a door. Yuan didn't dare to persevere any longer, and he was also surprised. Could it be that the child is not from Ancient One? It must be his child anyway. Yuan, who once again hit a wall at Ancient One, didn't take it too seriously. He was heartless and turned to find the rest of the Avengers. This time, the experience of going to the future is only a few minutes in this world. First let the confusing duplication disappear. Yuan sorted out what happened in the past few minutes, and then walked out easily. At the moment, the Avengers are gathering in a restaurant, and this is a restaurant where you can roast meat. Moreover, this place is also within the scope of the battlefield, and the boss is also big-hearted, and he even entertains guests. Maybe it's to thank the superhero for their protection. The store is cleaning up the damaged things while entertaining the Avengers. Yuan came to the corner of the table and sat down. It turned out to be his position. Duplication exchanged it with Yuan for the reason of going to the toilet. After sitting down, Yuan looked to his side, Natasha Romanoff on his left, Tony on his right, Banner and Steve on the opposite side, and Thor and Barton on the other side. "Loki hasn't found yet?" Yuan asked. Originally, the Avengers were going to help arrange the search and rescue of survivors. It turns out that Loki didn't run away with the space gem before, so they came to eat barbecue. And it doesn't look good. They were very upset because the main prisoner ran away. "By the way, what are you doing?" Suddenly, Tony looked at Yuan with a mysterious face. Yuan shrugged. "Me? I went to the toilet just now, didn't you know?" Tony smiled. "Do you think you can escape J.A.R.V.I.'s scan? J.A.R.V.I.'s told me that you were two people before, and you even ran downstairs to get Loki's scepter back from the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Lu Yuan blinked. Well, he forgot that the She-Stark building was Tony's site. If nothing else, his previous behavior in the stairs must have been discovered. And Tony didn't say it until now. Maybe he has realized that the Lu Yuan in front of him is the real Lu Yuan. Because he's still wearing the Infinity Gauntlet. In other words, doesn't he know how to hide it? What is that? Others also noticed Lu Yuan's Infinity Gauntlet, and couldn't help but wonder, just haven't seen him for a few minutes, why did he have such a thing in his hand? Lu Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay, after this circle, it turned out that no one was deceived. If he knew earlier, he wouldn't hide it. It's also because he didn't plan to hide it. If Lu Yuan wanted to, he could do it without anyone noticing. But he didn't. He boldly broke into the elevator of the S.H.I.E.L.D agent and shouted Hydra hail. Fortunately, J.A.R.V.I.S may not have heard it, otherwise I would have to explain it better. Besides, he didn't take out the Stormax and Thanos sword face to face, the Infinity Gauntlet in his hand was too conspicuous, right? He is so showy, if people pretend not to see it again, won't it make him sad? I have time to talk about this later. It's useless now anyway. I just keep it as a collectible. But I want to give it to you. Lu Yuan flipped his wrist and took out an infinite gems again. This time it was Mind Gem, sent to Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff froze for a moment, looked at the crystal clear infinite gems, and finally smiled reservedly, shaking her head to refuse. After all, she hadn't promised Lu Yuan to be his girlfriend. She couldn't accept such an expensive gift. Lu Yuan was even more straightforward, conjured a necklace to fix Mind Gem in it, stood up and walked behind Natasha Romanoff. Without giving Natasha Romanoff a chance to refute, Lu Yuan put it on her neck and said softly, "This is called Mind Gem. You are all fools. You thought that the power of Loki's scepter came from Tesseract. In fact, this little thing is related to the Tesseract is a level fetish." Everyone was shocked, and they didn't care about being called a fool by Lu Yuan. They were all looking at Natasha Romanoff's neck with incredible eyes. So a small gem can be comparable to Tesseract? Lu Yuan took the opportunity to touch Natasha Romanoff's neck, then gently picked up the Mind Gem in Natasha Romanoff's white eyes, and said, "This is called Infinite Gems, plus Tesseract's Space Gem, Soul Gem, Time Gem. The gem, along with the Power Gem and Reality Gem, make up 6 full sets of infinite gems. By the way, this one is called the Mind Gem. Each of them has a different ability, and once combined, it even has the power to destroy the universe. That's why I don't feel comfortable giving it to others. Natasha Romanoff, you're a good girl, and I believe you can be its guardian. And as long as you open up to it, as long as you believe in Mind Gem, it will protect you and give you the power to protect yourself. After all, Natasha Romanoff is just an ordinary person. Lu, blank, was intended to be given to her from the very beginning. Otherwise, if Natasha Romanoff had an accident in any mission, Lu Yuan would not be the one crying. No matter what happened, Lu Yuan didn't want to look up. What's more, as long as Natasha Romanoff has the power of Mind Gem, she no longer needs to use any means to obtain information, because she can use Mind Gem's ability to control other people's thinking, and even read other people's memories and so on. The benefit of giving the Mind Gem to Natasha Romanoff is the greatest. Natasha Romanoff's eyes softened a lot, and she didn't know if it was because of the amazing gift that Lu Yuan gave, or because of Lu Yuan's compliments, saying she was a good girl. "I'm not a girl's age anymore," Natasha Romanoff winked playfully. She was about 30 years old. Lu Yuan expressed that he didn't care, because he was already 10 years old. Almost all human beings have to be called girls and boys in front of Lu Yuan. By the way, Tony, I have a few more gifts for you. The relationship between Lu Yuan and Tony was the first to know each other, and it has always been the best. Even if he was disturbed by a spiritual scepter before, Tony never really targeted Lu Yuan. He just complained that Lu Yuan was too lazy. He just put forward suggestions, and then he was like a shopkeeper and just counted the money with peace of mind. Even Lu Yuan's wealth was given by Tony, all for free, except for the money he stole from Obadiah. Apart from the fact that Tony was worried that Lu Yuan was afraid of his power at first, he later misunderstood that his Iron Man battlesuit and all the achievements were given by Lu Yuan. Is this a kind of compensation for Tony? But Tony didn't know that what Lu Yuan gave should belong to him. Tony didn't know, but Lu Yuan knew that Lu Yuan's character would definitely not take advantage of others, so Lu Yuan insisted on bringing back Tony's nano battlesuit in the future. It was also the only gift that Lu Yuan brought back from the future world. In fact, he also knew that it would be difficult to bring too many things now. At the moment, Lu Yuan took out the box, a pentagonal-shaped device, and handed it to Tony. Tony just held it in his hand with a puzzled face, and the next moment, the box suddenly attached to him spontaneously. This change surprised everyone, but they knew that Lu Yuan would not harm Tony. Tony also believed in Lu Yuan, so he didn't startle roar, just watched his own changes. I saw countless nanoparticles that were indistinguishable to the naked eye suddenly appeared in the box, and finally attached to Tony's body, and then merged into a brand new steel battlesuit. What is this? Tony still made a startled sound and shouted incredulously, "God, why didn't I know I made this battlesuit? J.A.R.V.I.S. Sir, I can't get into this system." J.A.R.V.I.S's voice came from Tony's phone. It turned out that J.A.R.V.I.S was rejected by the system, not that the future Tony sent his system together on Friday, but that it needed Tony's authorization. Later, when J.A.R.V.I.S began to fully grasp the system of this battle suit, Tony found that this battle suit was exactly the same as his style. Even if this is a set of technology from nearly 20 years later, he will be able to get started soon. 21 years later technology indeed. And Tony also found that there are many fighting skills and weapon forms in the battle suit. Because it is composed of nanometers, it can not only be retracted and placed freely, but can also change its shape at will. For example, turning your hands into various weapons, hammer forms, blades, and even shields, etc. There are too many functions waiting for him to develop. Tony couldn't wait to go home immediately, but finally Liu Yuan pulled him back. Actually, you guessed it right, I was away for a while to do something else. This battlesuit was made by you, Tony, but it's not the current you, but the future you. Liu Yuan didn't hide it, and said that he had traveled through time. Now that the plot has been destroyed and fragmented, no one knows what will happen in the future, so let's just go a little more crazy. Including the previous mess with S.H.I.E.L.D. I don't know how to end it. Liu Yuan decisively let himself go. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Real or fake? Travel through time? If it weren't for the convincing things that Liu Yuan came up with, they really thought that Liu Yuan had hit his head during the battle. But Tony, don't make the discovery of nanotechnology public, because you said in the future, this invention, at least about the rational use of nanotechnology, was not discovered by you, and you were only after being pointed out by others. He started paying attention to nanotechnology, so he doesn't want you to steal the reputation that belongs to others. Liu Yuan reminded Tony in front of him about what Tony explained in the future. Tony nodded, he really didn't bother to do that. Then what I seem to say is, I have a few gifts for you, and this is just the first one. Liu Yuan looked at Tony with joy for his friend in his eyes. Liu Yuan suddenly thought that it would not be a problem to keep the She-Stark couple in his home all the time. First of all, he can't be illegally detained, right? Secondly, to bring the old couple into modern times, we must let them understand the current world, right? In the end, why did he save them? Not for Tony? Then why hide it from Tony? Another point was that the house was given to Liu Yuan by SHIELD. He even knew that there was a young female agent in Miri who lived nearby and kept secretly monitoring him. With Liu Yuan's character, he disdains to hide in Tibet, and even more disdain to hide it. According to the book review area, he is so powerful, why should he be afraid? Well, the author is also reflecting. So Liu Yuan looked at Tony sincerely, deliberately slowed down his tone and said word by word, in the process of traveling through time, I met the day your parents were killed, and then I rescued them, they are now at my house. Boom. Tony didn't stand still and sat directly on the ground. Even the armor on his body was quickly undone, revealing Tony's stunned expression. The next second, he jumped up and rushed in front of Liu Yuan, and asked excitedly, what are you saying is true? Tony's eyes turned red, and there were tears in the corners of his eyes. He is obviously 40 years old, after all, he was born in 1970, it is 2012 now, but he still can't help himself. After all, it was the pain of his life, and after watching Captain America 3 episodes, you will understand that Tony once had an unhappy breakup with his parents on the morning of the day they were killed. As a result, that day, his parents were killed. He has always been unforgettable and is the biggest knot in his heart. But Liu Yuan now told him that his parents were rescued and brought to the modern age. Take me there. No, I can just fly over by myself. Damn, J.A.R.V.I.S, activate the battle suit. Tony was so excited that his words were almost incoherent, and because he was so excited, he even felt like Nami was commanding an arm just now. The battle suit is not used anymore. Everyone understood him very well, smiled and comforted. Tony, calm down first, and then let Liu Yuan take you there. Since he has taken over your parents, he will naturally not disappear again. But some people asked Liu Yuan worriedly, but you brought Tony's parents to this era, is there really nothing? After all, they are not the same as the captain. They are dead. Sorry Tony. This question also made Tony a little worried. In fact, the question is correct, Tony's parents are dead and should not exist in history, which is completely different from Steve's situation. And in this way, will this change the future? Liu Yuan smiled and said in his heart that you think so well. From the moment Loki ran away, the future of this universe has been elusive. So, is it any short of that? But he said, no problem, because I still have some secrets to tell. As for the future, die. Liu Yuan had already decided that he was going to start letting himself go. Anyway, he is not afraid of the plot being disrupted, not to mention that the plot has already been disrupted. So Liu Yuan looked at everyone around him, especially Steve. Steve, do you know who I saw when I rescued Tony's parents? Liu Yuan looked inscrutable, and his words were quite mysterious. Steve definitely doesn't know, but since Liu Yuan said this to him on purpose, it must be related to him. With a move, Steve subconsciously said, Bucky. As expected of him. Although Captain America is not a genius in terms of scientists, he is not stupid, and can even be said to be a master of strategy. Captain America is not only the spiritual leader of the Avengers, but also the maker of every action plan. So how can he be an idiot? Looking at Liu Yuan's expression, the tone of voice, the age, and other factors combined, he instantly made a bold guess. You mean Bucky's still alive? Steve also stood up excitedly, and he was soothing Tony to calm down just now, but not now. Anyone who knows Steve and Bucky's relationship can understand why he's so excited. Lu Yuan nodded. Yes, Bucky is still alive, but there is something wrong with his state. He is controlled by Hydra, and even he was sent to perform the task of assassinating the Howards and took away the leftovers who made you. Those serums. It doesn't matter if those serums are the last batch left, or Howard really recreated them. All in all, those serums were a big part of what made the Winter Soldier project. At least in the movie, the Winter Soldier doesn't refer to Bucky alone, but a group of people. There were 5 Winter Soldiers in all, but Bucky was the most famous, and the others died before they even got a chance to play. But at this time, those Winter Soldiers were still alive and sleeping somewhere. Lu Yuan has already opened up. He doesn't care anymore. Since he wants to play, he will play a big one. Why should I take back the Soul Scepter and Gem? Don't get me wrong, I don't have any opinion on SHIELD. I really don't trust SHIELD. Lu Yuan's words made Natasha Romanoff and Barton a little unnatural. They are the people of S.H.I.E.L.D, and they are the only people present who are the agents of SHIELD. Natasha Romanoff reached for the necklace. Lu Yuan was amused and continued, the reason is nothing else. In fact, S.H.I.E.L.D has been infiltrated by Hydra. The previous group of people were all Hydra, without exception. What did you say? This time, everyone was shocked. Only Thor looked at this and that with a blank look on his face. What is Hydra? Hydra. Well, he thought it was Hydra, a monster in Greek mythology, a snake with 9 heads. But it is wrong. The origin of the name Hydra is related to Hydra. Another point, many people mistakenly believe that the DC universe pays more attention to Greek mythology. For example, many plots related to Wonder Woman have the shadow of Greek mythology, and even the characters. And Marvel is more focused on Norse mythology, such as Odin, especially Thor. However, there are still Greek myths in Marvel, such as Hercules, also known as Hercules, who once came to save the Earth, including the plot about the heart of the universe, and even the gods of all the myths of the Earth appeared. So it's not surprising that Thor knows the Hydra of Greek mythology. Greek mythology will certainly have, don't worry. Lu Yuan, are you serious? Barton's expression was extremely serious. Even Natasha Romanoff asked Lu Yuan seriously, do you have any evidence? It's not that I don't believe you. If S.H.I.E.L.D really infiltrated so many Hydra agents, it would be very dangerous. Definitely dangerous. Even your real boss, Pierce, is Hydra, so is it dangerous? Lu Yuan sneered. And Natasha Romanoff and Barton were completely stunned. Even Steve couldn't believe it. Steve is gradually joining S.H.I.E.L.D because of Peggy, and he still knows who Pierce is. That's Fury's boss. If the boss of S.H.I.E.L.D is Hydra, it's conceivable that S.H.I.E.L.D has already been riddled with holes. Oh, Tony calmed down instead and whistled. Banner even complained, how dare you guarantee my safety in the first place? When Natasha Romanoff was trying to win him over, he said that S.H.I.E.L.D would keep him safe, and that he only needed to help find Tesseract when he went. But it turned out that Natasha Romanoff was full of nonsense, and he was a fool who believed the agent's mouth. In the end, didn't Banner become Hulk and participate in the battle? Now that even S.H.I.E.L.D has been infiltrated into a sieve, how can we guarantee it? Just take care of yourself first. Natasha Romanoff was embarrassed. Lu Yuan comforted Banner, don't worry, at least Hydra doesn't dare to make trouble for now, and Fury can help you arrange your identity so that you can return to normal life. But you have to speed up. Betty's side may be there when married. Betty is Banner's girlfriend, including in any version of the comics. She has always been Banner's lover's wife, and once became the female Red Giant who fell in love with Banner and killed each other. Lu Yuan is not being alarmist. Betty has already had the plot of marrying another person, and even almost dated someone else before. 0. I hope Hulk's majestic performance and positive image in this battle can let Betty know that Banner has returned, and he is still a superhero. Anyway, this has to be known to Fury, Barton said, pulling out his phone and calling Fury. As a result, Lu Yuan shook his head to stop him. You don't trust Fury? Natasha Romanoff asked. Fury is indeed not Hydra, I still know that, Lu Yuan said of Fury, but he is the head of the agent, and he doesn't believe anyone. Unless we can prove it, he will doubt our intentions. Even if we get dirty with those HYDRAs, it's not worth the gain. It's quite possible. The purpose of telling you is just to hope that you know what to do. As for how to disintegrate the Hydra inside S.H.I.E.L.D, it is up to you to make a plan. Anyway, I have already given Ziona your mind gem, so no one should be able to hurt you. Lu Yuan pointed to Natasha Romanoff's necklace. Natasha Romanoff sighed. Her heart was a little complicated. This gift was really too precious, and she also felt Lu Yuan's concern. Speaking of Cortana, when did she allow him to call herself so affectionately? What a shame. At this point, Steve couldn't help but ask Bucky's whereabouts again. You haven't said Bucky's whereabouts now. Lu Yuan looked at Steve deeply. I was about to say, you might meet Bucky soon. Well, Lu Yuan suddenly made a terrible operation, and he almost spoiled the next plot. In his opinion, the plot is messed up anyway, so let's just make it a little messy. Since he knows what will happen, why doesn't he tell it? He was not his own teacher, Ancient One. Ancient One knew everything, but chose to do nothing. Doesn't she know that there are traitors among her disciples? I know, but she just doesn't take precautions. Lu Yuan didn't care, he had to say it when he knew it, how uncomfortable it was to hold back. No wonder Ancient One said that the moment she saw Lu Yuan, she had lost her control over the future and her profit, and what she saw was nothing but fog. Blame this guy for spoilers. There were only a few of them eating in the restaurant, and now it has become quieter. Everyone did not speak, and looked solemn. 420 If S.H.I.E.L.D. has been thoroughly penetrated, what conspiracy does Hydra have? What shocking move are they going to make? No one knew what Hydra was doing, but they knew that, beneath the surface calm, there were definitely crises and undercurrents. Okay, you don't have to take it to heart, it's natural for the boat to go straight to the bridge, Lu Yuan said, grabbing a piece of barbecue and putting it in his mouth, and muttering while eating, I still like to make skewers. Everyone else looked at this heartless person with a black line. Who are they worried about? Good guy, but he is like a normal person? Everyone felt dumbfounded. Brother, after you spoiled our face, just pretend that nothing happened. Natasha Romanoff was so angry that he pinched a piece of meat around his waist. This intimacy has already shown a change in Natasha Romanoff's mentality. Everyone was not surprised. After all, their previous interactions had already tended to establish a relationship, not to mention that Lu Yuan gave such a big gift, which showed his sincerity. Not to mention that Natasha Romanoff was moved, any woman would also be moved. It's not that Natasha Romanoff worships money. Lu Yuan first opened her heart to guard, and continued to influence with meticulous care. I have to say that Lu Yuan still has a set of methods for chasing people. From the initial stalking to the subsequent victory, even Natasha Romanoff could only obey. Lu Yuan didn't care, he said with a smile, who said I thought nothing happened. Didn't I rescue Tony's parents? Next, I'll take Tony to pick up his parents, and then take them home. Thor goes home. The space gem was taken away by Loki, Asgard's Bifrost was broken, and Thor became an abandoned child. So Lu Yuan could only take him home. But Thor was hesitation. I know people on Earth, Thor said suddenly. Since my mission isn't complete, I'd like to stay here for a while. Lu Yuan squinted at Thor. Does this guy want to reconnect with Jane? Jane Foster, a female scientist, met Thor when he was exiled to Earth, and the two developed a spark of love. It's just that Thor returned to Asgard to fight against Loki's conspiracy and tricks, and because he broke Bifrost with his own hands, he couldn't return to Earth and resume the relationship with Jane. This time he came to Earth because Odin sent Thor with his own power, and it was also to stop Loki's another conspiracy, not to let him come to Earth to talk about love. But Thor suddenly thought that since Loki ran away with the space gem, why didn't he stay on Earth for a while so he could meet his girlfriend? Good guy, Lu Yuan can only say good guy. This guy is really a bear boy. You are the prince of Asgard, okay? Or the heir to the next god king, who will not go back on Earth. Lu Yuan couldn't say anything more. After all, almost everyone present had a partner, and he couldn't make Thor have to be a single dog. Tony has Pepper, Steve has Peggy, Barton is married, Lu Yuan and Natasha Romanoff, Banner and Betty. It seems that Thor is the only one who has not yet been determined. They chatted while eating. The owner of the store and the waiter were still packing things, and they knew their identities, so those who knew themselves would not approach. After Lu Yuan's spoilers were over, they all finished eating. In fact, there is nothing delicious, just after a war. This barbecue is also accompanied by a kind of dry flat bread, which is almost difficult to swallow. After listening to Lu Yuan's spoilers again, how can I still have the heart to eat? Do you really think that Lu Yuan is so heartless? Anyway, only Lu Yuan is more happy to eat. After all, it is meat. After eating, a few people stood up and were about to leave. There are still many things to deal with. Natasha Romanoff had planned to follow Barton to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters to report. But Lu Yuan grabbed Natasha Romanoff's hand, let Barton go alone, and told him to be careful. Barton looked at Lu Yuan with a black line, really didn't care about his life or death. Just thinking that S.H.I.E.L.D. might be full of Hydra people makes Barton feel terrified. But he had to go. Natasha Romanoff was a little worried. Lu Yuan also advised, don't worry, Hydra will not act immediately, as long as Barton doesn't show that we already know the truth, no one will deal with him. Then where are you pulling me and taking me? Natasha Romanoff raised her eyebrows again, looking at Lu Yuan, as if she had seen through his ulterior motives. Just think carefully, man, what else can you think about? I'm leaving too. Thor, Banner, and Steve all had foresight, and immediately retreated when they saw the posture and atmosphere of Lu Yuan and Natasha Romanoff. Only Tony had no choice but to stand there. He had to go to Lu Yuan's house to pick up his parents, so he had to be a light bulb. In fact, people who are light bulbs will also feel uncomfortable. Watching people show their affection is really boring. Who is the light bulb now? Lu Yuan asked Tony deliberately. Tony cut. He had to do it. By the way, Tony suddenly thought of something while walking to Lu Yuan's house, and looked back at his own building not far behind. The battlefield took place in the She-Stark building. The place where they ate just now was also behind the She-Stark building. Naturally, when they turned around, it was the She-Stark building. Tony glanced at his own building that was affected. His eyes twitched, thinking about the idea that suddenly flashed in his mind, and couldn't help but say, the building has to be renovated anyway, how about transforming it into our Avengers base? Lu Yuan definitely doesn't care. If you think it's okay, then do it. You'll spend money anyway. The building is Tony's, if he wants to, that's for sure. Natasha Romanoff on the side looked at the two with a funny face and reminded, if I remember correctly, neither of you planned to join the Avengers. Well, Natasha Romanoff was also a little wary, remembering that these two men were very dragged at the beginning, and asked no one to join. What's the matter now? Really fragrant. Facing Natasha Romanoff's teasing, Lu Yuan and Tony were a little embarrassed. One of them is not interested in S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers plan, and is unwilling to work for a certain country, and they know that S.H.I.E.L.D. has already been infiltrated by Hydra, and they are even more unwilling to blend in. This is Lu Yuan's original idea. And Tony is even more direct. His original character was very bad, and Fury directly rejected his character, but admitted that Iron Man is indeed a superhero. Dude vetoed Tony and admitted Iron Man, but there won. The result was that Tony and Fury hated each other. But when the Earth was invaded, they stood up, no doubt about it. Okay, let's go quickly. Don't you plan to drive a car? Natasha Romanoff didn't continue to hit the two of them in the face, and knew what to do when they saw it. And Natasha Romanoff reminds Tony that his building is behind him, so why not drive a car? How is he going to take his parents home? You don't need to worry about that. Lu Yuan suddenly reached out and picked up Natasha Romanoff, and picked her up with a princess hug. In Natasha Romanoff's startled roar, Lu Yuan and Tony took to the sky one after another. Tony has now obtained the nano battlesuit that Lu Yuan brought him from the future, and immediately transformed into Iron Man, and the two quickly flew in the direction of Lu Yuan's house. Along the way, many people who had watched the battle pointed at them and called out Roar, some called Iron Man's name, and some called Superman from Roar. They are starting to become famous. There are definitely many people who think this is fake. What aliens, what superhero, are all fake. There are even many people who think so, and they don't even believe the live broadcast of the news. After all, the behavior of a certain country's intelligence is not once or twice. Lu Yuan and Tony don't care. What others say is someone else's business. They just need to be themselves according to their own preferences. All the way to Lu Yuan's house. The three opened the door and entered the room. Sure enough, Tony saw Howard and Maria resting and bored in the living room. When the family of three reunites, the scene is touching and warm. Definitely, for the Howards, they actually met their son in 1991 this morning, when Tony was a rebellious teenager. For Tony, however, more than a decade had passed. This could not help but make him cry with excitement, and repeatedly said sorry to his parents. He's apologizing for the argument that happened that morning, and he's always remorseful, but never had a chance to save it. Until today, Lu Yuan gave him this opportunity. He is very grateful to Lu Yuan, but this kind of gratitude is far from saying thank you. He did give Lu Yuan a lot, but it was only in terms of money. To put it bluntly, Lu Yuan was not lacking. However, what Lu Yuan gave him in return far exceeded his efforts. He can only keep it secretly in his heart, and will report these kindnesses slowly in the future. After Lu Yuan and the She-Stark family had calmed down, they opened the portal and sent them home. Natasha Romanoff's worries before were not a problem at all. Don't forget that Lu Yuan's portal can even lead to other universes. In this way, only Lu Yuan and Natasha Romanoff were left in this huge house. Natasha Romanoff also suddenly woke up. Oops, did she count herself into the tiger's mouth? Before Natasha Romanoff could react, Lu Yuan came over and looked at Natasha Romanoff tenderly. Are you tired after the battle? Go and rest. Natasha Romanoff was a little surprised that she didn't do it. Bah, what was she thinking? Oh, Lang Lang agreed. Natasha Romanoff went to the upstairs bedroom to rest first under Lu Yuan's arrangement. But is it really that simple? How can it be? Lu Yuan is actually very romantic. He is not anxious, but wants Natasha Romanoff to meet this stage of their relationship in the best possible state. So he took advantage of Natasha Romanoff's break and started arranging it in the room. A big red happy word was posted on the wall, and a candlelight dinner was placed downstairs, so I was about to set off firecrackers outside the door. What the heck, it's not marriage. Because the process cannot be written in too much detail. Since that day, the relationship between Natasha Romanoff and Lu Yuan has been settled. They were finally together, and Natasha Romanoff would later say more than once that Fury's conspiracy had succeeded in the end. From the first time, Fury had the idea of using a beauty trick against Lu Yuan, and the candidate to use it was Natasha Romanoff. But she has been reluctant. On the other hand, Lu Yuan is extremely happy, but this guy only wants to accept the beauty trick, but he will not be fooled into taking on the real purpose of the beauty trick. This is very annoying. In the end, she still gave in. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, said triumphantly every time that Natasha Romanoff's beauty plan was not enough, it had to be his handsome man's plan. Okay, I've never seen such a shameless person. It's a pity that although Lu Yuan suggested that Natasha Romanoff leave S.H.I.E.L.D., he didn't want her to work as an agent again. However, Natasha Romanoff already knew that there were Hydra people lurking in SHIELD. How could they even leave SHIELD? Lu Yuan shot himself in the foot, and Natasha Romanoff couldn't leave after knowing the news. She decided to find a chance to expel all Hydra. Note that Natasha Romanoff is not planning to destroy S.H.I.E.L.D. at this time, because S.H.I.E.L.D. has a special meaning to her. Not to mention these spoilers, Lu Yuan and Natasha Romanoff will naturally spend a period of honeymoon period after confirming their relationship. During this period, Liu Yuan was very romantic and took Natasha Romanoff to many places. They had been to the moon in order to watch the sunrise on the moon. When the azure blue earth unfolds in front of you, and then as the earth revolves and the moon revolves around the earth, the sun slowly emerges from the other side of the earth. The shocking picture left Natasha Romanoff speechless for a long time. Liu Yuan definitely has a way to protect Natasha Romanoff from being able to survive in outer space. They have also been to the depths of the sea, with Liu Yuan leading Natasha Romanoff. The two have chased a swordfish, and witnessed the fall of a whale. The so-called whale fall refers to the phenomenon of whales sinking to the bottom of the sea after they die. When a whale dies in the ocean, its body will eventually sink to the bottom of the sea. Biologists call this process whale fall. It is said that a whale carcass can support a circulatory system dominated by decomposers for hundreds of years. Therefore, there is a saying that a whale falls for all things. Definitely, how many lives will a whale eat from birth to death? And whales can live up to 100 years old. It can only be said that it is taken from nature and returned to nature. Liu Yuan also teased Natasha Romanoff. The death of a whale is called jingluo, so is the death of a shark commonly known as a shark fall, sand sculpture. As a result, Natasha Romanoff looked at Liu Yuan inexplicably. How could she know what this was? Well, Liu Yuan had to give up and took Natasha Romanoff to catch a lot of shrimp, crab, and tuna on the seabed and went home. Next, the world seemed to return to peace. But the war could not be without its impact. For example, the war with aliens revealed to the whole world that aliens really exist. People only guessed at the beginning that the universe is so big that it is impossible that only the Earth and human beings are special. But until today, people finally saw the existence of aliens with their own eyes. In fact, what the general public does not know is that there have been alien invasions as early as the 1990s. It is the Kree, the Skrull. It just wasn't made public at the time. And Liu Yuan is actually an alien, but no one has disclosed it, and he did not deliberately expose himself. Later, Natasha Romanoff also asked Liu Yuan, if he is an alien and he is from the Earth, will there be children between them? The answer is that there is absolutely no problem. The genes of Kryptonians and Earth people can be passed on to future generations, so Liu Yuan also suspected that maybe Kryptonians and humans are distant relatives. Or is there a certain number in the dark? In addition to the information about aliens, after the war, there will inevitably be some Cheetorai's equipment left, and even Cheetorai's remains and the corpses of those monsters. Liu Yuan originally wanted to remove it completely, and did not want to leave these dangerous things on the Earth. But later, didn't he go to the future? Duplication didn't do anything for some reason. Now that this is the case, Liu Yuan simply forgets it. If he is too blatant, even ordinary Earth people will find it strange. Those high-tech equipment may bring advanced technology to the Earth. Once Liu Yuan's identity as an alien is exposed, what does it mean that he is so unwilling to let the Earth recover those equipment? Liu Yuan pondered. It wouldn't pose a threat to him anyway, so why would he do that? Finally, in order to recycle the things left by Chidori, a special department was set up. In addition to this, there are a series of reactions. For example, in the world, in addition to those who support superhero, some people have questioned superhero, and even said that superhero should come out and be responsible for this loss. Liu Yuan scoffed at this. These idiots, if it wasn't for S.H.I.E.L.D's development of Tesseract, they wouldn't have caused such a big mess, and the result is all on superhero's head. Okay, is superhero good to bully? It's just that none of them Avengers stood up. I don't think it's necessary. In the end, Banner still got a promise to return to life. His wanted was cancelled long ago, and he got an ID card, and he ran to Betty on the first day. The result was definitely that General Ross was blocked at his daughter's house, and the two were very angry and had a lot of quarrel. Or Betty came forward to push his father out. Hey, Betty, long time no see. When Banner saw Betty, he didn't have the arrogance that he could turn into the Hulk at any time. He just felt that he had nowhere to put his hands and feet. Instead, Betty laughed generously and praised, I saw you active in the war. I am proud of you. Thank you for protecting the Earth. The two lovers finally embraced each other again. Compared to the success of Banner's side, Thor's side was not very smooth, because when he was rushing to find Jane, he was slapped in the face by the other side's big mouth. You said you'd be back soon, Jane accused Thor, who said he'd be back soon, but never came back. That's because Thor smashed Bifrost to protect the Earth, when Loki used Odin's artifact and power to destroy the Earth and Thor's most beloved woman, Jane. Thor can't keep going down. He did it to protect the Earth and Jane. He definitely won't be able to come back. But Thor didn't explain or justify, just went up and hugged Jane stubbornly. Well, is this a good idea? And Barton, after reporting what he could say to Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D, he also got a break to go back to spend time with his wife and kids. Not to mention, Tony gave up the seaside villa to his parents and accompanied them to familiarize themselves with the current world. Definitely Tony didn't forget what he said before, to turn the Stark building into the base of the Avengers. Not to mention Natasha Romanoff, Liu Yuan, and her are now in the honeymoon period. The two of them are tired of being together all day. With Liu Yuan's ability, it is really possible to run around the world to see the scenery or go to play. They also ran to Camartage at one point, and Liu Yuan deliberately introduced Natasha Romanoff to Ancient One, wanting to see Ancient One's reaction. The result disappointed him, and Ancient One didn't look jealous at all. Ancient One secretly felt amused. She was hundreds of years old, not a little girl, and still jealous? Thanks for thinking about it. Ancient One, who saw Lu Yuan's true intentions, drove them away on the same day. But the wise Natasha Romanoff still felt something. He was observing Lu Yuan all the way, and his attitude became a little stiff. Lu Yuan quickly apologized, saying that nothing had happened to them. Natasha Romanoff, you didn't intend to apologize, did you? Well, the two of them started to have a little temper again. On the other hand, since driving away Lu Yuan, Ancient One began to feel bored slowly. She doesn't know why. Even one night, Ancient One suddenly had a nightmare. She dreamed that she was jealous of Natasha Romanoff. She even started to grow her hair long, with beautiful flowing blonde hair, and she held Lu Yuan's arm on one side, revealing her a happy expression. God, this is too bad, this nightmare. Ancient One woke up, wiped his head, and found that he was covered in cold sweat. It was decisively a nightmare for her, as bad as it could get. Ancient One had to get up and make himself a cup of hot tea, which calmed down a little. But starting from this day, for more than a month, as long as Ancient One rested at night, he would inevitably have some nightmares in his dreams. And what annoys Ancient One the most is that every nightmare has something to do with Lu Yuan. Later, even she began to doubt herself. Did she not care about Lu Yuan at all? Impossible, definitely because of something. Ancient One was not so easily disturbed. She quickly sensed that something might have happened. Blank. Sure enough, just when the Ancient One noticed it, a real nightmare came to the real world and was possessed by the spirit of the Ancient One. Because it was born slowly when Ancient One had nightmares for a while, so it can also be regarded as Ancient One's own spiritual consciousness, and even she knew it for a while. Before losing control, Ancient One finally broke the identity of the other party. Are you a nightmare? Nightmare, a terrifying demon, even has a dimension of his own called the Domain Nightmare World, where he is virtually invincible, and he can bring sleeping targets into his world to manipulate and construct their dreams, or draw energy from the target's dream. An accident happened to Ancient One, her subjective consciousness was dragged into the nightmare world, and her body in the real world was controlled by the consciousness born from the nightmare, and she went to find Lu Yuan. Because the real target of nightmare was Lu Yuan, he saw Lu Yuan's power, and wanted to replace the nightmare dimension with the real world by drawing on Lu Yuan's power. Lu Yuan didn't know what happened recently on Ancient One's side, because he actually encountered a little trouble on his side recently. The first was the feud with Natasha Romanoff, who was going too far anyway. Natasha Romanoff is so smart, he immediately felt that Lu Yuan had ulterior motives for Ancient One, and even became a toolman himself. Good guy, use your current girlfriend to get mad at other women, and then help him chase his master? What about trouble? So Natasha Romanoff went back to work the next day. Fortunately, she was wearing a necklace made of mind gem, so Lu Yuan didn't have to worry about her. As long as Natasha Romanoff could master the power of mind gem, she would be the strongest on the planet today. Unless the Ancient One uses the time gem, no one is going to be a match for the infinite gems, and neither can Thor. This refers to Earth in today's movie universe. Lu Yuan also taught Natasha Romanoff some experience in using mind gem during this time, so don't worry. But how to persuade Natasha Romanoff back? Lu Yuan couldn't help but have a headache, because he himself owed it too much. Just got into a relationship with Natasha Romanoff, how could he do that? All I can do is let Natasha Romanoff calm down. At 420, when Lu Yuan had a headache, a group of uninvited guests suddenly came. It wasn't the Ancient One. Before the Ancient One came, Lu Yuan was taken away by a group of mysterious visitors. A unique space where the flow of time can be captured and sensed, even seen with one's own eyes. If ordinary people come here, they will be surprised, and even feel that the three views are bursting. Because human beings have always believed that time is irreversible and that time is a line that cannot be violated from the beginning to the end. Here, however, the timelines exist simultaneously. It is possible that the birth of a universe even overlaps with the destruction of the universe. That is to say, time is not irreversible in an absolute sense, it is just that the power is not enough. If there is enough power, it can affect the timeline of any node at any time. Here is such a place. Lu Yuan was taken to a place similar to an office. The door opened, and there were 3 huge amounts of human head sculptures erected on the opposite side. It's ugly, Lu Yuan pouted and said disdainfully. The 2 people who were in charge of leading, or should be said to be escorts, glanced at Lu Yuan from left to right, and their expressions were a little bad. Lu Yuan didn't care at all, and took the initiative to walk in. On the opposite side was a desk similar to a judgment seat. There were 3 people sitting there in a row, looking at Lu Yuan, who walked in majestically. Bold, the person who disturbs time, do you know the crime? An old man in the middle slammed the table and came up to question. Lu Yuan frowned slightly, his mind moved, and the time in the entire office was immediately suspended by him. Then, he put the power of time on the old man, and in an instant, the other party reached the end of time, turning into a handful of rotten fly ash and falling to the ground. Then Lu Yuan let the time flow as usual, and said with a smile, "Is this disrupting time?" Everyone in the room was startled, and they didn't even notice when Lu Yuan was doing it. However, an elderly lady next to him smiled and waved at the pile of flying ashes, and time began to reverse until the old man was still alive. Then the dead old man came back to life. Roar. Squatting on the chair covered in sweat, the old man was soaked in cold sweat. He looked at Lu Yuan in disbelief, and finally didn't dare to speak casually. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, looked at the old lady and a middle-aged man on the other side. I remember you here is a place called the Time Variation Administration, Lu Yuan said to himself. When the group of people came to take him away, they said they were from the Time Variation Administration, or TVA for short. It is said that in the past there were two factions, the Timekeepers and the Time Disruptors, who fought for dominance over the end of time by constantly rewriting time. Later, at the end of time, someone established this Time Variation Administration, or TVA, specifically to manage those who disturb time. But today they found Lu Yuan. You have traveled through time, traveled to the past and the future, and even said everything that will happen in the future, and disrupted the current timeline. Your actions will cause confusion in the current timeline. There will be huge differences in the future. Do you admit your guilt or not? The middle-aged man said in a calm tone. It appears they have the evidence. But Lu Yuan took out his ears unmoved and asked, "What's the matter? What's the matter? You know that you will make the world chaotic, because you have rewritten history." The old man in the middle jumped up again and shouted excitedly. Lu Yuan continued to sneer, and said with a sneer, "Fart, why do you think so? Just because you know what will happen in the future? Then think by the standards of the future. Have I changed history? Isn't it?" The old lady looked interested. Lu Yuan spread his hands. "Definitely not. Since you say you are a time manager, you should also understand that the past determines the future, not the future. I decide what the future looks like, not me to live a given life with the future." This. All three were speechless. They do have evidence to prove that Lu Yuan not only traveled through time, but also rewritten history. But Lu Yuan also said that it is nonsense that you decide the past by the future. Even if you can influence and observe any timeline at will, it cannot be denied that time develops in sequence. That is, the existing last minute, 1 second, and the next minute, the next second. Regardless of whether there was a chicken or an egg at the source of the event, at least for now, the chicken has to lay the egg before the chick can hatch. Lu Yuanxin said that this is all that matters. You accuse me of changing history? I don't care whether history should be decided and created by us, just ask you, do you really think history can continue as usual? What? Lu Yuan finally opened his hands and looked at those people with a look of disbelief and pride. Lu Yuan is not from the Marvel universe, not from the beginning to the end. In other words, it can be said that from the beginning of his arrival in this universe, this world has no longer been able to proceed according to the original trajectory. It's a good thing that these people have only come to him now, to see the Ancient One. From the very beginning of the meeting, he knew that Lu Yuan's arrival would mess up the future. Even the Ancient One is beginning to see the future clearly. It seems that TVA and Ancient One are not a little bit worse. Also, I have one more thing to say when I came here today. Please stay away from my universe, or I will destroy your entire timeline for you. Lu Yuan finally threw a threat and left. It was not surprising to Lu Yuan that TVA came to find fault this time. After all, he knows what he has done. Just bringing nano battlesuit technology to Tony in this era is outrageous enough. But as he said, he doesn't care. It is the past that changes the future. How can the future determine the past? Lu Yuan doesn't pay attention to what will happen in the future, because he doesn't want to be influenced by the future. So he doesn't care. But he was also curious about what TVA was doing, so he came here. After the result came, he also threatened others fiercely, which was also speechless. Then Lu Yuan went home. What Lu Yuan didn't know was that because he threatened TVA not to get close to his own universe, TVA's original plan was to arrest Loki and return it to the original line of history. Well now, do they dare to do that dash? Well, Loki can play to his heart's content. No matter what Loki will do next. Here, Lu Yuan returned home. Then he was stunned, a familiar figure sitting in the living room, not Natasha Romanoff returning, but Ancient One suddenly visiting. Teacher, why are you here? Lu Yuan walked over and raised his eyebrows as he walked around to the front of Ancient One. I saw that Ancient One's current appearance was very different from usual. Not only did he put on light makeup, but he also suddenly grew a head of flowing hair, golden and beautiful. In particular, the clothes on her body were no longer that plain, but deliberately put on a white shirt, black trousers, and a blue tie. Sitting on the chair in the living room with his legs crossed, Ancient One put a bottle of cold beer in front of him. Ancient One supported his cheek with his left hand on the table, tilted his head, and looked at Lu Yuan who was walking across. Ancient One like this, as long as she doesn't insist that she has lived for hundreds of years, she feels like a young girl in the campus. Moreover, Lu Yuan inexplicably remembered a movie he had seen, in which there was a character Gabriel played by the teacher. There is such a feeling that there is wood. Definitely, the premise is not to become the master of the Birdman, and definitely not the Birdman. What are you doing? Ancient One switched legs and continued to hang his legs, looking at Lu Yuan in confusion. Lu Yuan shook his head and threw out the thoughts in his mind. He glanced at Ancient One's dress, especially pretending to ignore her blurred eyes, and asked strangely, "Teacher's dress doesn't mean you want to dress up as a couple with me." Bar. Lu Yuan's favorite outfit is a white suit, and the reason is very simple and straightforward, because this is the easiest style to match. You don't need to think about style matching, and you don't have to worry about being outdated. As long as your clothes are clean and tidy, there is nothing simpler than a suit. And no one would say he's not handsome. Ancient One glanced at Lu Yuan's white shirt and smiled. So what? Haven't you always had bad thoughts towards me, teacher? For the first time, she admitted Lu Yuan's bad thoughts towards her so frankly. Instead, Lu Yuan frowned, and finally sighed, Teacher, you're drinking too much. I just sat down and haven't had a sip of wine yet, Ancient One said with a smile. She hasn't had a drink yet. Lu Yuan said again, then you are sleepwalking and talking nonsense. Oh, Ancient One laughed. How can you see that? Lu Yuan shook his head. He didn't want to pick it up at first, but he didn't want to take advantage of the danger and finally looked Ancient One directly in the eyes. Ancient One's eyes are confused and godless, without the usual brilliance. In fact, Lu Yuan noticed Ancient One's state the first time she came in. She was more like in a sleep state, like sleepwalking. However, the strange thing is that Ancient One seems to have a complete mind, but it is completely opposite to the usual way of doing things. She was even a little too romantic. That's not the case with Lu Yuan's teacher. The Ancient One is a serious old man, and his old age is calm. The only person Lu Yuan hits the most is the teacher. So how could he not know that Ancient One looked very wrong now? But Ancient One didn't care at all. He picked up the bottle and shook it without drinking, and said faintly, but I did emerge from your teacher's consciousness. I am her nightmare consciousness. It's also a part of her essence. So you really don't want to take this opportunity to do something you've always wanted to do? You've always wanted to know, how did you and my child come to be? Lu Yuan almost stopped spraying. Teacher, you can't talk nonsense. He will obey. But thinking about the future, Lu Yuanxin said that he can't be short-sighted. What he wants is forever, not once. People, you have to have a long-term vision, especially men. So Lu Yuan said righteously again, enough, tell your true origin. Who are you? Who sent you here? Ancient One sighed again. I said it. I was born out of Ancient One's nightmare. I am the Ancient One of the nightmare world. I am not someone else. I am the Ancient One. Lu Yuan frowned deeply, changed his perspective, and carefully observed Ancient One. Then he showed a clear look. It turned out to be the nightmare dimension. Lu Yuan already knew what was going on. It turned out that Ancient One was a little upset because of Lu Yuan, but was taken advantage of by Nightmare, the master of Nightmare Dimension. That's right, Ancient One is still mentally fluctuating because of Lu Yuan. Then Ancient One has been having nightmares these days. She even dreamed that she was married to Lu Yuan at one point. 0. This is also the reason why Ancient One's Nightmare Dimension consciousness came to Lu Yuan and was so diligent. Because in Ancient One's nightmare, Ancient One in the Nightmare Dimension once thought she was Lu Yuan's wife. Definitely Lu Yuan didn't feel it here. Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. No wonder he always felt that the teacher was seducing him. In her eyes, they were a legal husband and wife. He really became Yingguo. Fortunately, this teacher is only in name. Lu Yuan did not really kneel down to worship the teacher, otherwise he would really deceive his teacher and destroy his ancestors. They were more like teachers and friends. Ancient One just guided them, and Lu Yuan also gave back later. This is one of your few opportunities, Lu Yuan. Ancient One was still looking at Lu Yuan with bewildered eyes, and continued to seduce him. If you wait for the Lord's consciousness to wake up, you know her character, and you have no chance of success. But Lu Yuan smiled bitterly and said, Teacher, if you talk with your eyes closed, I'll recognize you. How could I be able to do it in front of your godless eyes? After all, Ancient One's main consciousness has already fallen asleep, which is simply a crime. Lu Yuan still couldn't do it, shook his head, and said to Ancient One, take me to the universe you came from, that nightmare dimension. Damn, how dare you touch my little fairy teacher? I'll kill him. Pfft, Ancient One chuckled and said, well, since you think so. In fact, the nightmare originally wanted me to win you over. It seems that the nightmare still underestimates you, and at the same time he underestimates me. The nightmare dimension, similar to Dormammu's dark dimension, is a separate dimension that can also be seen as a single universe. It's just that this universe has a fatal flaw, that is, this dimension is related to the real dimension, which is equivalent to an illusory world generated when all intelligent creatures have nightmares. Simply put, you can only be controlled by this virtual world when you enter this world. But once you return to the real world, all experiences are illusory, and even the nightmare, the master of the nightmare dimension, cannot cause harm to things in the real world. Just so weak. But I have to admit that Nightmare's ability is still very powerful. This bastard can draw energy from the nightmares of all intelligent creatures that can dream, and it is even impossible to guard against it. Because no matter how powerful a creature is, it is unavoidable that the Fortu will inevitably have thoughts and dreams at night. Even Lu Yuan has dreams. It's just because Lu Yuan's realm is too strong, far from being invaded by nightmares, and he has to be able to pass the level of infinite gems and the heart of the universe. Lu Yuan has so many artifacts to protect his body, and nightmare can't get close to him. So the nightmare can only start from the Ancient One. The Ancient One is very strong. It is the Sorcerer Supreme of the Earth, who has guarded the Earth for hundreds of years from being invaded by Dormammu. But even she, because Lu Yuan had disturbed her mind several times recently, was suddenly taken advantage of by the nightmare, causing Ancient One to have a series of nightmares. Among them, Ancient One even married Lu Yuan in his own nightmare. So you're my wife. Lu Yuan looked at his side, the Ancient One's body dominated by the nightmare dimension Ancient One, showing a thoughtful look. Unlike in the past, Ancient One boldly looked into Lu Yuan's eyes, smiled provocatively and said, you don't want it yourself. Lu Yuan smacked his lips. Teacher, you are very dangerous like this. At the moment Lu Yuan and Ancient One are rushing to Camartage. According to the nightmare dimension Ancient One fell into the nightmare dimension because of nightmares in the bedroom. If you want to go in and save her, you have to start from that point. Enter. Lu Yuan did not object to this proposal. He must save Ancient One. In fact, the original purpose of Nightmare Ancient One should be to persuade Lu Yuan for Nightmare. The master of Nightmare Dimension is Nightmare who wants to come to the real world. He wants to integrate Nightmare Dimension and Real World Dimension, so that he can invade the real world. It sounds similar to Dormammu's ambition, except that Dormammu wants to devour the Earth, and Nightmare wants to integrate 2 dimensions. But Nightmare underestimated Lu Yuan, and at the same time underestimated Ancient One in the Nightmare Dimension. After all, the Ancient One in the Nightmare Dimension is also the Ancient One. It was born from the consciousness of the Ancient One, that is, the nightmare of the Ancient One. To put it bluntly, she is still the Ancient One. So Ancient One knew how dangerous Nightmare's ambition was. Although she teased Lu Yuan at first, she still chose to tell the truth in the end. The nightmare was careless, since the Ancient One could fight against Dormammu for hundreds of years, naturally it would not surrender to him. Nightmare, if he touches someone he shouldn't touch, he will surely die. Lu Yuan's words revealed a murderous intent. The Ancient One next to him covered his mouth and snickered. Who shouldn't be touched? Is it yours? Isn't it counted? Lu Yuan was very helpless. Although this teacher's personality was relatively dynamic, it was a bit too skinny. Yes, it's pie, as if she really turned into a 17-year-old girl, full of playfulness and mischief. Ancient One just looked at Lu Yuan with a smile, and after the two passed through the portal to Ancient One's room, they were the first to lie down where they were sleeping, and patted their side. Lu Yuan was stunned. Why? Don't make trouble, the investigation is so strict now. Ancient One rolled his eyes and said, nonsense, you have to dream in sync with me to get to the nightmare dimension I am in. You don't think the nightmare dimension is just a room, right? Wrong, every dream that everyone has is separate, it's almost impossible to connect dreams to dreams, so you have to dream with me. I see. Yes, how can there be 2 people in the world who have the same dream? Even if it does happen, the probability is horribly low. Almost impossible. Therefore, Lu Yuan had to connect with Ancient One's spirit in order to enter the location of the nightmare dimension that Ancient One fell into. I see, Lu Yuan agreed as he walked over cautiously. The place where Ancient One slept was something like a tatami, and Lu Yuan lay down beside Ancient One. The latter took one of Lu Yuan's arms and put it under his head, and closed his eyes with a smile. On the other hand, Lu Yuan felt a little uncomfortable and said, don't be like this, I'll be speechless when the teacher wakes up. But the Ancient One in front of him said faintly, strictly speaking, I was only born today, but after she wakes up, I will disappear. And you know, the entire nightmare series I was born was because of you, and I was for you. And live, and now I have to die for you, isn't that okay? Rely on, how can you not? You can't do it. Lu Yuan had nothing to say. And what Ancient One said was right, she was indeed just born today, and even in Ancient One's nightmare, everything in front of this Ancient One was for Lu Yuan. She was even Lu Yuan's wife, and it was this nightmare that completely broke Ancient One's main consciousness. However, at the moment, once they awakened the Ancient One's main consciousness, the nightmare Ancient One would disappear, but she still did it without hesitation. What else can Lu Yuan say? Don't you regret it? Lu Yuan asked. Ancient One turned to look at Lu Yuan beside him. At this moment, her eyes became bright, but she immediately smiled and fascinated her eyes. No, why do you think I was born? What? It's nothing, just dream about it. Why was it born? Why was the Ancient One of this personality born? There is only one reason, because this personality bears the richest emotion and will. And what is the essence of this Ancient 2.01? She represents Ancient One's love, not necessarily the love for Lu Yuan, but the desire for love that Ancient One has suppressed over the years, from the depths of her heart. But the appearance of Lu Yuan made it even more distinct. After all, Ancient One is also a person, a woman who has been lonely for many years. Especially after Dormammu, the biggest threat, has been resolved, the Ancient One will inevitably have some wild thoughts. It's just that Lu Yuan still didn't notice, the last look in Ancient One's eyes had a different meaning. That touch of clear affection is almost beyond words. But in the end, it was covered up by Ancient One. She is not subject consciousness after all. Let the subject consciousness itself entangle with him. Because of the connection with Ancient One, Lu Yuan followed the leadership of Ancient One, the dimension of nightmare, and their spiritual bodies entered the world of nightmares together. It was not an ordinary dream, but a nightmare, and part of the nightmare dimension. Since it is a nightmare, many people may think that it must be terrifying and terrifying. For example, some plots that only happen in horror movies happen. Like being chased by ghosts, surrounded by zombies, or even falling into a lake, or falling off a cliff all the time. But in fact it wasn't. What Lu Yuan saw was not that kind of environment, but was taken to an auditorium. Whose wedding was that? A groom stood on one side of the auditorium, and on the other was a beautifully dressed bride, wearing a white wedding dress and a white gauze covering her face. But through the white gauze, Lu Yuan recognized the identity of the bride. Teacher. Lu Yuan sent out a light roar. The bride is the Ancient One? Even after Lu Yuan felt dazed for a while, he found that his perspective came to the opposite side of Ancient One. He actually became the bridegroom? On the opposite side, Ancient One, who had become a bride, raised his head, and 06 looked at Lu Yuan helplessly. Why are you here? Listening to this tone, and the familiar disgust revealed, Lu Yuan was so happy that it was like this. Well, he's a bit slutty? No, Lu Yuan was glad that she was not deceived. Ancient One's main consciousness was indeed trapped here. She was trapped in such a dream and was marrying Lu Yuan. The Ancient One at the moment of the nightmare dimension also walked in, looking unhappy. I am the bride. It was this dream fragment that broke the Ancient One's defenses, and it was this dream that replaced the real Ancient One with the nightmare dimension Ancient One. So she was right, she was originally the bride. But now she has become the same position as a guest, and she can only watch Lu Yuan come here, to marry the main consciousness of Ancient One. What now? Lu Yuan asked. I don't know either. Ancient One on the opposite side could only correct with a wry smile, because everything that happened was a dream, so even she didn't know what to do. It's not magic, it's not super ability, it's just a dream. And knowing that this is a dream, but not knowing how to wake up or how to end it, is the most uncomfortable. Lu Yuan looked around again, and was surprised to find that the auditorium was already full of guests, and they were all familiar faces. The people sitting here were all the disciples of the Kamartaj school, that is, the disciples of Ancient One. On the other side sat the Avengers, all Lu Yuan's friends, as well as some business celebrities, and some people from SHIELD. But what surprised Lu Yuan even more was that the people who came from S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't even have a single Hydra person. After some screening, the owner of the Nightmare Dimension, the Nightmare, apparently eliminated the people from Hydra. It's a pity that even Lu Yuan couldn't find out the whereabouts of the Nightmare in a short time. Because the dream world is colorful, and the dream can be connected with all intelligent creatures, as long as it is a creature that can dream, it can be connected. Nightmare can hide in other people's dreams and peek here. This is very troublesome, you can't go through other people's dreams alone, right? That's more trouble than observing a universe. Moreover, the auditorium was unusually quiet, with no sound or movement from everyone, as if time had been terminated, and only Lu Yuan, the main consciousness of Ancient One, and the Ancient One of the Nightmare Dimension could speak and act. It's because the wedding hasn't started yet. Ancient One sighed and said helplessly, according to the time in the dream, I've been trapped here for a long time, but because the wedding hasn't started, so it has always been like this. Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that before this, even in a dream, the teacher had never married anyone else. Not even him in the dream, because that is Lu Yuan in Ancient One's dream after all, not the real Lu Yuan. Instead, it was Lu Yuan's dream that he was the real him. Going around and around, but you can still understand it, right? Ancient One can only continue to sigh. What time is it? What is he still thinking? At this moment, the Nightmare Dimension Ancient One suddenly thought of something and said, I don't think it's better than this. If you want to make the nightmare appear, only you can continue to play according to the plot of the dream, and only in this way will the nightmare relax your vigilance. You said it all, okay? Lu Yuan and Ancient One looked at the Nightmare Dimension Ancient One with an extraordinarily childlike personality. In order to make it easier to distinguish, why not just call her Child Ancient One? Trust me, the Child Ancient One seemed very confident. After all, this is the world of dreams, and to put it bluntly, there are still limitations. Once the dream is finished, it will either enter the next dream or end waking up. So even if the nightmare is over knowing it was a trap, he would take the risk. I don't know if anyone has noticed whether the dream is really finished. But Lu Yuan and Ancient One had no ideas, so maybe they could only give it a try. But it's fake. Ancient One warned Lu Yuan, this was just a dream, a Nanki dream. She wouldn't believe it. Lu Yuan naturally replied with a smile, don't worry, I haven't reached the point where I have to rely on dreams to satisfy my cravings. Satisfy your cravings? Ancient One snorted softly, but didn't say anything more to him this time. Under the command of the Child Ancient One, Lu Yuan and Ancient One stood on both sides of the auditorium. And the Child Ancient One stood in the middle, acting as a priest or master of ceremonies, shouting, now I announce 437, and the wedding officially begins. Whoa! Countless people in the auditorium came over one after another, and there was a burst of warm applause. Lu Yuan's friends were happy for him, and Lu Yuan even saw that Natasha Romanoff was also happy for him. You are so happy, you are my official girlfriend, okay? But there was no way, this was the home of Ancient One's dream, so Natasha Romanoff was forced into the audience. Otherwise, Lu Yuan really wants to see Natasha Romanoff's real reaction. Will he come to make a scene? Under the arrangement of the Child Ancient One, the wedding process is going on step by step. In the end, when the two of them swore to each other that they would grow old together with each other through will and woe, and they exchanged rings with each other, they came to the final stage. Invite the groom to kiss the bride. What? Ancient One was stunned for a while. Did he actually want to do this? When he saw that Lu Yuan had reached out to lift her veil, he would definitely have no hesitation. You didn't say it, it's just a dream. Lu Yuan deliberately smirked and used Ancient One's words to provoke him. Ancient One's eyes widened as he watched Lu Yuan approach him in disbelief. And when they were still overlapping in the end, Ancient One's bald head, which was maintained even in the dream, suddenly dropped a long golden hair, and she became the same as herself in the Nightmare Dimension. Don't forget, this is Ancient One's nightmare. For Ancient One, marrying Lu Yuan is the biggest nightmare. Maybe. So when they finished their wedding, this nightmare scenario was over. If nothing else, the Ancient One will wake up after the nightmare is over. After all, the dream is over. But as the Ancient One of Nightmare Dimension said, Nightmare will never let this opportunity pass. So he appeared. A thick black mist swept from the surroundings. If the nightmare world of Ancient One is a universe, then it is equivalent to the entire universe being enveloped by this black fog. Finally, a person's head was exposed from it. Those are a person's facial features, and they seem to be changing. 1 second is a man, and the next second may be a woman. Sometimes it turns into some kind of devil, and sometimes it turns into a cute little animal. That is the nightmare ontology. He is not only the ultimate master of the nightmare dimension, but also the incarnation of the nightmare dimension originally. He is the nightmare dimension, the nightmare dimension is him, and he is the nightmare originally. Roar. Roaring, the nightmare turned into the most ferocious and terrifying monster at the moment, and invaded in a big way. He attacked from all directions, from outside the entire dream. He will never let Lu Yuan and Ancient One go back like this. He has his huge ambition, and he will invade the real world by constantly absorbing the power of Lu Yuan and Ancient One. Then he wants to merge the nightmare dimension with the reality dimension. Only in this way can he completely invade the real world. Otherwise, he can only hide here. It's not that Lu Yuan didn't notice that the nightmare has been forced out, but he has no one else in his eyes now. He gently raised his hand to smooth his long hair for Ancient One. Lu Yuan's eyes were full of affection. But Ancient One felt uncomfortable all over, and reached out to push Lu Yuan away, but couldn't. Until the Ancient One of the Nightmare Dimension shouted, "I said you guys turned back? What about this guy? He's already angry." Can Nightmare not be angry? He invaded so aggressively, and let out a terrifying roar that he thought was extremely majestic. But why didn't those two even look at him? This hurt Nightmare very much, so he turned into what he thought was the most terrifying monster in the world, and turned into an existence that covered the sky and was indescribable. He has a huge mouth of the abyss, as if he could devour a city with one bite. And he devoured Lu Yuan and Ancient One. Can you deal with him first? Ancient One had to close her eyes. Lu Yuan's eyes made her feel like she wanted to escape. She knew in her heart that her heart defense had been lost. Because of this damn dream, it was the worst nightmare she wanted to see, and even from the time her main consciousness was trapped here, her defenses had already been broken. The two even got married in their dreams, and Ancient One didn't know what to do for a while. So she can only choose to escape. Originally Ancient One was strong, even if the Ancient One of the movie universe was a woman. But she also resisted the pressure by herself, resisting Dormammu alone for hundreds of years without giving up. However, when Lu Yuan suddenly appeared and solved the big problem of Dormammu for her, now he came to rescue her in person, and even stood in front of her to bear all the pressure for her. Ancient One suddenly realized that she is actually a woman. She also has a weak side, and sometimes she wants to rely on others, and her heart is actually soft. It doesn't mean that women are not strong, but women's mind and feelings are more delicate, and once a woman's mind is moved, she will even be more persistent than men. Yes, it is persistence. Lu Yuan had already turned around. Ancient One's request was like an imperial decree, and he was definitely willing to obey. Always give the teacher a face. It seems that Lu Yuan is set on this Yanguo. Raising his head, Lu Yuan looked at the oncoming nightmare, ignoring him at all, just said lightly, "Can you get away a little bit? For the sake of helping me pull the red line, I can spare you not to die." "Huh? You said spare me not to die? It's just a joke. This is my dimension. I am the master here. This is my world." Nightmare roared, increasing the speed to the fastest, and finally ran to Lu Yuan. Down. The scope of his mouth is not only Lu Yuan, but everything around Lu Yuan is his goal. This mouthful can even swallow a city. The Ancient One of the Nightmare Dimension is still immature, so he couldn't help but let out a startled roar. However, the Ancient One of the main consciousness did not even open his eyes, and had absolute trust in Lu Yuan. As long as he stepped forward, whether it was Dormammu or Nightmare, he would have to die. Ancient One actually didn't know that Lu Yuan had stepped into the omniscient realm of omnipotence, which was very close to the level of OAA, but she knew that Lu Yuan had another set of infinite gems, and he was enough to eliminate nightmares. Sure enough, Lu Yuan didn't wait for the nightmare to fall completely, and raised his left hand in a blocking stance. Just as Nightmare sneered secretly, he wanted to say what can Lu Yuan do with one hand? But suddenly, the nightmare slammed into something with a dang, as if there was a transparent wall in front of it. But he obviously didn't see anything. Lu Yuan chuckled, that is his spiritual power. Since this is a dream world, it should also be part of the spiritual realm, right? He has observed the spiritual realm, and the use of spiritual power has even surpassed Ancient One and even all the great powers that have made achievements in the spiritual realm. After all, he had even observed Charles, and Charles was an authority on it. What did you do? Nightmare let out a startled roar and asked Lu Yuan what he had done. Lu Yuan glanced at the nightmare, something you don't want for your face. Nightmare resurfaced his human face. His face was blue and white, but no matter how mad he was, he couldn't break through the wall in front of him that didn't seem to exist. Even he realized later that when he wanted to retreat, he couldn't do it. It turned out that Lu Yuan caught him there and couldn't move. What are you doing? Nightmare finally panicked. Lu Yuan turned his head to look at Ancient One in the Nightmare Dimension, and smiled at her. Since you are my wife too, let me give you a present. The Ancient One of the Nightmare Dimension is the bride of this wedding, as well as Lu Yuan's brides. However, this wedding ended up being an opportunity and a red line for Lu Yuan and the Ancient One he knew, blank, and he definitely thanked the Ancient One in the Nightmare Dimension. Originally, Lu Yuan wanted to let Nightmare's life go, but since he himself gave up his face. Come here, Lu Yuan made a tug at Nightmare. The Nightmare lost consciousness in an instant, because Lu Yuan did not drag the Nightmare, but pulled out the meaning of the Nightmare, that is, the essence of the Nightmare Dimension. Can he even hold the origin of a universe at will? What's so surprising about that? After all, he has already reached that level. Lu Yuan handed the origin of the Nightmare Dimension to the Ancient One of the Nightmare Dimension. Although this world will make people have nightmares, is it not an experience? So this dimension cannot disappear, and I don't want you to disappear. You and Ancient One is two sides of one body, but also separate, and I want you to be the master of the nightmare. Without hesitation, he handed over a universe, a huge and powerful dimension, to Ancient One. This Nightmare Dimension, like the Dark Dimension, is also a single universe, which is beyond doubt. It's just that the Nightmare Dimension, like the Dark Dimension, has its own limitations, that is, what happens in the Nightmare Dimension will lose its effect once it returns to the real world. That is to say, nightmares cannot harm people in the real world. In fact, is Dormammu not blocked by the Ancient One on the other side of the physical side, and can only peep at the earth from the Dark Dimension of the spiritual realm? But this does not deny the power of Nightmare Dimension. This power is terrifying, and it also makes Nightmare almost omnipotent in his own world. As long as he is in his world, he is the strongest ruler. Even Ancient One couldn't break free when he was caught in it, so he had to marry Lu Yuan to force the Nightmare to reveal his true body. But now, Lu Yuan gave a universe to Ancient One? Even though it was the Ancient One born from the Nightmare Dimension, she is still the Ancient One. The two can integrate into one at any time as long as the Ancient One wants to. Even after Ancient One's main consciousness returns to the real world, when her main consciousness awakens, the Nightmare Ancient One will return. I have never seen anyone who can dream at the same time when they are awake during the day and their main consciousness is still there. Lu Yuan said that it was given to the Nightmare Ancient One, but it was actually given to the Ancient One. Lu Yuan gave her a single universe. I can't accept it. Even Ancient One knew how heavy this gift was, and she absolutely couldn't accept it. However, Lu Yuan said firmly, you are like my parasite now, you want to avoid me so much, but what is the result? Is there anyone in the world who is closer than me and you? Can you leave me? What Lu Yuan said was that after he devoured Dormammu and all the Dark Dimensions, he replaced Dormammu to give Ancient One the power of the Dark Dimension, continued to maintain Ancient One's life, and even restored her youth. And this relationship also closely linked Lu Yuan and Ancient One. As Lu Yuan said, although Ancient One didn't want to get too close to Lu Yuan, they were so close to each other. To put it bluntly, Ancient One could no longer leave Lu Yuan, otherwise she would die. And now, I'll give you a chance to get rid of me completely, and then I want you to sincerely accept my pursuit, Lu Yuan said affectionately. Turns out he meant it too. Now he doesn't want to continue to force Ancient One to make a choice, he won't take advantage of others. He also wants to give Ancient One absolute freedom. Now Ancient One doesn't need to rely on his power anymore. He can transform from level Godfather to level single universe in one fell swoop, which is equivalent to raising a great realm, even higher. Ancient One is not the same as Nightmare. Ancient One is a person of reality dimension. She is still Sorcerer Supreme. She only needs to absorb the power of Nightmare Dimension to transform into her own power. It is not necessary to transfer the power of Nightmare Dimension to reality dimension. This is an already indescribable benefit. Even she may not be able to surpass Dormammu, and even the Crimson Demon Sidorak of the previous Crimson Universe. It can be seen that Lu Yuan has always been generous to the people he identified. Mind gem for girlfriend Natasha Romanoff, now for Ancient One's single universe. And so much for good friend Tony, Steve, saving Barton, helping Hulk, and Thor settle some knots. As long as he can get Lu Yuan's approval, he will never be stingy. However, if you think that he is easy to talk, it is a big mistake, and this Nightmare does not understand. If he wants to spare your life, you should quickly pinch your tail and run away, or you will die. He never showed mercy to his enemies. Okay, don't be polite to me, or I'll kiss you, Lu Yuan threatened. You dare. Ancient One's eyes widened, but even she herself knew how powerless her resistance was. You are really my catastrophe. Ancient One couldn't help but sigh and was also a little discouraged. Since she met Lu Yuan, she seemed to have fallen into a vicious circle that she couldn't get out of and couldn't break free, and it was all related to Lu Yuan. This gave her a headache, and there was a little bit of a heartbeat. Ancient One quickly shook his head and shook off the terrible thought in his heart, and said, okay, then I'll accept it for now. But if you want to take it back, just say it. But once Lu Yuanzhen wants to take it again, she may be killed by then. Lu Yuan smiled bitterly. How could he be willing? What's more, isn't it just a single universe? He can create countless numbers in his heart now, and he doesn't care at all. Then wake up. I don't know how long it has been. I still have to coax my girlfriend Natasha Romanoff, Lu Yuan muttered. Ancient One's heart was sour, and he almost forgot that this bastard already had a girlfriend. But he still came to provoke himself? Ancient One gritted his teeth secretly, with mixed feelings in his heart, and he didn't know what it was. After that, Lu Yuan and Ancient One woke up from their dreams. Just as he opened his eyes, Ancient One suddenly realized, why is he resting on Lu Yuan's arm? That must have been caused when the Ancient One of the Nightmare Dimension took control of this body. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes and explained, this is definitely to stay connected, so that I can enter the dream you are in. Ancient One didn't bother to pursue it, so he quickly stood up and walked aside, turned his back to Lu Yuan, and said without turning his head, since this matter is over, you can go back. Isn't it? Just rush when you run out of people? Don't you say give me a cup of tea, Lu Yuan said deliberately. Ancient One blushed, and the two had just woken up together. People who didn't know thought what happened, so they couldn't help but spit. No, hurry up, I still have a lot of things to do here. Ancient One slept for a long time, and he really wanted to know if anything happened during this time. Besides, she has to study the power and law of the Nightmare Dimension, so she is really busy. Lu Yuan could only sigh, I'm really busy. By the way, teacher, you still have more beautiful hair. Although I like your big bald head, your hair is beautiful. Then Lu Yuan withdrew. Ancient One noticed that, at some point, her body in the real world was already full of hair. Reaching out and smoothing his blonde hair, the corner of Ancient One's mouth involuntarily raised a slight arc. This time, she should be reluctant to cut it off, right? On the other hand, after Lu Yuan left Camartage, he was about to go to Natasha Romanoff to apologize and coax his little girlfriend, and just decided how the relationship could be so awkward. Why do you have to live together for a few years and then make noises? It is also a fun, isn't it? But at this moment, Lu Yuan suddenly noticed the outbreak of a Phoenix Force. Because Lu Yuan had observed the Phoenix Force, although he might be separated by several universes, or even about to cross the border, he still noticed it. Where did the Phoenix Force run rampant? Lu Yuan thought about it. After all, he had also been helped by the Phoenix Force. Should I go around? It's fine anyway. Hey, how about apologizing to Natasha Romanoff? You married the Ancient One in your dreams, so you really thought nothing happened. That was around the 90s. The world is full of retro style. Lu Yuan is still the same white suit and white leather shoes that never change. This time he has a white top hat, and he also holds a solid cane made of platinum in his hand, appearing in a gentleman's style. And he went straight to the X-Men base, which is the academy that Charles contributed to the transformation of his castle manor into. This is a place to provide refuge for mutant children, to help them learn, and to master their own abilities. There is another point that is different from what Lu Yuan knew before. It is no longer secret, but public. The world already knows that this is where the mutant kids gather, as well as a team of heroes, and this is the base of the X-Men. The biggest difference is that people here are less hostile to mutants, at least people welcome the X-Men as superhero. This is because a big event happened not long ago, one big enough to restart the entire timeline and reverse the future. In that episode, because of the influence from the future world, a piece of history was rewritten, so everything that followed was changed. To put it bluntly, this is a new timeline that is different from the old X-Men trilogy and has nothing to do with it. It can also be seen as a parallel universe, with a divergence in the reversed future timeline. One is still the old trilogy X-Men universe, and the other is the new X-Men universe here. Similar to what Lu Yuan just experienced, from the moment Loki escaped with the space gem, two parallel universes were formed. After Lu Yuan entered this universe, he just glanced at it casually and already knew it. Then, he stepped through the gate, and was about to walk towards the castle in front. Wait a minute, who are you? Who are you looking for here? Or what? Suddenly, a handsome young man wearing glasses made of ruby-like quartz crystals blocked Lu Yuan's way. Cyclops Scott, no need to guess, Lu Yuan has already recognized his identity. It's just that this Scott and Lu Yuan met for the first time. First meeting, my name is Lu Yuan, I'm here to find you Charles, that Professor X. Lu Yuan smiled and approached Roar, and said he wanted to see Charles. Charles is naturally the head of this academy, and as the leader of X-Men, he has personally participated in the highlight of the reversal of the future. The whole world knows his existence. Even whenever X-Men makes some achievements, everyone will put praise on him. Even when the X-Men is to be awarded a medal for contribution internationally, Charles is asked to come forward to receive it. So Scott is not surprised. But there's one thing Scott has to figure out, but you still didn't say who you are. Where are you from? Why are you looking for a professor? By the way, Scott has always been such a deadhead character. Lu Yuan hung the cane on his left wrist, which was similar to an old-fashioned umbrella. It formed a big hook at the handshake and could be hung on his arm. Lu Yuan raised his right hand and tapped his head lightly again, pretending to say, I almost forgot. You are very rigid. You're just an idiot. It's hard to pass the test if you don't explain clearly. At email protected plus. Scott frowned at Lu Yuan. He actually called himself an idiot? Doesn't he know who he is? Scott is an old man of the X-Men, and even played a role in the previous fight to stop Apocalypse, inevitably a little smug. However, the next moment, Lu Yuan looked at Scott's eyes, and instantly released unparalleled spiritual power, controlling Scott's consciousness with a destructive force. Take me to Charles, Lu Yuan ordered Scott. Scott no longer made things difficult for Lu Yuan. At the moment, he was already controlled by Lu Yuan's mental power. He turned around dully, and personally led Lu Yuan to go inside. Because of Scott's leadership, even if I met others along the way, it didn't cause any extra troubles. I even met a few X-Men and even a girl named Jean. She is Jean Grey and the carrier of Phoenix Force. For a long time, Qin Ji has been the holder of the most classic Phoenix Force. I don't know why Phoenix Force especially likes to favor this girl. It's a pity that there are not many times when Qin Ji can control the Phoenix Force. Most of the time, she is incarnated as Dark Phoenix, and then brings disaster. She even destroyed X-Men and almost destroyed Avengers in the comic book world. Definitely this is just the X-Men movie universe, only things and plots related to mutant, not involving the Avengers on the other side. Just why did Lu Yuan see Qin Ji? Didn't he come because he felt Dark Phoenix's rampage? It turned out that when Lu Yuan came to this universe, he adjusted the time forward a few days, and he still didn't know the reason for Dark Phoenix's runaway. So Lu Yuan saw a Qin Ji who had not gone berserk. He stared at the young Qin Ji in this universe and took a closer look, and finally shook his head. It's not that the actors are not good, but I have to admit that the piano in the old trilogy is more intellectual and beautiful, and she is a mature and famous female professor. It can only be said that at the moment, the current Qin is still too young, she is still a child. Lu Yuan's scrutiny made Qin feel strange and a little unnatural, as if she had been seen through, which was very uncomfortable. Fortunately, Lu Yuan looked away immediately and continued to let Scott take him to Charles. In a room at the end of the corridor, Scott pushed open the door, and inside was Charles. But Charles didn't teach, just sat in front of a window with many medals on display, thinking about something in a daze. At this time, Lu Yuan walked in. Charles turned back and saw Scott and Lu Yuan. He looked at Scott with puzzled eyes, and noticed that Scott's state was not right, and he subconsciously used his super ability. Don't get excited, Lu Yuan shook his finger, took the initiative to take back control of Scott, and explained, I want to come in and talk to you, but this guy keeps stopping me, so I made this decision. Scott shook his head just now, having lost all memory of what just happened. Charles looked at Lu Yuan with dreadful eyes and asked, who are you? Why does everyone have to ask such boring questions? Lu Yuan felt impatient. Who is who? Who am I? I am your father. Cough cough. He definitely didn't say that, or else there would be a fight. Let me talk about my purpose, Charles. The Phoenix Force is going to rampage, it will cause a world-class catastrophe, and I'm here for it. When Lu Yuan mentioned Phoenix Force, Charles subconsciously said, that's impossible. Why do you say that? Because Charles had been holding Jean Grey's Phoenix Force firmly, he knew that Jean Grey was not ready and unable to harness that force. And one thing must be made clear, many people feel confused when they watch Dark Phoenix, because in the Dark Phoenix plot, there is a section in which Jean Grey attracted and absorbed the Phoenix Force in the universe. So many people think that the piano is the Phoenix Force obtained in Dark Phoenix. But in the previous Apocalypse plot, how did Jean defeat Apocalypse? In fact, this is a misunderstanding. Jean has Phoenix Force since she was a child. The Phoenix Force in the Dark Phoenix plot is attracted by the Phoenix Force she already has. The Phoenix Force has never appeared completely, because the Phoenix Force has become countless fragments, and each Phoenix Force is a 4, 3, 7 fragment. It means that Jean has attracted another fragment of Phoenix Force with the Phoenix Force in her body. Does that make sense? Lu Yuan looked back at Scott. Charles understood and said to Scott, Scott, you go out first. Scott shouted worriedly, Professor. Charles shook his head slowly, meaning not to worry. Charles is confident because his mental power can be called the strongest brain on Earth. Scott could only turn around and go out, and helped close the door, knowing that they were going to talk about something inconvenient to hear, otherwise they wouldn't have turned him away. Sit down. Charles was not in a hurry to continue to ask questions about the Phoenix Force, and invited Lu Yuan to sit down first. Lu Yuan was not polite, pulled out a chair with psychokinesis and sat down, then looked at Charles in front of him, and suddenly laughed. I didn't expect you to have no hair at such a young age. In fact, Charles is really not young. Because the time background of the first battle was in 1962, Charles at that time was already a professor in the university. At least he's already a college student. And now it's the 1990s, he should be at least 50 years old. No wonder Deadpool always complains that the timeline is too chaotic. Lu Yuan also complained in Deadpool's style. Charles naturally didn't know who Deadpool was, and he didn't understand that the timeline was too chaotic. In fact, it means that the plotline and timeline of X-Men are very messy. Now you can talk about it. Why do you say that the Phoenix Force has gone rampant? Isn't Jean still in the school? Charles could perceive that the wall that he had blocked for Jean Grey was still there, and he was here not only to prevent Jean from contacting the Phoenix Force that she couldn't control, but also to suppress a memory of Jean, something she couldn't bear, and she couldn't let her know now. Jean is undoubtedly a genius, and even without the Phoenix Force, her potential is likely to surpass Charles. So she had awakening her super ability as early as 8 years old, but she still couldn't control her power. So in an accident, she lost control and killed her mother. And this scene was witnessed and experienced by her father with his own eyes. Losing his beloved wife in an accident was caused by his beloved daughter. For Jean's father, his life had already died on that day. He didn't even know how to deal with his daughter. So it became Charles who adopted Jean. Yuan was only 8 years old at the time, and even Charles didn't know how to guide her, how to tell a child that she killed her own mother. So Charles could only block Yuan's memory. Charles was even more worried that she would lose control, especially after realizing that Yuan had had a terrifying power since she was a child. This is the truth. Jean killed her own mother and was abandoned by her father. Charles raised her and taught her everything. Charles, I'm not talking about now, but what will happen in the next few days, Lu Yuan said firmly. This is the truth. Lu Yuan actually came from the next few days. He was supposed to be here in the next few days, but he moved the timeline ahead of time and came to this moment a few days before the incident. But Charles scoffed, no one can rewrite time and history. He finally confirmed that the other party was simply talking nonsense. Lu Yuan spread his hands. Really? But in fact, you have changed time and history yourself, right? Charles was stunned for a moment. He would definitely not forget the plot of reversing the future, claiming that Wolverine Logan from the future found him, and joined some people to prevent a disaster in the future. Isn't that rewriting time and history? Just as Charles looked up to ask something else, Lu Yuan in front of him suddenly smiled at him, and then his whole body slowly became transparent until he disappeared completely. Lu Yuan left. He came to Charles to warn him, but since Charles doesn't want to believe him, then it's nothing. If it's a big deal, he will personally observe the runaway of the Phoenix Force. So Lu Yuan re-immersed in the long river of time and went to the other side. At this moment, Charles's door was pushed open, and a beautiful girl broke in and said to Charles, Charles, come and watch TV. This girl is very beautiful and young, but her qualifications are not simple. In fact, she is Mystique Raven, and now she has turned into a human and concealed her true colors. In fact, no matter which version of Mystique the actor is, they are all beautiful. It's just that Mystique likes to show people who she is, that is, as a mutant. Lu Yuan once complained that the two were like performance artists because they both used their abilities to cover up their bodies. What's wrong? Raven asked, seeing Charles looking a little uneasy. Charles shook his head and didn't say anything about Lu Yuan. Come on, what happened? Charles pushed the wheels of his wheelchair and followed Raven outside. Raven explained briefly, you can see it by looking at it. Isn't there a spaceflight activity today? Something went wrong. It turned out that it was at this time that it was catching up with the first test flight of a certain country's Endeavor, and an accident happened. Somehow, Endeavor malfunctioned, and now several astronauts are stranded near outer space, close to Earth's atmosphere. They were originally going to 2.0 to fix satellites or something. In the end, under the last resort, even the president had to call Charles, hoping that he could ask X-Men to help save people. Since X-Men are all mutants, maybe there is a way. Charles agreed immediately without hesitation. But this aroused Raven's dissatisfaction, because she felt that it was very dangerous, it was in outer space, and any accident happened, there would be the danger of the whole army being destroyed. She didn't want Mutant to risk his life to save humanity. To put it bluntly, Raven's philosophy is closer to Magneto, so she joins Brotherhood again and again. But Charles was determined to do it, because he knew better that there was a price to be paid for people to accept Mutant. At the moment, Lu Yuan has come to outer space for some time in the future. In the next period of time, X-Men will still be dispatched. They drove a jet plane and went to outer space. You know, even a certain country needed a lot to build Endeavor, and the process was not smooth. As a result, the X-Men's fighter jets came out like this. You are making a face. Lu Yuan, who was hiding in the dark nearby, also didn't know how to complain. Then there is the rescue of the astronauts by the X-Men, with their various mutant super abilities, to save people to the X-Fighter. In particular, Nightcrawler and Quicksilver played a big role. Nightcrawler, according to the comics, is the child of the Red Devil and Mystique. Definitely, as the old saying goes, this is the cinematic universe after all. Nightcrawler looks like a demon with blue skin, but in fact he is just a mutant. His ability is teleportation, but he can only teleport to the places he can see or have been, and there are distance limitations. Needless to say about 06 Silver, the plot here is that in the Apocalypse plot, he came to the Academy to find clues about his father, and then stayed because of a series of things and became a member of X-Men. But none of these aroused Lu Yuan's interest. He looked to the other side. From the cosmic space, there is a fiery red mixed with black and red pure energy body floating here. It was a shard of the Phoenix Force, pulled by Yuan and the Phoenix shard in her body. The power of the Phoenix Force is undoubtedly terrifying, and even not long ago, this fragment of the Phoenix Force had destroyed a planetary civilization that wanted to touch her. So Lu Yuan also saw that an alien spacecraft was following closely behind, following the Phoenix Force debris to the outside of the Earth. If Lu Yuan wanted to, he could slap that group of aliens silently. However, Lu Yuan didn't make a move, because he looked at Qin Ji Lei's body after seeing the Phoenix Force fragments, showing a thoughtful expression. Although I have observed the Phoenix Force, I have also taken the opportunity to master many level universe phenomena. But why don't I hold the Phoenix Force myself? Lu Yuan suddenly had such an idea. Just like the infinite gems and the heart of the universe he holds, why not hold this kind of power that has never been broken, because it has not yet appeared completely? Maybe the highest also has other powers of the almighty universe level? Unable to master the Phoenix Force, Jean is always in danger of blacken and transforming into Dark Phoenix. But for Lu Yuan, even if it is a complete Phoenix Force, he can control it, not to mention the mere fragments. And the Phoenix Force has always been claimed to be from the original universe, maybe from the previous universe like the Planet Devourer, or even an earlier and more ancient universe. Maybe there is a surprise in mastering her? Then, this time, I can't just mess around. Jean now has 2 pieces of Phoenix Force, which is already a big force. I have to find an opportunity and an excuse to join forces to take it away. Lu Yuan began to secretly calculate. She got up and watched Qin successfully integrate the Phoenix Force fragments. In her body, the 2 Phoenix Force fragments integrated into a more terrifying force. Suddenly he did it anyway, creating a hole in Charles's blockade. When the Phoenix Force is vented, it will be easier to break Charles's blockade. He had previously warned Charles that the Phoenix Force of the piano might be out of control, but after seeing the fragments of the Phoenix Force, he immediately changed his mind, and he was about to become the real mastermind behind it. But so what? He did just that. After that, Lu Yuan didn't make another move, and let the X-Men successfully complete the mission and return home. And he waited for a while before the alien spacecraft entered the atmosphere and followed the alien spacecraft back to the ground. This alien spacecraft was originally going to land on a family, and they even planned to replace the family's identity to facilitate their actions on Earth. But suddenly, they were kicked away halfway. What happened? I don't know, we were attacked. What attack? It looks like we were kicked. Even the aliens on the spaceship are a little unsure, because this is absurd. Such a high-tech alien spaceship was actually kicked. Just kidding. In the end, the spacecraft was forced to fall into an uninhabited canyon. Lu Yuan also flew over afterwards. He didn't plan to kill them at first, and he doesn't plan to do so now. Lu Yuan looked at the green aliens appearing one after another from the hatch. These aliens look somewhat similar to Groot from Guardians of Galaxy, as if they were a plant. But they are really not Groot's kin. They are an alien race called Debari, or Debari. It's worth noting that the original design in the Dark Phoenix movie was rumored to feature the Skrulls as villains. However, because of a crash with Captain Marvel, it was later changed to Debali. And in the comics, the planet of the Debarians was destroyed by Blacken's Dark Phoenix, so it's more in line with the original to appear here. It's just that the power of the Debari is different from that in the movie. In the movie, the Debari showed a shape-shifting ability similar to the Skrulls, and can change into the appearance of others. In fact, the Debali people don't have such an ability, so it should be regarded as a magical transformation of the movie universe. Lu Yuan was looking at these 437 aliens. In the same way, the Debali were watching Lu Yuan vigilantly. Finally, a Debali who should be a woman came to Lu Yuan. The reason why it should be female is that the Debari look no different from plants, so they are said to be very similar to tree growth. Who can tell if a tree is male or female? Do plants have sex? The Debari also have a special method of reproduction. They can produce their own offspring through germination. Very powerful, like the Nameeks, lay eggs by themselves. Earthman, why did you attack us? The female Debari asked. However, Lu Yuan was amused. Nonsense, because you invaded the Earth. It's already very kind that I didn't kick you to death, okay? Don't be too aggressive, I'll kill you. The Debali people were more straightforward, and they all picked up an alien weapon similar to a gun, and they would attack Lu Yuan. As a result, Lu Yuan was even more straightforward. His eyes widened, and 2 terrifying heat rays immediately swept away. All the Debaris are dead except the female Debaris at the front. Lu Yuan was still not relieved, and destroyed their spaceship by the way. Just saying, don't be stinky and shameless, it's easier to kill you than to kill ants. The Debari were almost wiped out. The Debali are actually very miserable. They have just experienced the destruction of the planet, almost everyone died, and the rest of the clansmen are all here. As a result, he was kicked here by Lu Yuan again, and he was completely destroyed by him. That is to say, the Debari people have been exterminated, and only this female Debari is left. But the Debali people are not worthy of pity. They realized the strength of the Phoenix Force. They were the first to be greedy to get that power, so they brought about the Doomsday. The Phoenix Force was originally just floating in the universe. It was they who brought the crisis to their own planet. And Lu Yuan knew even more that these guys were hostile to the Earth. They not only came after the Phoenix Force, but also planned to conquer the Earth and kill everyone, then occupy the Earth and use the Phoenix Force to redevelop their civilization and race. With a sneer on the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth, he controlled the female Debari with just one look. I don't need to know your name, and I don't need your cooperation, you just need to help me, Lu Yuan said, ordering the female Debari to leave the place. He needs to do something with this female Debari. It's easy to destroy the Phoenix Force, but it's not easy to get her to give in. Forcing it will only backfire, so I need Qin as the leader to give up the Phoenix Force sincerely. Only then will she be used by me. Lu Yuan muttered to himself. With his current strength, even the Phoenix Force cannot resist. However, Phoenix Force is extraordinary after all. It seems that there is no self-awareness, but there are still preferences and arrogance. The person most favored by Phoenix Force has always been Qin Ji-Lei, so she will only leave Qin Ji-Lei if she voluntarily gives up. The reason why Lu Yuan didn't do it before was that he could destroy the Phoenix Force, but he couldn't make the Phoenix Force use it for him sincerely, or even become his power. Therefore, he needs to use a little trick. That female Debari was miserable. Not only did she have to watch the last clan be wiped out by Lu Yuan, but she had to serve him because she was already controlled by Lu Yuan. But that's what they deserve. Who told them to have the idea of hitting the Earth? Watching the female Debari leave, Lu Yuan didn't look back, exuding psychokinesis shrouded around the alien spaceship behind him. In the next second, the entire spacecraft was pinched into a big iron ball. Liu Yuan ignited the raging flames with magic again, melting the iron ball into a pool of molten iron, and the original appearance could no longer be seen. He doesn't want a country to get any high-level civilization technology at all, no matter what country in the universe. After doing this, Liu Yuan left. Next, he was not in a hurry to start acting immediately, because he knew that the foreshadowing had already been laid, and Qin himself would soon lose control. One is the sudden strength of the Phoenix Force, which would be the beginning of a runaway. Then as the memories that Charles blocked came back little by little, she would go further blacken, until she completely ran away. Liu Yuan didn't have any psychological pressure, and he didn't feel unbearable, so he calculated a girl like this. Because the original piano's blacken is quite speechless. It was she who killed her own mother and was abandoned by her father because of this, but after recovering her memory, she even blamed Charles for saving her, teaching her, and raising her. Maybe some people are so weird, right? In short, Liu Yuan has already laid out a plan, and now everything is ready and only owes Dongfang, as long as he waits for Qin blacken. According to the following plot, because of the successful rescue of X-Men, they received countless honors and praises for them. But there are also different voices, such as Mystique Raven who has been criticizing, because there is real danger in the action. They saw Yuan being entangled by the Phoenix Force, and almost thought she was going to die. This makes Raven begin to question Charles's decision. She always wanted to question Charles why he would rather let the X-Men risk his life to please humans. To put it bluntly, she has always coincided with Magneto's ideas. They only put mutants' interests at the highest level. If they choose to sacrifice a human being or a mutant, they will definitely choose to sacrifice human beings without hesitation. To put it bluntly, they are racists. No quibble, they are racists who only think about mutant. Charles, however, has always been a pacifist, and he wants humans and mutants to coexist, not hostile. So there's always been an emergency call here at Charles, and anytime, the president's side can call. This is even more incredible in Raven's view. They are mutants, not for human life. Therefore, under the calm surface, the hidden danger of disputes has already been buried. Or it can be considered that Mystique is not suitable to be a hero by nature. She can be a lone knight, but not suitable to be a superhero. Because Mystique is selfish, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is selfish. But many times superhero can't help himself. If the X-Men were to face the Avengers Alliance in a big battle, what would they choose? Will it come forward like the Avengers, or just watch it? Wasn't that war dangerous? If so many casualties, who will Raven put the blame on? Liu Yuan, who was hiding in the mirror world, shook his head, disapproving of Raven's statement. Well, in fact, he was bored at the moment, and Blacken, who had been waiting for Qin, couldn't do anything, so he sneaked in and observed what every X-Men was doing. Liu Yuan finally came to Eric, which is Magneto's place. Here follows the story after Apocalypse. Magneto is no longer wanted because of his contribution to the Battle of Apocalypse, and he also got an island as a place for him and a part of mutant to live in seclusion. The island is so backward that it doesn't even have a TV. But it is very peaceful here, and the mutants finally don't have to worry about being hunted anymore. This has become their safe haven, and the people on the island are their brothers and sisters. Eric also lived a peaceful life of blank, leading his brotherhood to carve out their own land on the island, and can already be self-sufficient. However, they are also under house arrest, living on the island almost isolated from the world, not going out easily, and no one will come. In short, it is a different kind of peace. Eric is enjoying such a life now. He no longer wants to dominate the world. As long as he can find peace here, he is willing to isolate himself from the world. But he was not destined to go on like this forever. After all, he was Magneto. How could the X-Men story be without him? For example, when Qin finally recalled the blocked memories of her childhood little by little, she knew that her father was still alive. This makes Yuan question Charles for the first time, and runs off to find her father. But she still didn't know why her father didn't come to her even though he didn't die. That memory will gradually come back to life. According to the next plot, Jean Grey finally broke through Charles's blockade, and her memory began to recover. Then Jean remembered that her father was not dead, but her father was still alive, but he never came to find her. Jean mistook it for Charles, she mistook him for his power, and Charles wanted to control himself and even use his power. So she decided to run home. Liu Yuan was just watching from the sidelines. He rarely followed the plot once and never came forward. Because this time, he was aiming for Phoenix Force, which was formed by integrating two pieces. He wanted to get this power. So Liu Yuan just watched Qin run home, and then from his father's memory, he saw the accident she caused when she was 8 years old. And Yuan also saw the conversation between her father and Charles. After the accident, her father asked Charles what kind of monster was his daughter. It wasn't that Charles was hiding about her father, but that her father had abandoned her, and her father had no idea how to deal with this daughter, let alone how to raise her. Qin finally couldn't bear the blow, and kept shouting while Blacken was in the process. She was only 8 years old and a child. Well, why do people always use this as an excuse? Who the hell didn't come from a child? Is this an excuse to do whatever you want? And while Jean Blacken, Charles and the X-Men finally arrived. After finding that Yuan was out of control, Charles decisively asked X-Men to stop her from further out of control. However, Jean burst into a powerful force, and the entire X-Men team is no match, including Quicksilver's speed is completely unable to approach. Phoenix Force is a level universe phenomenon that can even destroy a single universe. Jean is already very powerful after only initial contact. There was a near accident in the process, and Mystique Raven was nearly killed by Yuan. Fortunately, Yuan was right next to him and showed up in time to save Raven. Otherwise Raven would already be getting his lunch. The appearance of Yuan made the scene suddenly quiet. Immediately afterwards, Jean took the opportunity to fly away, and now she seems to be omnipotent. It's you? The X-Men looked at Yuan and remembered what he had visited not long ago. Yuan let go of Raven and smiled at Charles. Am I right? Phoenix Force is out of control. The others looked at Yuan and Charles in confusion, wondering what was going on. At this time, a siren came from a distance, and it turned out that someone had reported what happened here. X-Men is now the positive image of mutant, they naturally can't let it go, and they have to be questioned according to the normal process. But Yuan didn't need it. He stepped back and disappeared again. After returning to the mirror world, he went straight to the direction Jean left. And Jean came to Magneto's realm this time. Eric received Jean himself, but was curious because he knew the girl was Charles's beloved disciple and an indispensable and powerful force in the X-Men. Even Eric knew in his heart that once Yuan broke out, even he was no match. Because in the previous Apocalypse incident, it was Yuan who finally eliminated Apocalypse. So instead of keeping her long, Eric expelled Yuan. The reason is also very simple. Here is different from X-Men, including the concept of the piano is also different from here. At least now Eric just wants to maintain the current calm and the rare peace. But at the moment's piano has been out of control, and blackens she even wants to confuse Magneto to start a war with herself. Isn't this a joke? If Charles came around, Eric would have listened to a few words of temptation from her. Jean had to leave again. It's time, Yuan thought to himself, and then he finally arranged for the female Debaylai to come forward and approach Jean. The role of this female Debarry is nothing else. Yuan asked her to get close to Jean and tell Jean the fact that her planet was destroyed by the Phoenix Force, and even told Jean that this power could destroy the world. This is all deliberately done by Yuan, through the failure case of female Debarry and Debarry who came into contact with Phoenix Force but brought destruction, and vaguely warned Jean that she was losing control. The influence of Force is already on the verge of runaway. Yuan further passed the news to Charles, and asked X-Men to come again, causing another conflict with Jean. And this war is even bigger than before, even affecting the safety of a city. Even the president was disturbed, and Eric's group had to be brought on at the critical moment. That's right, this time it's Brotherhood playing the role of the X-Men, and the X-Men is seen as a threat. There was no way to do this. Charles couldn't explain it clearly. He had to get Jean back to normal. Even he had already noticed the female Debarry's true body and guessed the female Debarry's hostility to the Earth. But when Eric came, he couldn't explain it clearly. He could only hope to convince Eric, you can't let that woman get the power of Yuan. I'd definitely do that. But Charles, what the hell are you doing? Don't you want the X-Men to be heroes? Don't you want humans and mutants to live in peace? But look at what you've done, Eric said with anger comes. The whole situation spirals out of control because of the full-scale battle between X-Men and Yuan, and for ordinary people, mutant is once again a threat. Eric had to deal with the mess, bringing his Brotherhood to war with the rest of the X-Men, hoping to put a stop to the mess here. Taking advantage of the chaos, Yuan quietly exchanged positions with the female Debarry, who was obliterated by him at will, and he instantly turned into a female Debarry with Mystique's ability. It is a complete transformation, even the gender, quality, etc. are exactly the same, even the genes are the same. So no one found it wrong. Yuan approached Jean with a slender figure and took a catwalk, and said softly in her ear, Jean, they are just your past, and you can go to the future. That power is your future. No, Yuan seemed to wake up at a critical moment, because she saw in Charles's consciousness again all the memories since she knew Charles at the age of 8. Was Charles really just peeping at her power? No, Charles took her homeless back to school and took care of her, that was her family. Charles did hide a lot of things from her, but are those things really something that an 8-year-old child can afford? Charles just hadn't had a chance to speak to her, couldn't have said it, but it wasn't a bad thing. So Jean finally woke up, looked at Yuan in front of him, and said firmly, didn't you say that you have been pursuing this power? Then take it away. I don't want it. Yuan held back a smile and asked, are you sure? Jean nodded. Finally got it. This is the ultimate goal of Yuan's plan. He not only needs Jean Blacken, but also wants her to finally wake up. Only in this way will she choose to give up Phoenix Force voluntarily. Only if Jean voluntarily gave up, Phoenix Force would gain for him. So Yuan raised his hands and pressed the temples on both sides of Jean, and finally asked, are you really going to give up Phoenix Force and transfer her to me? Since Yuan met Phoenix Force this time, he has actually been using she to refer to Roar. And Jean said without hesitation, please take it away. Let me change back to the original me, back to the real me. But Jean may not understand that only she who masters Phoenix Force is her truest self. Maybe she is already afraid, because she can't control the Phoenix Force, so many times she is afraid of this power. It is precisely because of her fear that she and the Phoenix Force are becoming more and more out of place. Wait a minute, don't trust her, Charles exclaimed excitedly, having noticed that the female Debarry were not human, not even malicious. He also felt that the female Debarry had great ambitions. However, what Charles didn't know was that Lu Yuan also knew about the ambitions of the Debarry, and would not give them a chance. At the moment, even the last Debarry had perished. This species has completely died out. And although the Debarry man in front of him was indeed a woman, it was actually Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan glanced at the anxious Charles, continued to press Qin's head with his left hand, and wrapped his right hand around her waist, then took a step back and the two disappeared. The hand made Charles stunned, vaguely as if thinking of something. On the other side, Lu Yuan brought Qin to the mirror world, and no one would disturb them here. Lu Yuan started. With Qin's advice, Lu Yuan can finally start to contact Phoenix Force. And what's in Qin's body now is the integration of 2 Phoenix Force fragments, which is more powerful than a single Phoenix Force fragment. When Lu Yuan touched her, he also saw Phoenix Force's reluctance. She really likes the piano more. However, Qin gave up on her. Lu Yuan opened his arms and issued an invitation. Come on, become a part of me, and become my strength completely. Qiang. Feng Ming's voice passed directly into Lu Yuan's heart. Zhou Zuan. 22 years of Duke Zhuang records, the phoenix is flying, and the sound is Qiang. Maybe this is the call of the phoenix? Because of Qin's abandonment or expulsion, and Lu Yuan's invitation and welcome, the fragments of Phoenix Force immediately turned into a torrent like a flame, pouring into Lu Yuan's body from Qin's body. What's more surprising is that as the Phoenix Force entered Lu Yuan's body, its energy originally receded from the black-red matter, and Dark Phoenix was the first to be completely erased. That is to say, it is impossible for Lu Yuan to become the Dark Phoenix state. Second, the energy color first turned into pure red, and further into white. As we all know, the strongest Phoenix Force today is the state of the White Phoenix. But it wasn't over yet, and in the end it even turned into pure gold, completely pouring into Lu Yuan's body and disappearing. Phoenix Force was not only sent to Lu Yuan's body, but completely turned into a part of his power. This one is different. All the hosts of Phoenix Force in the past dynasties only used Phoenix Force, but could not completely master Phoenix Force. Only Lu Yuan, he was the first person to turn Phoenix Force into his own power. This power is unparalleled. A single Phoenix Force fragment can destroy a single universe, and now it is the integrate of 2 Phoenix Force fragments. Even if this is just the beginning, there are countless Phoenix Force fragments scattered across many universes. Now that Lu Yuan has collected 2 fragments, he can continue to look for other fragments. It would be a great benefit to collect them all one by one. Considerable even for him. It's over. After obtaining the final goal, Lu Yuan instantly changed back to his appearance, and then reached out to catch Qin, who had fainted because of the loss of Phoenix Force. This is still Lu Yuan. He protected Qin's life. Otherwise, someone else would take out the Phoenix Force, which would be enough to make Qin lose his life. Catching Qin in a princess hug, Lu Yuan took her out of the mirror world and returned to the outside world. Speaking of which, this is the second time that Lu Yuan has held the Qin like this. It's just 2 different versions of the Qin, and each time it has something to do with the Phoenix Force. Is it a bad fate? Just when Lu Yuan was thinking wildly, suddenly, a gunshot sounded behind him, and then, a needle similar to a paralyzing potion pierced Lu Yuan's body. He could have avoided it easily, but he didn't, because that thing couldn't even pierce Lu Yuan's clothes. His current clothes are all changed by his own ability, and he has the same level of defense as Lu Yuan. Unless he can hurt him, he can't even destroy his clothes. So no need to dodge. Sure enough, the syringe exploded directly on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan turned around and saw a group of soldiers behind him, and the surrounding X-Men and Brotherhood members, and even the bosses of both sides, Eric and Charles, all the mutants were subdued. It turned out that when the mutants on both sides were fighting, the humans quietly dispatched and wiped them out. I don't even know when. In addition to the medicine that can inhibit the mutant ability, humans also used a special device to capture them. And now, all the soldiers are aiming at Lu Yuan, who just appeared, and they are also equipped with potions that can suppress the mutant ability, and they are hitting Lu Yuan one after another. As a result, Lu Yuan snorted softly, and a terrifying impact burst out from his body, and all the flying objects exploded. Lu Yuan looked at the humans and couldn't help but say, "What are you doing? Do you think Laozi is a mutant?" No, Laozi is an alien. Everyone looked at Lu Yuan stupidly. Aliens? Even the mutants showed incredible expressions. Never seen an alien who so confidently declared that he was an alien. What happened to the piano? Charles shouted anxiously. He had already guessed something vaguely, and Lu Yuan entered the mirror world in front of him more than once. If Charles didn't feel the weirdness, then he would white called the strongest brain. Lu Yuan raised his hands, indicating that Qin was fine, and explained, the woman before was also an alien. She wanted to steal Phoenix Force and conquer the world to destroy all human beings. The surrounding soldiers became nervous when they heard this. Lu Yuan didn't see it, and continued, "But don't worry, I have eliminated her. As for Qin's power, the Phoenix Force does not belong to her, so she was blackened and out of control during this time. I have already helped her to expel her. So don't worry." Charles remained skeptical, but now is not the time to argue. At the moment, the scene was deadlocked for a while. All the weapons of the human soldiers were ineffective against Lu Yuan, and even he deliberately shot the first shot, and was hit by the potion that could inhibit mutant ability. It's a pity, how can it be effective without breaking the defense against him? Lu Yuan also exposed himself. He said that Lao Tzu is an alien, not a mutant of your earth, so your bells and whistles don't work for him. How's that for fun? The soldiers turned their eyes to the commander. The commander at the scene was also dumbfounded. Why did an alien appear? He didn't know what to do either. Let me talk to him, Charles said to the commander. In the end, the commander sneered. Look at your destruction. I really regret letting my children treat you as idols. The surrounding area is in the urban area. Because of the big fight between the two mutants, it was almost destroyed and only a 4-3-7 mess remained. Many passing vehicles were damaged, and even passengers on a bus were frightened. It has to be said that this is a major blow to mutants' image. But they forgot that one of the mutants, the Brotherhood led by Eric Magneto, was not the one they invited. If they hadn't invited Magneto to bring people, Lu Yuan might have to do it himself. At that time, he had to make Jean feel disheartened, and he had to make Jean think that it was all because of her. It's a pity that Jean is still too self-righteous in the end. Including the original plot is also because she killed Raven, so Eric came to kill her. And now it's become that Magneto is here for Charles, and Magneto's goal is to stop Charles from continuing to tarnish mutants' hard-earned reputation. Although that is also the result of the efforts of Charles and X-Men. Okay, what should I do now? Lu Yuan took the initiative to speak, and when he saw Charles being controlled, he couldn't help sneering. By the way, your ordinary people's weapons can't deal with me, and the only mutant you can count on is still under your control. Given control, can I think that I can control the current situation? The human soldiers looked at each other. I'm definitely joking. If I want to conquer the world, it's actually very simple, Lu Yuan explained with a smile, but his words made people unable to relax, but even more nervous. But what he said was the truth. It may be easy to just conquer the world, but how to govern it? Destruction is easy, construction is difficult. He wouldn't do thankless deals. Give me a nice word, what are you going to do, fight or not? Lu Yuan became impatient and urged the commander to make a decision quickly. The commander wiped his cold sweat, said a moment later, and then went to call. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes and floated in front of the mutants holding the piano. The people from X-Men came over with concern, especially Scott and Charles. They were relieved to find that Jean was only unconscious but not injured. Charles looked up and asked Lu Yuan with a complicated face, "Who are you? What do you want to do?" Lu Yuan said casually, "Don't worry, I'm not from your place, and I'll be leaving soon. You don't have to care about me." Lu Yuan knew what Charles was worried about. Charles knew some of the horrors of the Phoenix Force, and he even heard Lu Yuan's joke that he wanted to conquer the world. He was worried about whether Lu Yuan was really bad for the Earth. But Lu Yuan's purpose was just Phoenix Force, and he was already thinking about where to go next. Would you like to go further forward? After all, there is still a piece of Phoenix Force in the Apocalypse plotline. Lu Yuan showed a thoughtful expression. He is not afraid to rewrite the past history and change the current plot. For example, if he runs to the previous Apocalypse plot, will it affect the Phoenix Force he gets from Jean at the moment? Definitely not. Lu Yuan has become the only one, which means that what he has experienced will not be changed, let alone rewritten by himself. Existence is truth. So the only possibility is to create a different parallel universe, right? Or maybe it will forcibly fix the time loophole. In short, his existence has become that he can rewrite the past and future, and even all reality at will. Including that he wanted people to know that he could insert his existence into a certain period of history, like opening a book and changing a paragraph at random. It also includes that if he doesn't want people to remember him, he can also erase his existence history from everyone's memory. In short, it is too much trouble to say too much, so I won't repeat it. At this time, the commander finally came back and said to Lu Yuan, "Mr. President wants to see you." No, Lu Yuan refused rudely, and without waiting for the commander to speak, he directly threatened, "Aren't you afraid of his death? You ask him how many lives he has. Anyway, seeing me die a group of people at a time, you let him think about it again." The commander and the people behind him immediately took out their weapons and aimed at Lu Yuan. Even the mutants gasped. Does he know who he is threatening? Lu Yuan laughed, raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and with a pop, there was a missile more than a person tall in front of him. Do you know what this is? Lu Yuan patted the missile with his hand. No one knew it, but Charles and Magneto and Raven and Beast and the others had their eyes changed, horrified. Is that a nuclear bomb? That's right, Lu Yuan laughed, and I can make as many as I want. It doesn't do me any harm, but if you put one of these things on every inch of the earth, what do you think it will become? Result. Cold sweat broke out on everyone's face. Email protected at. For human beings, since the day when nuclear weapons were born, they have been well aware of the threat and terror of this thing. Once it is as Lu Yuan said, the entire surface of the earth will be flattened. Just thinking about it is scary enough. I'll call the president again, please be patient, the commander called again with a horrified expression. After another few minutes, the commander came back, "Mr. Alien, you can go." Well, sure enough, this threat is the most effective. And these mutants, Lu Yuan 2.0 pointed to all the mutants present, and said unceremoniously, "I'm going to take them all away. Who doesn't agree? Who has an opinion? Who agrees and who disagrees?" Lu Yuan domineeringly looked at all the human soldiers around him. Some people's eyes flashed with anger, but more people chose to avoid Lu Yuan's gaze. The commander gritted his teeth and finally said, "Don't go too far." "Then who's going too far?" Lu Yuan smiled. "Smelly shameless things, call for help when you use them, and arrest them when you can't use them? Looking at the equipment you use, it seems that you have never used it. Haven't trusted mutant yet? But have you really investigated this matter? Let me tell you the truth, there really is a group of aliens trying to invade the Earth, but I just wiped them out." Having said that, Lu Yuan directly destroyed the memory of the debris and stuffed it into the heads of everyone present. He didn't lie. Under the deterrence of Lu Yuan, the two mutants led by Charles and Eric were finally released. Then, under the helpless gaze of the human soldiers, they returned to Charles's academy in an X-Men jet. Lu Yuan did not leave in a hurry, but came here together. He knew that they still had a lot of questions, and at the same time Lu Yuan actually had something to say. Sure enough, after returning to the academy and Charles's office, today's participants gathered from both sides, and both were looking at Lu Yuan. Later, Qin also woke up, because Lu Yuan testified for her that Phoenix Force caused Qin to run wild, and she later gave up that power so that she was not locked up. If you have any questions, you can ask them. Lu Yuan looked at the people present, knowing that they had something to say, and generously asked them to ask first. "Who the hell are you?" Eric was more direct and impatient than Charles, and it was the most direct question when he came up. Lu Yuan didn't mind either, and spread his hands. "As I said before, I am an alien from a planet called Krypton. But I don't belong to this universe, so there is no Krypton in this universe. Star. And don't worry, I didn't plan to invade Earth, that would be too much trouble. It is so arrogant, if he wants, he can definitely conquer all forces on the Earth. But after that, because it was too troublesome to manage, he chose to give up. Well, for this reason, the crowd was speechless. Did you take the Phoenix Force away?" It was finally Charles's turn to speak. As one of the smartest people in the world, or the smartest person in the world, Charles asked the question directly to the crux of the problem. "What are you trying to do with the Phoenix Force?" Charles asked his question. Lu Yuan thought about it, did not hide it, but told the truth. "This power is far beyond your imagination, and it has never been fully displayed. Every Phoenix Force that has appeared so far is just a fragment. And one fragment has already it's enough to destroy a universe. Even a powerful mutant like Qin can't control it, but Blacken is controlled by Phoenix Force. So it's safest for me to take it." Everyone was taken aback by the true power of Phoenix Force described by Lu Yuan. Phoenix Force is so powerful? This is what they never imagined. "How can we trust you?" Some people also questioned. It was Raven. Although she was a little selfish, she was still able to make wise choices in the face of right and wrong. And now, Raven worriedly said, "How do we know you're not going to use Phoenix Force to do bad things?" Lu Yuan smiled. "Girl, if I'm really a bad guy, I can watch you get killed, then let you all blacken, and then take away the Phoenix Force. That's simpler and easier. Don't forget who it is. Saved you. I haven't heard you say thank you yet." Raven froze and mumbled reluctantly, "Thank you? You're welcome." Lu Yuan was very satisfied with Raven's attitude, and continued, "I know you don't trust me, but the problem is very simple. Even if there is no Phoenix Force, I can destroy the world with my strength. There is no need for Phoenix Force, because I have observed Phoenix Force. Even without her, I still have great strength. Even if I didn't shoot at you, it has already proved that I am not your enemy." It was so direct that it made me speechless. Indeed, if Lu Yuan wanted to, wouldn't he have used Phoenix Force to deal with them? Even if he doesn't know how powerful Lu Yuan is, it is an indisputable fact that he has obtained the Phoenix Force. Thinking of this, everyone secretly relaxed a little. But Charles still has many questions. "You said you came from another universe." "That's right," Lu Yuan nodded. "The universe you live in is not the only one. In fact, your universe is just one of the infinite multi-universes, and it's even on the edge. Because X-Men's previous movies are all produced by Fox, because of copyright issues, they have nothing to do with Marvel movie universe. But X-Men is, after all, part of the Marvel universe, all Marvel universes, not just a Marvel universe, plus the issue of real-world company acquisitions. So the X-Men universe is on the edge of the infinitely far Marvel universe. It's part of the Marvel universe, and far from it. I'm from another universe, where we don't even have mutants. Our superhero team is called Avengers. Our enemies are not humans, but the invasion of aliens," Lu Yuan said, which naturally happened in the Marvel movie universe story. Everyone was stunned. "A world without mutant? It's not good news," Magneto Eric snorted. Lu Yuan shrugged. "It just so happens that I also have something to say." Not only Charles and the others have questions, but Lu Yuan also has something to say to them. "Don't resent human beings, and don't lose hope and trust in human beings because of this," Lu Yuan said suddenly and earnestly. Everyone was stunned. Charles looked at Lu Yuan deeply and reminded, "Don't forget that you are just an alien, this is our earthly business." This should have been said by Eric or Raven, but he was the first to say it. Lu Yuan 437 glanced at Charles thoughtfully, showed a tacit smile, and continued, "Then what if I said that I was a human once? I was also a human at the beginning, and then for some reason I traveled to Krypton and became Krypton. Star people, and then came to Earth because of some relationships. Definitely, I know that what humans have done this time will make you sad. When you use your strength, you will be called a hero. If you don't use it, you will be stabbed in the back. What's more, after seeing that they have been silently preparing weapons against you, you do have reason to be angry and promised to coexist peacefully, but they have been secretly preparing to deal with you. But I still hope that you can understand that humans and mutants are not enemies. Mutants' genes come from humans. You are humans originally, but you have awakening some abilities due to genetic mutation, but you are still humans in essence. It is undeniable that there are humans who deliberately ignore this, or are jealous of your ability. But don't you always talk about mutant, aren't you also rejecting humans? If you really open your hearts to accepting human beings, will you have a chance to live together peacefully? And I believe that worship works better than terror. I hope you can continue to help humanity as superhero and help more people. The reason why Lu Yuan spoke a lot of words so earnestly was not only to enlighten these mutants who might lose confidence in human beings, but also to do something in return. After all, he got the Phoenix Force, and it made sense to help him wherever he could. And the most important thing is that if Lu Yuan and even mutant continue to be hostile to humans, they will only lead to extinction. Otherwise, what is the reason for reversing the future? Even the tragedy of the 3 Wolverine movies shows that the only way out is for mutant and humanity to live together peacefully. Unless mutant ruthlessly kills all humans. But that's impossible, and Charles and the other mutants won't let radicals do it either. Definitely he just said that. In the end what choice mutants have to make depends on their own will. Then Lu Yuan left after making some necessary explanations. He came because of the Phoenix Force, and since he already got the Phoenix Force, there is no need to stay. Even his departure was also due to Phoenix Force. Lu Yuan suddenly thought, since I'm here, why don't I take a few steps forward? Anyway, I'm collecting Phoenix Force fragments. Why don't I go to the Apocalypse timeline to get Qin's Phoenix Force fragments? Anyway, he is the only one, and he can rewrite history at will, and he is not worried that it will affect the current timeline of his participation. So Lu Yuan decisively opened the long river of time, not in a hurry to leave this universe, but upstream as if he was going backwards in time by about 7 or 8 years. If the time background of Dark Phoenix is in 1990, then the timeline of Apocalypse is in 1983. And when Lu Yuan came to this era, Apocalypse had already gotten out of trouble. Apocalypse, whose real name is Saba Nur, was born in the first dynasty of Egypt in the 3rd millennium BC, and is one of several mutants that have existed for a long time in the history of the Earth. Apocalypse also has many super abilities. He has a near-immortal vitality, which is why he has lived so long. He also has super strength, super speed, super endurance, super physique, and teleportation and more. He can even fly, has psychokinesis, telepathy, and even he can transmit his own thoughts and memories, or read the thoughts and memories of others. It also includes self-molecular manipulation. Since Apocalypse has complete control over his molecular and submolecular structure, he can change his own molecular structure at will, and can make his own shape-shifting, regeneration, and file size changes. Energy manipulation. He has the ability to harness and project energy, and he can use these metaphysical powers to accomplish many things, such as creating hallucinations and memory alterations, material reconstruction, healing, and physical repair of damaged or destroyed bodily tissue. Energy emitting. Apocalypse can project waves of raw, destructive energy from anywhere on his body, whether from his extremities or his entire body. Energy absorption. He can also enhance his own ability from outside energy absorbing, especially absorb the ability of other super ability people. Especially energy transfer, or endow energy. Apocalypse found that he could share his powers with other individuals to increase their ability. And this is the main means by which Apocalypse can create his 4 horsemen of Apocalypse. The most famous 4 horsemen of Apocalypse are the ancient plague, war, famine and death. And the future 4 horsemen Grey, Red, White, and Black Knight. Even these 4 knights are transformed by 4 superheroes. It is said that the Grey Knight is the tainted Wolverine, the Red Knight is even the tainted Iron Man, the White Knight is the tainted Spider-Man, and the Black Knight is the tainted Scarlet Witch. He can also create a nearly impenetrable force field. And Apocalypse was an extraordinary genius, with knowledge of certain areas of biology, primarily genetic engineering and mutation, well ahead of contemporary science. This guy is almost one of the most feared enemies. The reason why Apocalypse is not very famous is because in BC or which ancient times, there was a rebellion in a country ruled by Apocalypse. When he exchanged bodies with a mutant with special ability, he wanted to get each other's young body and ability, was interrupted and was buried in a pyramids. It was only recently that he was accidentally awakened by someone and returned to the human world. When Apocalypse discovers that in today's era, mutant status is under threat, although history is changed because Mystique Raven abandons the assassination plan and protects a group of human executives at a critical moment. But it is undeniable that it will take some time to change people's sense of mutant. What made Apocalypse even more unacceptable was that the kingdom he ruled had been destroyed. So he wants to raise mutant status again, but also to rebuild a dynasty of his own. And he has once again recruited the new 4 horsemen of Apocalypse, and in the process has discovered Charles, the most powerful brain in the current world. Apocalypse eyed Charles's ability. He captured Charles, and planned to get Charles's body and ability while asking Magneto to create a magnetic field. He wanted to change the genes of some people and form an army of super ability people to help him rebuild the kingdom. That's right, the new 4 horsemen that Apocalypse has found are Magneto, Eric, Storm, Angel, and Psylocke. The X-Men also came to Apocalypse's lair. This is Apocalypse. In order to get Charles's body and ability, he went back to his lair to find a device that could transform his body, similar to two slates, so he could do it. And just when Apocalypse had taken control of Charles, it was time to start the transfer. Liu Yuan is finally here. He has received all the relevant news of the current timeline, which is the above. Then Liu Yuan came directly to where Apocalypse and Charles were. The Apocalypse's invasion of Charles has begun. A massive energy from the Apocalypse envelopes Charles, and he is invading. Charles looked distressed, constantly shouting, "Get out, get me out." Liu Yuan scratched his head, thinking that this line was very misunderstood. Blank. Speaking of Charles, your hair is falling out. Liu Yuan deliberately made a startled roar, pointing to the slate, Charles's hair falling out in order to keep his heart and fight against Apocalypse. At this time, Charles still had a hair of hair, but now he was resisting Apocalypse, and he was losing a lot of hair, and he was going to be bald in a blink of an eye. Is this why he's bald? It was said that Liu Yuan's complaints almost made Charles break the defense. He reluctantly shouted, "Help me, if he succeeds, he will kill more than 90% of the world's people." Oh. Liu Yuan turned to look at Apocalypse, "Then I can't let you live." With that said, Liu Yuan went up and slapped it. Puff. The weather that invaded Charles's body with all his heart had no resistance, and was directly photographed into a muddy flesh. Speaking of which, the supervillain Apocalypse, who deserves such an introduction, just died? Definitely not. Don't forget to just say that Apocalypse can reorganize your body. Boom. Ancient structures like huge amounts of pyramids suddenly exploded. Apocalypse reorganized his body and walked out of the ruins, and the collapsed buildings around him would turn into fly ash or sand to dissipate before they touched him. He walked out angrily and roared, "Who is it?" There was originally a big battle outside, and Apocalypse arranged for the 4 new Apocalypse Knights to block X-Men. At the moment everyone stopped subconsciously and looked at the angry Apocalypse, wondering what happened. At this moment, 2 people suddenly appeared in the sky, and it was Liu Yuan who was leading Charles. He's anxious. Liu Yuan didn't take Apocalypse's anger into his eyes at all, but laughed unscrupulously. "By the way, Charles, he's bald just like you." Charles didn't know what to say, because he was indeed bald now, and all of that hair fell out while resisting the Apocalypse. But he didn't know who Liu Yuan was, and because he saved him, he could only laugh at him. In fact, Liu Yuan wasn't really making fun of Charles, because the 2 versions of Charles that Liu Yuan knew were bald since 1437. Instead, it was Charles with hair he didn't know. At this time, Apocalypse had also noticed Liu Yuan and Charles in midair. "Charles," Apocalypse stretched out his hand to the 2 in the sky, showing his devotion to Charles. In fact, Apocalypse's spiritual power exceeds that of Charles, but unlike Charles's ability, Apocalypse's spiritual power can only be passively defended, and he cannot control others to actively release it like Charles. It is equivalent to the difference between passive skills and active skills. So only when Charles is connected to his spirit can he take the opportunity to invade Charles's spirit realm. This is also the reason why he is so obsessed with Charles. Only by getting Charles's ability can he use his powerful spiritual power more freely. As Charles said, once Apocalypse gets his ability, he can even control human beings all over the world in an instant, and even make everyone brain dead due to a mental breakdown. This is extremely dangerous. And now Apocalypse aimed at Liu Yuan and Charles. His eyes turned white, which was a sign of his ability. Apocalypse holds many super abilities, including psychokinesis, and he wants to drag Liu Yuan and Charles down. Liu Yuan didn't care at all, and was still looking around, looking for the real goal of this visit. He didn't come for Apocalypse, but Jean, strictly a fragment of the Phoenix Force in Jean Grey's body. "Be careful," Charles had to warn. Liu Yuan lowered his head again and glanced at Apocalypse. "Can you be honest with me there for a while?" Having said that, Liu Yuan also activated psychokinesis and crushed it with a more powerful psychokinesis. Apocalypse was affected, and involuntarily his knees went weak, and he actually knelt down. It was a first for Apocalypse, and it was absolutely unacceptable to him. But before he could respond, Liu Yuan had already released a chill, and at the absolute 0 degree that could freeze time, he instantly froze Apocalypse. This is not the end. In order to make Apocalypse honest for a while, Liu Yuan also used Camartage's magic to draw out Apocalypse's soul at once. This is the soul astral magic mastered by Camartage, which can be used either by himself or by making the target soul astral. Once the soul leaves the body, most people lose their power. Although Apocalypse had powerful spiritual power, it was still entangled by a golden chain of pure energy that Liu Yuan created with magic. Just look at him struggling frantically, but both body and soul were controlled by Liu Yuan in an instant. The audience was silent, and they watched Liu Yuan foolishly. It only took a few seconds and several methods to take down this legendary big shot. Then what were they doing before they beat to death? No matter what they were doing before, Liu Yuan glanced at Apocalypse, who was frozen into an ice sculpture and still kept kneeling. He led Charles to the ground and came to the X-Men on purpose. Then Liu Yuan looked at Magneto not far away. He was still maintaining a magnetic field, and even Magneto could gradually control the magnetic field of the Earth. That was the result of Apocalypse adding ability to him. At the moment, magnetism is starting to appear all over the world. Magneto's ultimate goal is to create these magnetic fields all over the world, and then there's no control over what he's going to do. I said playing iron, do you want to take a break? Your boss is like this. Lu Yuan didn't take Magneto in his eyes, and his tone was very casual. Magneto glanced at Lu Yuan, then at Apocalypse, but finally chose to ignore it. As a result, Lu Yuan directly raised his hand and aimed it in his direction, and then used Magneto's control over the magnetic field, or even stronger power, to forcibly deprive Magneto of his control over the magnetic field. Then, Lu Yuan destroyed all the magnetic fields Magneto was building all over the world. Does the child play a house? Do you want to build a house? Lu Yuan complained and turned to look elsewhere. Especially the 3-4 horsemen, Psylocke, Storm, and Angel. The 3 of them have also been strengthened by Apocalypse ability. For example, Angel's wings at the moment turned into steel wings. Also Storm and Psylocke's ability has a big boost. Lu Yuan asked, how about you surrender first? So casual. In the end, even the people on the X-Men side couldn't stand it anymore, and couldn't help but ask, who are you? Are you here to help us? By the way, Lu Yuan knocked his head, suddenly turned around and shot Qin Ji Lei in X-Men, and as soon as he stretched out his hand, he took her in front of him with psychokinesis. I actually came for you, almost forgot. Let me see Phoenix Force. As he spoke, Lu Yuan raised his other hand and decisively took it out from Qin's sternum. This is not a black tiger's heart in the physical sense. Lu Yuan's hand seems to be submerged in the pool. Although it looks terrible, it will not cause any harm to Qin's body. The next second, Lu Yuan took out Qin's Phoenix Force fragments. Because Lu Yuan now has fragments of Phoenix Force, she doesn't need to be as troublesome as before, and she has to design the piano and let her give up on her own initiative. It's just that when Lu Yuan took Qin's Phoenix Force in his hand, he couldn't help feeling disappointed. No way, this fragment has already overlapped, and it's meaningless. The Qin in front of Lu Yuan is the same person as the one he met before, which means that the Phoenix Force fragments of the 2 Qins are also the same. Just like a puzzle, if Phoenix Force is a whole puzzle, then the same puzzle is obviously meaningless.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.